the kid. And this is the current position, bhai.
Yeah, Arjun Bhai just played A4. I think 10th board pe, so we will not have his cameras,
अरे
but
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
looking good for white. Already hitting that A6, B5 pawn. You cannot play A6 as black. You can pawn takes pawn or rook cut jayega.
ट्रू भाई. चलो भाई, एक सवाल करता हूँ आपसे. अभी अर्जुन टॉप मतलब 10th बोर्ड पे है, हमारे पास 9 कैमरास है, तो कौन सा मैच टॉप 9 बोर्ड्स पे नहीं जीतेगा जहां पे अर्जुन कैमरास में है?
Aronian.
ओके. लेट्स गो टू
So
दैट बोर्ड
maybe,
देन. लेवॉन
yeah, let's
वर्सेस.
have a look there with the cameras. Maybe it would nice to see Faustino Oro as well. Aronian wala. So board like board uh, 6.
Yeah, so this is the current position in Fausti versus Aronian. Fausti having a 10-second advantage. By the way, chat, बहुत जल्दी जल्दी games हो गए यहाँ पे because it is Blitz. So सारे matches cover करना will be very very challenging. But of course कुछ भी crazy होता है तो do let us know in the chat and we'll jump there. But तब तक के लिए we'll stay here. Aronian versus Fausti. I think Fausti having a slight, maybe he has equalized, but okay, not any piece has been traded, so कुछ भी हो सकता है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, and just nice to see, 11-year-old Fausti versus 41-year-old Aronian. So let's go to Arjun's game, Sahaj bhai, because he is completely winning. And chat फटाफट like button दबा दो for our bronze medalist Arjun Erigaisi. What a tournament he had, and Sahaj bhai, GG's है ये तो.
Absolutely. Arjun completely winning, having a full pressure on the king side. But I also want to switch your attention to a very exciting match between Gukesh and Aditya Mittal, because look at the current position. Aditya Mittal की queen किधर है भाई?
भाई क्वीन तो गयो, गुकी क्वीन अप एंड लुक्स
Guki's.
लाइक भाई ये किंग भी देखो बड़ा अजीब, मतलब कुछ सैक्रिफाइस हुआ था.
But yeah, he goes king a7. ऐसा भाई बहुत टाइम से एक्चुअली क्वीन गई हुई है.
हाँ
We do have
काफी
to
टाइम.
check it out कि queen गई किधर यहाँ पे. But basically right now he has a queen. We have just a bishop on e6 and he goes knight d8. भाई position is not really bad for Aditya here. He has to go rook c1 and ये दोनों पीस अभी निकल नहीं रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
I
What
think
a
it's
game.
might be some really good prep, or even rook c1 के बाद, or just this bishop e3 check, king पीछे गया, bishop f4 check can be a repetition, as we see Magnus Carlsen is playing Marco Materia, जो अर्जुन के first round के opponent थे in the rapid section. But we will keep jumping around chat. आप भी बताते रहिए हमको, which tournament, which game is exciting or where can we go. So do let us know. And chat बता रही है Rajavo lost to an iron.
Rajabov has already finished his match. No, Rajabov is still playing भाई.
अच्छा तो झूठ बोला सर.
No,
My bad.
chat को वहां जाना होगा ना. अच्छा, Rajabov is losing though. It's completely lost, but the game has not ended from what I can see.
Chat is right. Tell well, can we have a quick look at Prague as well? तो हमारा Indian roundup would be complete. So Pragnananda is playing Halkias Stelios
Oh,
from Greece.
oh, interesting. And now Prague having a much better pawn structure over here. And this square on d5 looks very juicy. He goes knight d5, inviting bishop takes d5. Maybe if I go bishop d5, I'm going to capture back with my bishop, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think the D5 square is a nice outpost. Always advisable to recapture with a piece and not a pawn.
Absolutely. He goes queen d8. Queen d3 is what Prague plays, attacking the d6 pawn. Maybe the intention is to move the knight at some point. He goes rook e8. And now bishop e3. Very comfortable advantage for Prague here.
For sure. And can we quickly switch to Magnus' game, because we have the cameras there? And can the French youngster Marco Materia spring a surprise and stop Magnus from claiming his 20th world title?
Oof, let's see. Let's see. He goes a4. Magnus having a double bishop advantage so far. Attacks the a4 pawn. Marco defends it without much thought. And now black can go bishop d6 perhaps in the next move to completely solidify his structure. And then maybe attack the 8 pawn in some way. Perhaps rook f8, rook 8 could be a possibility. But maybe that feels a bit
Yeah.
long.
Takes,
Takes the
takes.
pawn.
Mhm. 28 seconds for Marco, 40 seconds for Magnus. Magnus looks comfortable. Queen can come to 8, hitting the A4 pawn, keeping an eye on the D5 pawn as well.
Absolutely. So now d6 is never a possibility. That's why the rook on f7 exists. I think Magnus is back, and I think with this trade also, Black has this opportunity to play Rook G7 and Queen G6 type of ideas, Queen H4 type of ideas to put pressure on the G2 pawn. He goes Knight B5. Now Bishop takes B5 is crucial, is critical.
This is indeed critical, and Magnus Carlsen, as we see, we have full screen. Lots of trades have happened. I think they took on A1 and Bishop D6. Sehaj, the eval bar shows that it's equal, but I think it it can be serious for Magnus as well, the advantage.
I think it's going to come down to the wire. Depends
Mhm.
on which player is going to play well, intuitively speaking.
As we see Ali Reza win his game, he's having a look at Magnus Carlsen. He will keep a close eye on the top seed. Remember, a 70-point difference between Ali Reza and Magnus there. Pawn to F4. Bishop has to retreat.
Bishop goes to D2, Queen G6, attacking the B1 square and the G2 pawn. Oh, now Magnus is back, attacking C5, D5.
Yeah,
Never in doubt. Of course, when Magnus
never in
plays, you're
doubt.
never in doubt.
The momentum has shifted. Ali Reza on the right. Gucci Reza still keeping an eye. Magnus picks up a pawn, and with the active bishop, or picks up another pawn.
Wow. And now this is completely winning. You can give a check on C5 and just start pushing these pawns down. Oh, the
Yeah,
moves are
six
coming in
seconds
really, really
for
quickly.
Marco. Yeah, I think the DGT is a little slow in trying to keep up with their moves. Remember, players just get a 2 second bonus today and not 10 seconds like yesterday.
Amazing, amazing. And now just he puts his bishop on D for a very solid square, and now you just start pushing the pawns down. Must be winning. Oh, Queen D8, Queen H check, maybe a plan.
Oh, oh, that was close.
Goes Queen G8 check, King goes to G7. He's looking for that checkmate, but it's not there.
I mean, I think
Goes Queen
Magnus is
E8 back.
extremely lucky. Wesley so joins in. Oh, oh, there was a trade.
Yeah, I think the queens got traded there, and I think that only
Yeah,
helps
then it's
Magnus.
then it's GG's. Daniel Dubo also having an eye on his former boss. But yeah, no moves on the DGTs. We'll try to follow the games on the video feed.
Absolutely. And I think the queens have been traded. That means Magnus should be very comfortably winning. I can see the G2 pawn is still here. The pawn is on H4. That means there is no
Mhm.
mating attack on Magnus there. So he should have a pretty good position. Oh, wait, wait, wait. The bishops just got traded as well.
But this should be GG's.
Yeah, you just push the pawn. Just keep pushing the pawn, and that's it.
And Marco resigns. Magnus Carlsen gets a win in round one of the World Blitz Championship on route to his 20th title. Then let's jump
And now
into
let's
any other
quickly go
game.
to board. Let's go to board six because look at this. Levon is in a dead loss position
Oh
against
my
Fausti.
God. We predicted this. We thought he might have it difficult. Aronian didn't have the greatest of blitz on rapid, and he has lost.
Beautiful, beautiful play by the Messi of chess, taking down the sixth seed, Levon Aronian, with the black pieces. And we are off to a good World Blitz, the first round. Let's go to maybe MVL versus Betoken Sava. Oh, wait, 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 wait. Is this Magnus versus Nepo round six? Is anyone getting that vibe here? Because what is going on? Magnus had the F pawn, but he has the C pawn. MVL says, but
Yeah,
wait, no, I know this.
yeah, and I think black kind of just flagged there, so we will see the former world rapid champ, former blitz champion MVL get off to a winning start. Says any games that look exciting to you?
Let's I think this is completely winning for MVL. Let's go to Jospem versus Leon because
Mhm.
this match looks like it can go any direction, but more or less looking like both players holding their own. Rook D5 is a possibility. Put the other rook on D1, and okay, we have a mutual fortress of sorts.
Yeah, and since this game might go on a little bit longer, so can we quickly jump to Hans Niemann's game? Because that is in a crazy night end game and Hans might go down.
Oh wow, Hans about to. Okay, maybe he's not lost, but David also has to play really fast here. He is on 0 second. Has he played?
Not sure though. I mean, the the DGT transmission isn't coming fully.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there. And by the way, Gukesh has won his match against Aditya Mittal. It was a crazy game where Aditya
Wow.
sacrificed his queen, but Gukesh maintained his own, kept his cool, and won the match. So I think we have all the results, I think, of this day. Only match that I cannot see is Hans. I'm trying to see what are the results. How did Harshit do? Harshit lost to
Just
Ronak.
check. Uh-huh. Okay. And let's do maybe a quick recap then of the top boards. We like the results.
So Magnus
Magnus
has defeated
won.
Marco. Alireza has defeated Sarachi. Jan also defeated Sean. Daniel Dubov also won. Wesley So has drawn against
Ooh.
Volokitin Andre. So that's the first like kind of an upset. Levon Aronian loses to Faustino Oro. That's another upset. Nodirbek defeated Emre Can. Fabi defeated Alexei Grebnev. Sergey Lobanov defeated Duda. Wow, that's another upset. So two upsets
Okay.
on the top 10 boards already, and we're off to a crazy start as usual. And Arjun defeated, of course, Suyarov with the white pieces. And amongst the Indian players, I'm trying to take a look and at how they have fared. Oh, by the way, another crazy update is Surya Ganguly has defeated Alexei Sarana with the black pieces.
That's a nice win for Surya there. And I would like to actually jump into Gukesh's game just to take it from the start, Sehesh, because it looks like we have a few minutes before the next round starts. And what a crazy opening and a crazy game overall.
He plays the Caro-Kann, d4, d5 happens, pawn takes, c4. This is called the Panov Botvinnik. Black goes knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. So far, we are very much in opening territory. He goes a6. This is sort of the new way of playing this position. The idea is that if white goes bishop g5, then you have this crazy move bishop e6, which looks a bit weird in retrospect, but okay, this is some new preparation. He goes pawn takes, knight takes, bishop c4. He goes bishop e6. And now look at this. This is where things start to get really crazy. Knight g5, knight c3, and look at this. Bishop takes e6.
Oh my God. This is prep then. Like you don't play this like without knowing
Exactly.
stuff.
Whole queen. And this is so far, Aditya is correct here. So far, this is not losing for white. In fact, the best result is 0-0-0. He takes the queen on d1. Bishop takes f7, check happens. King d7 gives another check. And now the best way for black to play is to go back king e8 and accept the draw. But of course, this is Gukesh. He's not going to accept the draw. He's going to
No
accept a
way.
worse
He
position.
hates repetition.
He goes king c7, and okay, maybe you're slightly better. Maybe you're a queen down and you have a lot of initiative. But let's have a game. Gives a check on f4, king b6, rook takes d1, and now Mukesh goes king a7, and this is where things were really critical. And white had to play super accurate with the move d5 and to not give momentum to his opponent. And I think this is where Aditya made a mistake. He went short castle. It was a golden opportunity for him to score a win here. After short castle, the ball was back in Gukesh's court. He goes queen a5, best move, d5, and now this gave him the crucial tempo to go knight d8. If the queen was on d8, the knight wouldn't be able to go back there. That's why d5 instantly was a good move. Rook c1 happens, and now Gukesh goes rook b8, and now Aditya had a completely winning opportunity here. Rakesh bhai,
Yep.
look at this: b4, queen takes b4,
Eight.
bishop takes b8, takes and give a check and take this. And
And that
goodbye, sir.
rook on rook bishop for black haven't moved, can't move. And that was the reason where that Aditya missed a golden chance to take down the reigning world champion.
Absolutely. And he had a similar idea. He went bishop c7, but this gave the option of going knight takes e6. I'm sacking my queen back. If you take here, I will take here and I will just be a piece up. And I think this is what was missed by Aditya. He took on e6, black took on d5, knight f4, queen f7, and Aditya Mittal just resigned here because, well, the initiative is gone and Gukesh still has an extra queen.
Very nice breakdown there. Thank you, Grandmaster Sahesh. But before we jump into round two, it would be nice to check out the women's section as well, because there have been a few upsets. None of the top two seeds won in game one. So let's have a look there as well, Sahesh, because
Absolutely.
they also, I think they play 11 rounds today. I'm sorry, 10 rounds today in They have 10 in the women's section, 13 in the open section. So longest day of these championships so far.
So Ju and Jun drew her match, and then Li Tingji also drew her match against Giria Olga.
Can we
Tan
go
Zhongyi
back,
won.
Sahaj, to when Ju and Ju's game, like with the two knights and the pawns? How did this happen? Like, what was the last couple of
What?
moves?
Oh, no ways.
Aha!
No ways. No ways. No ways. How did this happen?
Exactly.
No,
Oh!
no. That is dirty. That is so dirty. Chad, do you see this? This is so crazy. Knight f6 check. Look at this move. And knight takes f6 is just a stalemate. Nice tactic there by Fuang. And this is a dead drawn
And
position.
yeah, it's a stalemate, and kudos to Fong, and she found the only defensive idea and managed to draw the reigning women's world champion. And what a bad start for Ju and Jun. I mean, it hurts to end see the game end in a draw like this.
Of course, of course. This definitely is a shocker, but okay, it's Blitz. Things like these happen. But Humpy has won her match, from
Hmm.
what I can see. And how did Harika do? Vaishali also won her match. Harika also won her match. Divya also won her match. So far, I think doing quite good. But Priyanka Nutaki lost on board 4 against Katrina Lagno. But so
And
far,
it's
I think a good
important
day.
to Yeah, important to note also that Bibisara Asubayeva has won. She's a two-time women's world Blitz champion. But more importantly, what's at stake is she has to perform better than Muzichuk, Harika, and Leighton so that she qualifies into the women's candidates, because this is the last event in the FIDE circuit for the women. So
Rakesh bhai coming in with those stats, he once again, so a crucial sort of tournament for Bibisara there. Let's see which players did you say that she has to perform better than? There's Lee Ting Ji.
Muzichuk, yeah,
Yeah.
Muzichuk, Anna, Leighton and Harika.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So if Bibisara qualifies, does it hurt Harika's chances?
Yeah, Harika is out. So every all these players are fighting for one spot in the women's candidates.
Okay, 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 okay.
Yeah.
Got it. The king of stats we can see in the chat. Absolutely, bhai. Chat, do let us know. Of course, these matches are really fast and really fast paced, so it's very
Yep.
difficult to cover all of them at the same time. So if you see anything crazy, and if you want a game recap of one of these, and if you actually see something crazy happening, like I saw in the chat, people said Gukesh is having an absolute, beautiful game. That's why we came back to it. Do let us know if you see something crazy, because it's very difficult to cover all of these matches in such a short amount of time.
And Saj, I would really like to also give a shout out to our producer Ryan, who is coming, who's just told us a very fun stat that in 4 out of 5 Magnus's World Rapid wins, he has followed it up with a World Blitz win as well. So when he's in form, he takes a double more often than not. 80% of the times, do you think it will repeat itself?
Oof, I think very good chances that Magnus does it, because I think you are the one who kind of convinced me in this regard, because this is his first World Rapid and Blitz Championship since he became a father, and I feel like it means more, uh,
Yeah.
to Magnus in this sense. And there's going to be this certain, okay, I have to win, from a very different perspective, and that's why I think he has a good chance to win this match. But of course, let's not count out other players. There is Firuja. There is a lot of other players. There's Arjun, who I think are not going to make it easy for Magnus. But yeah, it's a long event.
Yeah, and Samay bhai, our producer, do we have the pairings for round two? Because I see some juicy matchups already. So it would be nice to catch up with them. And chat, whoever's asking the schedule, every 30 minutes we have a game. Hopefully without any delays at the venue. But every 30 minutes we'll have a game, no big breaks in between. So players are expected to have a quick snack or take a break whenever they can after the games are finished. Games start after every 30 minutes.
Absolutely. And by the way, we have two more updates incoming for you, chat. First of all, Nihal Sareen, the dark horse, has lost his first round. against Daniel Sapenov with the
Ooh,
black pieces. And secondly, now this is good news. First, the bad news, now the good news. Gautam Krishna has won his first match against Ivan Zemlyansky, Rakesh bhai.
that's a big one. I mean, two very young, talented players, both born in 2010. So that's very nice matchup there. And Gautam Krishna, who just did he play again B3 or B6? He was a find
Oh,
of the rapid tournament on day one. Let's have a look there.
this is the position. I would be. Oh, actually, the pawn is on B7. He
Oh,
didn't
so he
play.
didn't.
He
He
played.
didn't.
He played French.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think he went into French, but I think he's back to his playing mainstream theory. But I think he's gonna throw B3 from time to time. But one thing is for sure, Gautam Krishna is proving to be a really difficult fast player for a lot of these guys out here. I think he's really showing up in the faster formats, both in World Rapid and in World Blitz. I mean, taking down Zemlyansky with the black pieces is no joke. Zemlyansky is,
Yeah.
of course, I think 15 or 16 years old himself. And he recently became a grandmaster, very close to being, a 2600 player as well. This is a player who who should be 2650, 2700 very, very soon. So this guy is no joke.
And you also played him recently, I think. So how did that go there?
Oh, I played him twice. I contributed to
Mhm.
both of his grandmaster norms. First time we drew the match in the final round, and it was a very
Mhm.
long game. And the second time he crushed me with the white pieces. Basically, it was like it was a game where we had no chance, where I had no chance in the entirety of the game. He was playing pretty fast there as well. So this guy's no joke.
I mean, speaking of no jokes, I would like to put in a joke there because board 54 of round two, where the pairings are out on chess results, we have Gautam Krishna taking on Adhiban Sahaj. Do you think he goes 1b3 against the cowboy himself?
Oh, great question. Great question. Chat, do let us know because if you don't play B3 against Adiban, then I mean, what is the point of playing chess? Come on, this is for the culture. You have to do it, right?
Yeah, and check out Adhiban's B3 course if you haven't yet on Chessable. I think it's one of the best selling courses, and I think Sahaj, we both have had a look. Quite fun to also check it out, like study it and play it from time to time.
Of course, of course. I actually was a manager at Chessable during that time, and this was my first course that I actually looked at everything. This was the course where I worked on the most from the Chessable side. So this one is quite close to my heart. By the way, we have another very interesting pairing incoming on board six. Pranesh is playing against Fabiano Caruana. I think
I
we will
think
have camps
that's
for that as well.
yeah. We have camps for the first top nine boards, but yeah, Pranesh versus Fabi can be one of those upsets boards. We already saw, Wesley So has drawn. Aronian and Duda were the two big casualties, and Draken as well. And Draken, a former world blitz champion, I think. No, 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 medalist for sure.
Medalist, yes. And yeah, I was also David Anton plays against Dubov. Sanal Wahab plays against Firuja. Anton Gujaro, we already looked at that. Nodirbek plays against Pankratov Pavel. Pranesh against Fabi. And Chigayev Maxim plays against Arjun Erigaisi. So big day. I'm trying to see if there's any um interesting matchups here. Hans plays against Konstantin. Okay, Hans is back in the top 10 boards. So gonna be an exciting day. Are the players already there?
Saj, also look at the top of the screen. Magnus Carlsen takes on Hawk Howard, both from Norway. So that's going to be a nice derby there with a very, very young player from Norway. How does Magnus face, what does Magnus do against him? It'll be interesting to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. Gonna be an exciting second day. Which match is the most exciting to you, Rakesh bhai?
I think this one we can definitely keep an eye out. Magnus versus Havard, because remember, all games are also broadcasted on Norwegian TV. And so it's a very nice holiday season in Norway, and people in Norway can enjoy some chess with Magnus playing. But also, Pranesh versus Fabi is, I think, my star board for this round. How about you?
I think we are sort of looking at the star boards in the sense where the upsets can potentially
Correct.
happen. right?
Correct, correct.
So
Yeah,
if I had to
exactly.
look at where is the highest probability of an upset, I know
Mhm.
Pranesh personally, and I think that board, Pranesh is no joke when it comes to faster formats. He's an absolute machine. So I think that board is where my eye would be the most. But coming back to the match of Magnus versus Havard, it must be so difficult to play Magnus as a Norwegian player. I mean, it's difficult to play Magnus overall, but as a Norwegian, it must be even harder. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not easy. And we see Awad was born in 2010, so just like a couple of years ago before Magnus became the world champion. So he kind of always growing up, he's looked up to Magnus. So it's going to be a very, very nice game for Awad, memorable for sure. As we see Arjun Erigassi versus Maxime Chigaev have taken their seats, and I think they played in the rapid, right? They drew in the rapid section.
Yes,
So
yes,
a nice rematch here.
absolutely. And of course, we have Hans going against Constantin Pereira. So a very, very exciting matchups overall. Players are already on the board. We'll have liftoff for you guys very, very soon. Let's see who is going to win. Now, Magnus has just gotten up on. Oh, of course. The Blitz mode is on when you take off your blazer, yeah?
Course, we saw that he did it again. Hans, it also when he took off his, that was a nice power statement. But we'll have lift up very very soon. Taj, any any other boards that you see for an upset? A juicy match, by the way, is also Gukesh versus Lorenzo Lodici. We'll
Ooh,
keep an eye
interesting.
out there as well.
Of course, we'll keep an eye out there too. Gukesh playing with the white pieces, and let's remind everyone: Lorenzo Lodici was the sort of the hero or the dark horse of the World Cup, where he was one of the only players who was 2500s, and he kept fighting towards the very end. He took out many strong players in the process, and now he goes up against the world champion. This will be a very exciting match as well.
Yeah, I'm just checking if the stream is going good. Like if we chat, I think we have some lag.
Absolutely,
Or
we
we
have
have
liftoff
liftoff.
by the way.
Karo
Karo
Khan.
Khan on the board. Goes knight f3 and knight c3. Oh, knight f3 and d3. If you take the pawn, then we're going to go into an end game. I think Magnus is okay with that. Does he take the pawn? He does not. Bishop g4 takes on f3, and now e6 is a good move here. Yep. Generally, your knight is on c3 in these positions, and black gets this crucial tempo by going d4 and kicking your knight back to b1. So that's a nice little nuance for Magnus, that knight is already on b1, so there is no d4 incoming with a tempo.
Yeah, that's a very nice point, Serge. And also to point out, a producer is telling us that there is some issues on YouTube, but we should be good on Twitch or other platforms. So we'll try to get back quickly. Sorry, chat. I mean, we are doing our best. There's a YouTube issue currently. But coming back, Saj, another juicy pairing that I see below is also the battle of generations in Vasily Ivanchuk versus Faustino Oro.
Oh, wow.
So,
So this is the current position between Ivanchuk and Faustino Oro. Do you think Faustino scores another win? Actually, a question for you,
mhm.
Rakesh. Right? What do you think Fausti's final score is going to be going to the after the 13 rounds? I think he is the guy we really have to watch out for. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in top 10 when we finish the day.
I think a good, solid 7.5 or 8 is what I feel. And leaders will be around the 9, 9.5 or 10 mark, probably.
Oh wow, wow! So big words there by Rakesh. I think Fausti, and I think I agree with you there as well, because Fausti is young, he's ambitious, he's really really fast. Of course, he wants to become the youngest grandmaster in the world. He's super close, has about 2 months left to make his final norm. Let's see if he can make a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
He
Bishop
goes
G4.
Bishop
Let's
G4.
let's go back to one of the board sides with the cameras. I think let's check out Pranesh versus Fabi as well, because that's an interesting matchup.
Oh, there we go. Fabi
Uh,
has just played a good move with
ooh,
Bishop G5. offering the trade of the bishops. Pranesh goes b4. By the way, let me tell you guys that Pranesh is an extremely fast player. That's one of his best sort of skills. So that makes him a really dangerous player when it comes when it comes to faster formats. Plays f3, much better position against Fabi.
Looks like he's clearly better. F3, bishop takes, bishop, rook recaptures. The knight has to go back, but I love this knight on b6. It's kind of like clamping down black's major pieces there and looking like our prediction of an upset might be coming true, Saj.
Absolutely. 10 taken, by the way. This has already happened on the board. And now Fabi has to answer the question, where does he move the knight? He goes to g5, and now c5 can be a potential possibility, but not right now because black can go d takes c5. Actually, you can play it right now because takes, you have d6. Let's go.
Is
Does he
this
see it?
possible? And Anish moves the rook across. He's a calculation machine. But this game, I think heavy favorite is Pranesh. While Saj, you might analyze, I'm also keeping an eye out on some other interesting positions.
Absolutely, absolutely. He
Really?
goes rook c3, by the way. So he has the right plan. He wants to play c5. If you take, I go d6 and b takes c5. Goes f5 and now goes c5 as well. f4. Wow, this game is really heating up. Not really sure which direction is going to go to, but for now, Pranesh looks a bit better on the clock and off the clock as well. This knight c4, by the way, great move. I think we are back now on YouTube.
Oh, awesome, awesome. We are back, chat. So do let us know any interesting games that chat can see, and we can quickly hop over there.
Which game?
No, I'm just checking. Can we go to Pablo Salinas versus MBL? Because the former Blitz champion is busted. MBL completely lost thread. He's just a piece down for zero compensation.
Yeah, where did the piece go? This looks very, very bad for MVL. I think he's about to lose. This game is pretty much over. But yeah, great find there. Um, a big upset incoming on this board. Shall we switch to another board? Maybe this is basically over.
Yeah, can we just quickly go to the point where he lost the piece? Or
So
to
it
check that out
happened like
quickly?
somewhere here in this position. Knight h5, black goes short castle. Now knight takes e5 was missed by him. I think he was thinking knight g7, knight takes f3 happens
Oh,
with a check. He takes on e5, bishop takes, knight takes e5. If bishop e5, there was rook e5, and then knight f6
yeah.
check. It was a miss. It's
Big
sort of an
win for
oversight by
the
MVL.
big win for the Chilean Grandmaster. Saj, let's quickly jump into Ali Reza's game because he is completely lost. Ali Reza Firuza is going down against Wahab Shanal and has only 10 seconds.
Ooh, this is not looking good. He has 7 seconds on the clock, but let's
Can we
not
go
forget
full screen, please?
Ali Reza becomes more dangerous when he has less time on the clock. Can we go full screen on this?
Yeah, Rook B8 played 9 seconds for Ali. Wahab Shanal I think he played G3. 3 seconds.
Yep,
Ali
cementing
Reza has
his
got to go.
king side structure. Black goes queen c8.
No, so Rook B8, D4, CD, Knight D4. I think those were the moves. Not sure if the DGT is catching up.
No,
Knight
not
E6,
yet.
Queen E6, ED6, Queen C8 again. And the rook is on D8. Hold on. Add Rook A D1 and Rook D8, Rook B D8, and we are good.
No, queen, but rook has to go here. White's
Yeah. So
rooks
you
are
can
here and
no.
here.
The Rook
Sorry,
A D1.
just trying to bring up the position like this. He goes, the queen is on d7. Okay, I got it. It's like this. This is the current position right now. He goes queen f2.
Yeah, but the rooks are on D1 and E1 edge, so it's a
Ah,
mess.
okay. It's a mess. Yeah, never mind. I think, yeah, not really sure how to bring this up.
Okay,
Shall we go to
but
another
big
board maybe?
news. Yeah, let's go to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Max Nepo, about to win. He is threatening checkmate in one on both three.
Oh, this is GG. Bishop f8. This bishop takes f6 hanging.
Mm-hmm.
If yeah, that's it. He loses the piece. Plays d4. Yeah, he just resigns. Nepo has advanced to, well, he scores 2 out of 2. And with that, oh, by the way,
Edge,
Nodirbek.
let's. Mm-hmm.
Nodirbek, huge blunder. Nodirbek is in deep trouble against Ponkratov Pavel with the white pieces. He's dead lost.
This is completely over. Pavel Poncrato about to beat the former world rapid champion. And even Fabi is completely winning against Pranesh. Let's head over there to see how Fabi just sacrifices his rook and his GG. This is game over there.
Is it game over though? How are you delivering a
Check.
checkmate here? Because if you go bishop f3, you have queen g2 check. I have just queen d2
But
or
Queen
queen
h3 check
e3.
picks up the knight.
Ah, queen e3 perhaps then. I'll keep an eye on this.
Aha. Oh. Pranesh
Oh,
fighting back.
beautiful. King h7, there's knight f6 check. And then I give a
Mhm.
repetition.
Oh,
Let's push the
camera is
pawn now.
trying to catch up. You see MBL walk by. He has lost there.
Players are just playing on instinct at this point.
Arjun is completely winning against Maxim Chigaev, so that's nice. But checking about. Oops.
Is it tablash? I think it's tablash.
Yeah, this looks like a draw now. Nice save by both players who were lost at some point. So can I quickly jump into Magnus? He is much better. Finally, 10 seconds for Magnus, 5 seconds for Howard.
Just going there very quickly. This is the current position. Magnus is completely winning against Harvard.
Yeah, he's a easy
Piece
piece
up.
up. New queen incoming.
Yeah, you can see from the body language he has already accepted. And there it is. He resigns. Magnus is on 2-on-2. Perfect
Wow.
score so far.
Nice start, and it's always nice for Magnus to have a Norwegian top player as well. As we see, Arjun has also won. He's beaten Maxim Chigaev. The favorites moving to 2-on-2. A few upsets there with. Oh, wait. Firusha won somehow. This is crazy. We
You know,
try to
I've
go this to see
I've
first
told
if
you
any
this. By the
active
way,
games
look
are
at
there.
this. Abhimanyu Puranik defeating Artemiev. Let's head on to there.
Oh,
Board
yeah.
11.
Let's go there. This is 2 pawns up. And Artemiev having a dream run in getting his first World Rapid medal. And with this, not the ideal start in the Blitz, though.
Absolutely. Goes rook b4, rook b6 check. Artemiev did fantastic in the rapid section of this event. But here, Blitz is a completely different animal. Oh, rook f6 check. Blunder. Takes on f3.
Uh-oh. This was bad. He
Oh
loses it.
no, that's a draw. This endgame is a draw. He takes on f3. I think he thinks he can win here. He does have practical chances, but let's see if Artemiev can hold on with less than 10 seconds on the clock.
I think it's Blitz, so anything can happen. F4. Check incoming.
Let's give a
Uh-oh.
check. Oh, this is also hanging.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
draw
yes.
now.
Artemiev holding on a draw here. I think this is basically over.
GG.
Oh, he plays on. He plays knight d6. Okay, but this is a draw. Yeah, you take it, and that's it.
Sedge, can we quickly jump into Pragnananda's game because he is busted against Dennis Maknev.
Absolutely. I'm just going to refresh my board here because not able to see all the games. Here we go. Prag is, much worse. Basically lost against Dennis McNev. Bishop versus
Yeah,
knight
poor.
scenario. This is a great example of why the bishop is stronger than a knight when pawns are on both sides of the board, because the bishop can not only look on one side but also defend the other side. And that's it. Makhnev wins and Prag loses his first game in the World Blitz Championship.
Nice win by Dennis there. By the way, do we have any active games, Sedge?
I think the games
Or
are finished.
mhm. Someone playing a rook bishop versus rook or something? Or no? I don't think.
No, and not yet. It's too early in the day, yeah? But that will happen.
For sure, too early in the day. And this producer G, if we do we have the results or so there we have it, Sedge. Round 2 of the World Blitz Championship. Magnus Carlsen beating his compatriot Ali Reza, who was down and out, made a heroic comeback to show he's still got it, and that's why he's rated 2800. Nepo duo getting easy wins. Nordenbeck, the big casualty of the game of this round. Pranesh and Fabi making a nice draw. Arjun winning by Jinshi also losing to Vorotnik and Sej. Overall, MVL and Nordenbeck the big casualties of this round.
Yep, I think two upsets are the way. I think in the first round, also on the top 10 boards, we saw two upsets, and on the second round as well, there's two upsets. Think from the next round onwards, we can't really call them upsets because the players are close
Mm-hmm.
enough and it is Blitz. So anything is possible, anyone can lose. So chat, do keep an eye on these games, and it's fun. It's gonna be fun.
It's super fun. It's very tough, to keep a track of all the games. So, chat, do let us know which game or which player do you like, or some insane game that we missed. So, Sehaj can do a quick 60-second breakdown. There are the standings. I'm not sure it's be 3 points or two. So
Uh,
maybe, yeah. But
yeah, some
Sehaj, I'm
I
getting
think error
news
on that
that
side.
Anish also lost. But on the good notes for Indian fans, Gukesh managed to beat Lorenzo Lodici.
And also, Gautam Krishna defeated Adiban. However, he did not play B3. He went with an English opening.
No,
This was the moment, Gautam. You had to go B3. Come on, against the beast himself.
true that there was his chance there, and whew. Oh, Nihal's game is still going on. Who started with a loss? Let's quickly jump in. Maybe it's like a. Oh, I think it's a DGT error. No way, the game is still on.
Yeah, and also, why would there be such a big difference? I'm guessing it's a digital error. But
But
on the
can we
cameras,
go?
we can see
Yeah, 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 exactly.
if can we go full screen on this camera, just so we can see if where they're
And
looking
zoom
at.
in. Is it Nihal Sareen though? Mm, No, I don't think it's Nihal. Maybe some other game that's going on in Nihal's game just has a DGT error. But said what an amazing round overall. I'm quickly checking. Nihal won the game, so the game is definitely over. As we see on chess results, one result still pending. Said it's the perfect time to check in on our women section as well to see who is any. Do we see any upsets there?
So in the women's section, we have trying to take a look. Um, I'm just gonna try and refresh the screen to see what the current updates are. And there we have it. So Tan Zongi has defeated Corey Desi with the black pieces. Lagno defeats Anastasia Bodnaruk, the former world rapid champion. Humpy defeats Shvedova. Irina drew. Alexandra Kostyanyuk drew. Ekaterina Atalik lost to Zujaner. Vaishali drew to Nino Batsiashvili. Nino Batsiashvili has been in spectacular forms, especially with GCL and now this event as well. Polina Shuvalova defeated Padmini Raut. Harika lost to Afruza Khamdamova. And Divya defeated Zhang Lanling. So basically, two Indian players in the women's section, I feel, are on 2 out of 2, as far as I can tell. And those two players are Humpy and Divya. And Savita Shri
Nice,
as well.
nice start as well. Two-time World Blitz champion women's World Blitz. Bisara has drawn her game. And what did Goryachkina do after her draw? I think she has won. Okay.
Yeah, I think she's back. So, sorry about that. There's four Indian players on perfect score. Sorry, just the matches are happening so quickly. It's very hard to keep track of
Mhm.
so many games at the same time, but doing our best. But yeah, there is one game that is still remaining on that side. And by the way, there we see the standings for the open section. They are updated. You can see Magnus on 2 points. However, I still think there is a problem with this list because Magnus was playing against Marco Materia in the first round itself. So I don't think they both of them would have full score. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Still
please
not
do check
updated.
that out.
And said you can also maybe check out WhatsApp until then while we see we have very, very crucial game coming up in round three. I'm trying to see do we have the pairings? Not yet. Not yet. Edge is okay. All games are finished. So games start every 30 minutes. So chat, do let us know about any interesting game that you saw or something, a big blunder that we missed. because we can take it up and cover it in this break. We get around 10 to 12 minutes of break every time, so would be nice to check that out. Gukesh's game chat is saying, says you want to have a quick look there.
Absolutely. I think this is the nice way to sort of manage everything. I think during the games it's difficult, but later on we have this break. We can go through all the games and walk through all the actions of so that nothing is missed, from any board there. Gukesh has gone with c4, e6, knight c3, b6, and e4. Okay, English opening, bishop b7, and he goes knight f3, c5. Kramnik variation apparently. White goes g3, knight c6, bishop g2, and e5. So this is an interesting move by Lodici because usually when white's knight is on e2, you try to play d3 and f4, and this is why the e5 is not a good move. But when white's
Yeah.
knight is on f3, then e5 is a good move because now you can no longer play f4, you can no longer play d4. But in this specific scenario, the computer really doesn't like Lodici's choice here. Let's see what happens. He goes short castle, g6,
Mhm.
d3. Okay, so far logical moves. Bishop develops a3 and now knight g7. Now note that Lodici doesn't go for knight f6 himself. He wants to keep the option of f5 alive, and this is sort of the imbalance. Black's knight on e7, white's knight on f3. Black can play f5, white cannot play f4. That's the difference. He goes rook b1, trying to break open from the queen side. Short castle happens, b4, d6, and now knight d5. Wow, I think very clinical game, I think, by Gukesh so far. Bishop c8, bishop g5 happens, provoking the golden pawn. He plays f6, brings the bishop back to e3, and now, okay, black's position is slightly weaker. Goes bishop e6, takes, takes, and a4, trying to again expand on the queen side, maybe an a5 break on the cards. Queen d7 happens, knight d2, trying to go knight b3 and a5, and also keeping the option of f4 alive. Knight d4, the first mistake, and now I think he pounces a5, already breaking the harmony of the structure. Black takes, and now this pawn on c5 is now weak. Plays knight b3. One pawn can only be defended. Goes rook c8, takes the pawn. Rook b8, takes, and look at this. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, and now chat. I was going to ask you the move, but the blue arrow showed us already. The move is knight
Mhm.
c6, and now he just captured the exchange and okay, won the game very convincingly afterward. I would say a very convincing game by Gukesh, not only on the board but on the clock as well. He never went below the 2 minute mark.
I mean, what a game by the world champion there. Very, very well done. And yeah, someone in chat is telling us we also have 11-year-old Charvi Anil Kumar from India, who is also 2-on-2 in the women's section. So she is kind of like the Fausti Oro in the women's section. So very, very strong, talented player. Crossed 2300 as well recently. So definitely someone to watch out for. And Sahaj bhai, with that,
Bhai,
we have the round three pairings.
just because you mentioned Chavi's name, I just in Chavi's game, but this was
Charvi,
beautiful.
Charvi, bhai. Char,
Charvi or
Charvi,
Chavi? Charvi, okay.
Charvi, bhai.
Charvi, and she checkmated with the white's king on e3, very close to the center. It was a very beautiful position. But yes, let's go to the pairings. What is happening? What is the juicy matchups, Rakesh bhai?
We have the pairings, Samir bhai, because lots of interesting matchups.
So
We see Daniel Dardha versus Magnus Carlsen. Arjun versus Tabatabai is going to be a fire game. And as well as I think I see Nils Grandelius and Nepomniachtchi as well.
yeah. Um, so Daniel Darda plays against Magnus. We already announced that.
Mhm.
Arjun plays against Amin Tabatabai. The Nicolas Theodorou plays against Botnik. Firuja goes against Ibarra Jerez Jose Carlos. Grandelius versus Nepo. Dubo versus Mohammad Muradli. And Yakuboev Nodirbek versus Hans. That's going to be an interesting one. And look at this. We have an all-Indian match between Bharat Subramaniam and Ronak Sadhwani. Ronak on 2 out of 2, by the way, making a comeback.
Yeah. And
And
on the. Mhm.
And one more game, which I really think we should focus on, is the match between Gukesh and Sklokin Sergey. Because let me remind everyone, if you guys don't know this, in the World Rapid Championship, Sklokin gained a whooping 250 points in the
No
rapid
way.
section. So yes, and I know this guy because I have played him in one of the Budapest events, and he is no joke when it comes to faster formats. He can be very, very dangerous. So we need to keep a very close eye on this match because Gukesh, I think, not in the this is might not be the most ideal pairing.
But the world champion versus the youngster from Russia, it would be a nice matchup. We'll definitely keep an eye out. But nice to see Gukesh slowly picking up those wins and those points, and he might be on three after this one. So we'll definitely have an eye out there. What are your thoughts on Magnus Carlsen taking on Belgium number one Daniel Darda?
It's Magnus. That's my answer. That's just, yeah, I feel like enough said. I think Magnus is
True.
going to go for a win there, but yeah, yeah, it's Magnus. I don't
Yeah.
see Magnus sort of dropping a point until round five, round six. I feel like he's gonna have a dream run in the first half of the event, at least, first half of day one, at least 5 out of 5, 6 out of 6, and then okay, he's gonna make a draw against someone. That's my take. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is like easy pickings for him so far. He's not going to slow down until he plays a big gun or he makes like a big blunder. As we see the players re-entering the playing hall, action should begin in the next 3 or 4 minutes. We should have lift off. And what an exciting event this has been.
It's going to be an exciting day indeed. We have round three incoming for everyone. Players sort of getting their spot on the table. Let's see what's going to happen as we go into liftoff. I think I'll stick to Darda versus Magnus for the cameras. But any other match that you find interesting here, Rakesh?
I think that's about it. Which and also Pranav Anand versus Rappo can be like another one where we can have keep our eyes out. Fabi versus Puranik is also a nice one, but really love to see the emotions and the reactions of the players. So the top nine boards is where we'll try to show our most love to see the reactions as well. But Gukesh versus Sklokin, definitely a game for the ages.
Oh, yes, for sure. I think anytime I think a youngster plays against, well, it's difficult to not call Gukesh a youngster because he's still, what, 20 years old. But, chess is a young man's game. And whenever a youngster plays against let's say an experienced player, it is a treat to watch. And I think for me, that matches Gukesh versus Klokin on this one. Any match that you would like to keep an eye on, Rakesh? And the chat, of course. Any match that you think is super interesting here?
Yeah, I think, like I said, Arjun's game is also going to be very, very interesting here. But by the way, chat was asking us what's a good score for getting into the top four knockout, or what happened last year. Like we all to give chat a quick recap, they played like 13 games of Blitz, and then we had a quarterfinal, semis, and a final which never ended, and then Carlson and Nepo shared gold for the first time said. So this time we have 19 rounds. So it's going to change the whole strategy and the whole score. But according to you, Saj, you've been there playing lot of events. What should be the score of the top four players at the end of 19 games?
Um, I would say that's a very difficult question, but
I know.
it's with 19 rounds, you don't really have much of a metric here. But 14 and a half, 15, something like this. What do you think? Or is that too high?
Too low, I think.
It's too low. You think it's going to be more?
Yeah, probably.
Hmm. Interesting. To be in the top four or to win the event?
Just in the top four.
I think 14, like 14 and a half, 15, I think is quite fair for me. What do you think, chat?
Yeah, chat, do let us know. I mean, yesterday in 13 rounds, Magnus scored 10 and a half. So, yeah, I think 15 or 16 out of 19 should guarantee you a place in the top four, I think. Yeah, chat also think 15 and 16.
Yeah,
That's
15
a
and
fair
16, I
score.
think would be fair, I think, for me as well. There we
Yeah, and
have Daniel Darda waiting for his opponent. Every
I,
time that Magnus doesn't show up on the board, it reminds me of that video where Magnus is showing up with half a minute on his clock and then he defeats that 2700 GM. I'm not sure if people
Kovalev.
remember that, but every time Magnus is not on the board, I think of that video and I'm just thinking, is he gonna do it again? Is he gonna do it again?
He might do, and at, at the Budapest Olympiad, he also cycled his way through the Budapest traffic to have come like 15 minutes late to the playing hall. So he's done all sorts of things.
Oh yes, oh yes. And we'll have liftoff for you guys very, very soon. Let's see. People are saying 19 on 19 on chat. I promise you that is not
Oh,
gonna happen. It is Blitz. That would be, I think, like greatest of all time singular performance if someone scores 19 out of 19 in a world Blitz event.
Chad, that is not going to happen for sure.
So I think I'll ask a question to chat. So imagine you're playing against someone, and let's say it's Magnus, and Magnus doesn't show up on the clock, but you see that he's walking, towards the hall, and he's. Do you start the clock or do you not start the clock
I mean, I depends with whom you're playing.
with Magnus?
I don't start out of
I don't
respect.
because it will be worse. Yeah.
I mean, just imagine the memes or reels that will be created after he beats you with 5 seconds left.
Oh yes, and people asking is Darda early or is Magnus late? I think both of those scenarios, but I don't think that we have liftoff just yet. But Magnus is slightly late, it seems, but the matches have not begun yet.
Yeah, none of the matches have begun. Daniel Dadha winning the only game in GCL that gave his team the trophy, the third place in GCL, like they're mentioning. And we have Magnus.
Nice. The goat has arrived. And there we see it. We have liftoff, by the way. On other boards, we have all the boards have sorted. Daniel Dada goes E4. We have Sicilian. Let's go.
Wow, the close Sicilian said, I feel it's going to be a nice attacking game coming from the Belgian youngster.
Oh, amazing. He goes bishop b5, trying to keep this f pawn alive. So that's why he's not going knight f3. And now knight f3, I think, is one of the best moves here. Goes a4. Some interesting prep by the Belgian grandmaster. I think maybe the idea is he wants to go knight e2 at some stage.
Mhm.
By the way, another possibility, Rakesh, is that Magnus could actually be 2900 by the end of this event. That's a
Oh
possibility.
my God. No way.
Yep, he is up. I think he's up around 2 points. That means he's only 17 points away to breaking that 2900. He has done it before. I think he
Yeah,
was
yeah, he has.
2980, if I'm not mistaken, in Blitz. But this will be insane, I think, for him because that's two rating lists that he would have broken 2900 on. Go short castle.
Mhm.
And meanwhile,
What is White's idea going to be like? Attack on the king side?
in Sicilian positions, you either want to play f4 or d4. These are the two moves. So right now, f4 is not likely because your knight is on f3. So the other move is you move the bishop away to f1 and you play d4. And by the way, Darda had just made a mistake which Magnus did not capitalize on, and that was in this position, Black had this beautiful g5. And if you move the bishop to f1 and g4, and now the knight is trapped on f3.
GG's for the knight.
But I think, okay, in Blitz, I think it's possible to make these mistakes. And now G5 is not as effective, presumably because White has D4. He goes bishop F6, tries to put his knight on E7, and also stops White from playing D4. And Darda is adamant. He wants to go D4 in the next move. Goes knight E2.
Knight switches to the king side. Knight h5 incoming for Daniel Dada. Sage, I think it's a perfect time to switch around and have a look at Arjun Erigaisi's game. As chat is asking, very, very interesting opening there against Tabatabai.
Absolutely. This is known as the Vienna opening. and where black gets an extra pawn on c4. And I believe there is no extra pawn anymore because it has been retrieved with this pawn on b5. But Arjun will have a lot of attack on the king side. Particularly, I like this idea of bishop takes h6, which can happen at some point in the game. Perhaps after bishop e4, you can capture back with your queen, put your queen on g4 and go bishop takes h6 type of ideas. And you can maybe even go f4, f5. But what I find troubling here, Rakesh, is that
Mhm.
his time is really low, almost 50-second difference.
I think he's going to capture, yeah, with the queen, transfer the queen. Yeah, just 2 seconds there. If you have the cameras for Dubov board 4, that would be amazing. Dubov definitely pressing though, but I think nice find by Muradli who plays G5 and it's GG's now.
Oh, yes. And
They're
by
going to
the way,
chop off the ball.
can Muradli play for a win here? Wait, knight takes f3 was a win for black, supposedly.
Yeah, Dubov
Can he
will
play for
have
a
to
win?
strike it out. Yeah, I think he can. Magnus and Firuja also looking on.
Oh, yes. Difficult match.
It's tricky.
Can, yeah,
Dubov looks
basically.
relaxed now.
So this is important, chat, that if black goes knight g5, then after bishop takes, basically if you trade the bishop and the knights, it only helps the side who is defending. So if you trade these two, it should be a draw provided your king is on h3. Goes king g2, king f5, and okay, bishop takes f4. Simple chess. Goes king h4.
Clinical.
Simple draw there.
Nice draw by Daniel Dubov. Sehaj, on that note, can we quickly go to world champion Gukesh's board? Because he's still. Oh, he just lost.
Wait,
Can we
what?
check? Yeah. Gukesh just lost. No way. World champion
Oh, he
has gone
was.
down to a 14-year-old.
Wow, I think he made a blunder in time pressure, and I'm kind of curious why he went rook f4 in this position and not rook takes rook. That should be a draw. But he missed bishop g3 and just bishop takes c5, a big
Oh.
oversight by the world champion. And Sklokin Sergey defeats, huge upset for a huge upset for this match. Sklokin is now on 3 out of 3.
Yeah, and born in 2013. So, like, my apologies. The 12-year-old has beaten the world champion. What a big win for him. And do we have the results to check out what happened in all of the top boards there?
Yep. That would be very good to check because um, just to see where all the players are. There we have it. Magnus Carlsen takes down Daniel Darda. Alireza Firuza takes down Jose. Nils Grandelius loses to Jan Nepomniachtchi. So the top three boards are still doing really well. Daniel Dubov draws against Mohammad Muradli. Muradli had that chance towards the end, but didn't find it. And then Dubov didn't give him another one. Arjun Erigaisi takes down Amin Tabatabai. Alexander Bortnik takes down Nicolas Theodoru. Hans and Bouzianzi draw their matches respectively. Haik Martirosyan loses to Pablo Salinas. That's, I think, an upset there because Haik is a higher rated player on paper. And Alexander Grishchuk loses to Denis Mechnev is also a huge result, I have to say, because Alexander Grishchuk, former World Blitz champion, that's an upset.
Yeah, two-time World Blitz champion Christian going down there. And Makhnev, I think he beat Prague and Christian. Now he's having a great run. But I think the star of the round would be Sergei Sklokin, the youngster from Russia, 12-year-old, taking down the world champion. Amazing day, amazing tournament for him so far.
Absolutely. And by the way, in the women's section, we have a galore of upsets because guess what? The top board, Tan Zongi, loses her match against Natalia Buxa. Then Katrina
Oh,
Logno defeats Candela. And then Humpy loses to Umira Omonova. And Zujiner also loses her match. So out of the top four boards, three
wow.
of them on paper, who are the higher seeds, have lost their matches. This is Blitz. Anything is possible.
For sure, anything is possible. And the World Blitz, all of them super strong players. There are a total of 13 games in the open section and 10 games in the women's section today. So it's going to be one of the longest days of this FIDE World Rapid Blitz event. I'm super excited to see who's going to lead at the end of the day in both the sections.
Oh, yes. I think both sort of sections are proving to be a challenge here. I think on the open section, saying Magnus or Firuja is the safer bet. But in the women's section, now
Yeah,
that the top seeds have been dethroned, it is opened up to everybody.
for sure. And chat, yeah, this is your time again. You have the chance to let us know if did any game, any move, any blunder catch your attention, which we missed in the stream, so we can check it out. So do let us know. We are having our eyes on both the chats everywhere. Rapport lost to Pranav Anand. They are saying so. Can we have like a set, just a 30-second look, very
Oh,
quickly,
yes.
like the most important moment of something.
World's most creative player goes against Pranav. I think it was some. Okay, let's actually go through it very quickly. Some Sicilian, Bishop C4 played. Maybe I'll switch the board as well. Because Black, I think, won in this match. Bishop B7, Queen C7, okay, A6, Knight G3, B5, expanding on the queen side. Let's go to the critical moment to see where actually Richard
Mhm.
Rapport made a mistake. So I'm going to make the moves a bit quickly on this side. D5 was the first mistake. I think a pretty logical move. His idea was to sort of activate his bishop after takes takes. But I think the problem is that after takes takes, there's knight b4 and you can lose the pawn on d5 potentially. However, Black didn't go for this. He played actually knight b4, allowing white to go pawn takes pawn, and now knight d4 attacking the e6 pawn. And in the beginning, it looked like Richard Rapport was completely cruising through. However, bishop d2, king h8, takes, rook b4, and d5. And now, oh, every time I have a question for the chat, the blue arrow kind of shows it to us. But there is a brilliance in this position, as shown to you guys. Rook takes b7, which was played by Richard Rapport, the best move in the position, takes and knight e6. And again, looks like he's cruising here. I'm curious to see how he lost in this endgame because it's very, very difficult. Takes on f2, king and queen f2, bishop a5. Wow, this position, Richard Rapport lost. That's actually quite rare. It must be some blunder. So let's go towards the end.
Mhm.
Pose knight f1, queen a1, bishop c4, queen e5. b5 was the first mistake, queen c5, and now the g1 square is up for grabs. Bishop d3 happens. Ah, okay, that's what happened. Look at this, by the way, Rakesh. Black to play.
Wow, Queen F1 94.
Oh, yes.
That was
Beautiful tactic
beautiful.
there. But okay, he
Nice,
missed this, but managed to win regardless. So, big upset there by Pranav Anand.
nice win by there by Pranav. Sedge, can we also have a look at just the last move of Prag's game because people were shouting Prag's name. We couldn't have a look, but a nice finish by the Indian youngster.
Was c4, and look at this. He takes on e6, rook takes e6, and knight takes f7. That's what happens in the end. So Prag advances to 2 out of 3, recovers well after his loss against Denis Maknev, and he's back.
Yep. Also checking any other games. Chat, do let us know that there is some issue on YouTube in the Asia region for all live streams. So, uh, sadly, not able to do anything there.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually reading up about some lag incoming, by the way, in the Asian region. But yeah, hopefully it can be fixed. I think it was lagging earlier as well during the match. But okay, I think it's gonna happen. Yeah, some YouTube issue. Oh yes,
Yeah.
oh yes. So we're just waiting for the round 4 pairings. By the way, we do have. Oh, by the way, Rakesh, Magnus
Mhm.
versus Yavokir Sendarov.
Oh my God,
I think we have
this is
our main matchup
huge.
for round 4. Let's go, boys. And by the way, Buddy plays against Arjun on board 5 as well. So two really, really important matches incoming, chat.
And I think what a fire pairing there. Fourth round, and already the big guys are about to face off, Sedge.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. But I have to say, for me, Magnus versus Javokir is the match to be looking, forward to. You have the most recent World Cup winner, candidate player, going against the goat of chess. Let's go. This is going to be really exciting. Magnus taking the white pieces. Question to you, Rakesh. Who's the favorite? It's Blitz.
Magnus for sure.
Chat, what do you think? I would love to see your input on this, but I don't think actually Magnus is a heavy favorite here. I think Javokir has really I think he can be an extremely tricky player in faster time controls. I'm taking Javokir on this one. Let's go.
Oh, wow. You think so? It's like world number one versus World Cup winner. Magnus Carlsen takes on Jawahir Sindarov. Also a candidate, so big statement there. And Jawahir, who picked and also beat Magnus many times in the freestyle event in South Africa earlier this month. So I know it was not like chess from the start, but definitely helps you to be confident against Magnus.
Absolutely, and also Javokir was playing in the Global Chess League as well, and he was one of the key players, for his team. And I think he's also in full form. That time format with 20 minutes and no increment was also kind of favoring him a lot. So I really think this is a tough match for Magnus here. Going to be super exciting. Oof, I'm taking Javakir on this one. And I'm seeing on the chat as well that a lot of these fans are looking at Javakir as well.
Oh wow, let's go. I mean, definitely it's the Uzbek fans and other fans that he gained after his World Cup triumph. But he's become a star in Uzbekistan, and we have the Chess Olympiad next year in Uzbekistan as well. So the
Oh, yes.
Uzbekistani and Kazakhstani chess has really grown in the last couple of years.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. And by the way, we have another interesting match, which is Pranav Anand, who just won his match, is playing against Richard Rapport. We just saw the game. He's playing against Volodar Murzin, the former World Rapid champion. I think it's day one for Volodar Murzin for being the former World Rapid champion, but still, that's also a very interesting matchup incoming.
Yeah, that's how quickly life comes at you, Saj. Any other interesting matchups below the full score players?
Of course,
Pranesh
they're
versus
all
NBL is a big one.
I think, of course, all the players playing on full score. All of these matches are interesting. For example, there's Nepo versus Alexienko, both being former candidate players. Buddy playing against Arjun. By the way, to the global chat, Buddy is V Pranav. We call him Buddy here. He goes against uh, Arjun. Alexander Botnik plays against Pablo Salinas. Dennis Maknev against Lu Shangle. Jordan versus Bharat Subramaniam and Salim Saleh versus Sklokin. I think Sklokin, you cannot count him out yet because he's been the player. He has defeated the reigning world champion with with the white pieces just in the previous round. He must be feeling super confident. He's playing against the UAE's number one player, Salim Saleh. That's going to be an interesting match as well.
For sure. And big shout out to Sergey because he's the only FIDE master on 3 out of 3 points.
Oh, I mean, for sure, he's not the strength of a FIDE master. I played him around, I think, 4 or 5 months ago, and he was on the verge of making a grandmaster norm, which he missed, I think, by just half a point or 1 point, something like this. So he's not the strength of a FIDE master, that is for sure. I think in the Blitz section, we are getting two players. One is Denis Makhnev and the other is Sergei Sklokin, who are sort of, having or scoring upsets after upsets against stronger chess players. So we'll keep an eye on these two players.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Gautam Krishna also having a great event so far. 2.5 out of 3. And any other? Hari Krishna, this Pokratos is also going to be a nice one. And do you know this player who is playing Nodir Abdul Sattar Sahaj? Khong Da Dai Dao. 2438 IM from Vietnam. He's having a dream event with 2.5 out of 3.
Amazing, amazing. But I think I'm most pumped, Rakesh.
I
Sorry
know,
to,
I know.
I'm most pumped about Magnus versus Jabok here because I would really like to see how this match unfolds. Because for me, I think Jabok here is right up there when it comes to faster formats.
Mhm.
Can we do a poll, by the way, on this or no? Is it possible?
I mean, if I think we can. AK, if you're watching, can we do a poll on Chavokir versus Daro? I mean, sorry, Chavokir versus Magnus. I think it would be like somewhere. I mean, I would love to see actually what chat thinks.
So would you rather do
And
this, or would you rather do what about Magnus versus Carlsen?
no, no, I mean, I am Team Magnus, you are Team Javakir. So we'll see how it goes. Here are the pairings again if you wanted to check it out. And more importantly, Saj, it's going to be 13 rounds of chess in the open section. Remember, top four players will play the semis at the end of 19 rounds. So, what do you think is an ideal score after at the end of day's play?
End of
What is
today, you
Magnus
mean?
eyeing? Yeah, yeah, end of days
Magnus.
today.
So basically, you're asking me what is going to be Magnus's score when he finishes the
Pretty
day.
much, pretty much.
I think 11, perhaps 11 and a half, maybe 11. Yeah, that's more or less fair. Um,
Mhm.
maybe
Yeah,
a
he
couple
did
of draws,
10.5 out of
but I
13.
think it's very hard for anyone to finish this event with zero losses. So I think everyone will have at least one loss.
Got it. Yeah. And we do have the poll on Twitch. Thanks, AK, for sharing that. 75% say Magnus wins, 14% say draw, and 11% say Sindaro wins.
Ooh, 11%. I like those odds. I'm gonna go with Javokir regardless. I think this is right up there. By the way, we can see the players going to their seats, getting ready for round four. Oh, it's gonna be a tough one.
For sure. I think, or we might also see some blunders at the very end of the day because it's really tough to play 13 games of Blitz in a day. Especially, it's going to be like 7 hours of chess overall.
Oh, maybe. I mean, considering the breaks and all of that, I think it's maybe a bit more in that sense. And then let's not forget, even in Blitz, there is going to be that someone who plays Rook Bishop versus Rook, or Rook
Yeah,
FNH Pawns, Rook Knight versus Rook. With all maybe, and I think from my experience, the end games that last the longest are Queen Pawn versus Queen. So if you see any Queen
yes,
endings, they will last extremely long. We saw this in the rapid segment as well. Um, so yeah, I think a lot of chess stamina is going to be key towards the end.
for sure. We'll have liftoff in around 2 minutes. Remember, games start every 30 minutes, and so it's going to be an exciting clash. Jaokir or Carlson, let us know. Spam those names in the chat if you haven't already. That any other juicy matchup you see on the camera boards for us?
On the camera boards, I think all of the matches are good, but I would really like to keep a close eye on Buddy versus Arjun. That's, I think, a
Yes,
pretty
for sure.
interesting match. Um, yeah, by the way, both Pranavs from India are doing pretty well, both on basically full score so far.
Yeah, both were also, reserve players in the GCL and they wanted some practice. So we organized like a small exhibition tournament for them with Dubov and Jose Martinez. Jose won that match. So really nice to see the players playing well as we see Arjun greet Pranav. Going to be an exciting one, especially the Indian fans are going to want this game, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. And they were also, I mean, during the Global Chess League, they were also playing basically I think it was Bug House with all the views because both of them are called Pranav and they were just having Bug House matches against everybody. So it was kind of yeah, interesting. But we'll see what happens as the players are ready. Let's go to, I think, board one between Magnus and Javokir Sindarov. That is the main matchup. The real question is Magnus on the board? And no, he's not.
I don't think so. Yeah, there we see Sindaro eagerly waiting for Magnus. We should have liftoff in like a minute, like under 60 seconds.
Absolutely. I think that's fair. Um, so yeah, let's see what happens. Magnus playing with the white pieces. There we have handshake. What's gonna be the first move?
Pawn to e4. Chat, do
Come
let us know
on.
what do you think? Is it going to be the king's pawn or the queen's pawn opening?
I, just looking at the games of Gautam Krishna and chat to everyone watching, if you haven't seen those games, do check it out. He played in the World Rapid Championship. And in the first day, all he did was play b3 as white and b6 as black. And he played amazingly, actually, despite playing this with the first playing this on the first move. So um I want some juice. I want some masala on the board. Let's have maybe English, something different.
We see Magnus looking for the official confirmation to kickstart the game.
Yes, we're gonna have liftoff extremely soon. I think they're just about to begin their matches.
Then we have
So,
full screen on the players. We'd love to capture their handshakes as well. We see Magnus Carlsen. And there we have it. E4.
E4,
Let's
best
go.
by test. And we have E5. We have Italian opening on the board, Bishop C5, keeping it solid from Javakir's side. He goes short castle. And now black has to go knight f6, I believe. And he goes d6, okay? Sidestepping from mainstream theory. Is he planning f5, Rakesh?
Very much possible there. Nadarov is known for his, attacking openings and he loves to fight. One thing we saw at the World Cup, he was never taking these early or agreed draws. He just loves to play chess and just plays till the end. So I don't think he'll back down from playing f5 even against the world number one.
Oh, yes. He goes d3. And maybe I think he's keeping the option of f5 alive. He goes h6. Wait, I think something interesting
Uh-oh.
is happening here. Some g5 plan. He's not playing knight f6.
Yes.
That's a tell. That must be a tell.
And he looks still in his prep. He's ahead by 25 seconds. This is looking great for those big stars.
Okay, he goes a4, putting some pressure on the bishop on b6. Maybe b4 a5 can be his plan later on. Is Sindarov going to play g5 now? By the way, it's quite critical that Magnus doesn't play h3 here. Magnus only plays h3 after black has castled. Because if you play h3 now, then g5 can be deadly.
Yeah, Magnus and he has to castle.
All right, he castles. And now white has to go perhaps rook e1 in the spirit of Italian. Magnus taking his time. 40 seconds difference between these two players. While he thinks, shall we take a quick look at Buddy versus Arjun?
Yeah, let's go. Board four, I think, or board five. Board
Yeah,
four.
it's board 4. And Buddy having some pressure on the d6 pawn. Arjun plays bishop e6, best move in the position, having a 20-second advantage over his opponent. White has to go either knight e3 or he can try to maybe take it slow and go h3. Goes knight e3. By the way, only move here, Rakesh, for black, as shown by the blue arrow, it is d5. And once d5 is played, Arjun is driving the game.
Yeah, Arjun strikes in the center. You'd love to have one of those rooks as well, which eyes the white queen, but he gets his knight back, which isn't the best move. Pranav can take over here, Sir.
Oh, yes, knight d7, bad move. There's knight g5 apparently to keep an eye on the f7 pawn and take on e6
Yeah.
at the right moment. That is the move that Pranav has to go for. But time is really important. Right now, there's almost a 40-second difference between these two players. That's not a great sign in Blitz. Goes bishop a3 to put pressure on the d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's looking really good. Rook d8 played. Maybe he had to play it before Sahid so that he would have solidified that d5 idea. But Arjun, about 40 seconds ahead on the clock. We'll also have a quick look at Nepo versus Kirill Alexyenko Sahaj on board 3, where it looks like Nepo about to go 4 on 4 because I love White's knight coming into d4 now.
D5, I think, is quite an interesting try by Nepo here. Black has to go pawn takes pawn, and then knight d4 is your plan. And maybe you go
Mhm.
pawn takes pawn as well. So according to the bar, the position is equal, but I have to give it to you. I think you are right. Practically speaking, this doesn't look easy for Alexienko to hold. And by the way, as he goes queen b7, now it is Nepo. He has to go h5 in this position, but gonna be a solid fight. He has a 1 minute advantage over his opponent. Let's switch back to the first board between Magnus and Javokir, because
Mhm.
looks like Javokir is putting up a really good fight, and Magnus already very close to under a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not looking ideal for the world number one. And yes, chat, we see your messages. Please keep them coming. Do let us know any interesting moments or blunders, brilliancies. We are reading the chat. We'll have our eyes out for you. So, yeah, back to Magnus versus Sindaro. Magnus about to make a move.
By the
I
way,
think he's going to capture on E5, probably.
Magnus having 40 seconds. That's not the best sign. Javokir on D takes E5. I still think Javokir is taking this one. Goes knight takes E5. Oh, bishop H3. Wow.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Takes on D1, rook D1, bishop E6, and now knight takes B6. Really important for Magnus. Takes it.
plays it. Can we go full screen, please? So you can see the reactions up close. Rook d4 played. He protects the central pawn. This is looking super interesting. I think, chat, all three results possible. Sehaj, are you still going with a Sindaro win?
I think so. I think so. It's just a
Wow.
gut feeling. Can't really explain it, but I think he has a good chance. He can go knight takes E4 here and completely equalize. Knight E4, rook E4, F6 is the move.
And look at the accuracy there at the bottom of the screen, both with 99.3. That just shows how close this game has been. But Sindaro, does he take a risk and go for the win?
Absolutely. Knight takes E4 is the move, but the question is, does Javok here want to go for a draw? Because he can technically go G5 as well and keep the pressure on the
Yep.
board. He takes
Yep.
the pawn. Rook takes
Chat, by
E4
the
is
way,
forced.
without switching the board, Jordan Van for this a former second of Magnus has won his game, and he's the first player to go 4-on-4.
Oh, wow. He defeats Bharat Subramaniam. That's a great result for Jordan. One player on 4 out of 4. Let's stick to this one. See if Magnus, by the way, this
Yeah.
is a very Magnus-like position. So Magnus has
Mhm.
good chances to win here, but let's see if Sindarov can hold this on.
Yeah, and Herschel in chat is saying Zendaro always goes for the win, and yes, he does. But here, with opposite color bishops, is there enough venom for either player, Grandmaster Grover?
I think maybe on the board, perhaps not, but on the clock for sure, I would say. Bishop d5 he goes, attacking the rook. Magnus has to go rook g4 or rook d4. Two possible scenarios here.
And Magnus looks disappointed for some reason. He looks annoyed, brings back the rook. Maybe he missed something.
Oh, rook
Oh,
e7, he missed it. He missed rook e7, and now the g7 pawn is hanging.
Sundar was about to recapture with his other rook. He thought rook e8 was coming, and rook e7. He's in deep trouble. G5 played. Magnus, can he get something here?
He takes on e8, rook takes e8, and now he's going to capture the b7 pawn, and with that, the b6 pawn as well. Maybe a two-result position for Magnus. Very hard to, lose this.
He excels he thrives in such two results position.
Absolutely. Takes on b6, and now rook e6 is possible. Good move there by Sandarov. He has to hold this on. Magnus having 14 seconds on the clock. b3 played. 2 seconds. Rook a6. And now bishop d5 only move. Played. If rook takes a5, you take the pawn on b3. Gives a check.
Great pawn.
Okay,
So
Rakesh. We have to ask again. Do you think Magnus wins this?
yes,
You
I
think
think
so, yeah?
Magnus. He's the goat. He's Magnus Carlsen.
Hmm. I'm not so sure. I feel like Jabakir is going to hold this one, but let's see what happens. By the way, you cannot move the rook from the e file because then rook a7 will be quite dangerous. He's keeping the rook on the e file to sort of block all of these checks along these um,
Yep.
file. If the white rook goes to b6, you go to e6, b7, e7, and so on. Now rook e8, I think, is what he's going to go. Okay.
Pushing
Plays
the
h4.
pawns. If you trade pawns as black, you make your job easier. So Sundaro really trying to get rid of those king side pawns.
Yes, bishop g5. Now g3 check is good enough, I feel, because takes, and there is some rook g6 idea. Oh yeah, rook
Uh-oh.
e5 even. G6. There we go. And I think that's
Yeah.
a draw. By the way, Arjun has defeated Buddy with the black pieces. He moves on to 4 out of 4.
Yeah, Arjun has one. Firuza is also on 4. So is Borotnik. The question is, will Magnus Carlsen be joining them? Or Sahaj, will we see a Rook Bishop versus Rook?
Rook Bishop versus Rook is what I want to see. How you will defend that against the goat of chess. We already saw Arjun defend a Rook
Oh, his king!
FNH pawns.
Magnus's king toppled there. He's trying to bring his king around now. I think we are going to see Rook and Bishop versus Rook for sure, Sahaj.
You think so? Oh, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes. Because he's going to bring the king to b6, move the
exactly.
bishop. Yep, we're going to see a Rook Bishop versus Rook. Grab your popcorn. It's
The
incoming.
question, the question is, can Sundarov defend it? He's still not there. He hasn't won the bishop yet. 6 seconds for Magnus.
King c7 gives a check. And now Rook back to g7, okay? Bishop b7. And all the people saying this is a draw. For Magnus, this is not a draw. He will play this out. Again, I would like to remind you in Rapid, at the end of the first day of Rapid, Magnus played against Arjun with those FNH pawns, and that's also a dead draw, but he kept on playing until the very end to see if his opponent would make a mistake. This is a similar position to that. By the way, can Magnus lose this? Some Rook h7, Rook a8 type of ideas. He goes Rook
Can
before
get,
though.
can get checkmated. His king is in like a bit of a box. Oh, Magnus got to be careful with 5 seconds. Rook d6, big threat.
Yes, Rook b2 gives. Can you give a check on a1? Maybe
Sundarov
Rook
with
g2
five
also
seconds
just works.
now.
You can see both Nepo and Firouzja looking at the match. There is some venom in this position, but Vachier is not giving him the chance. Rook b3 check is the threat.
Uh-oh. The
Oh,
rook's
Rook b3.
checkmated.
Rook b3. That's a draw.
Nice save by Sundarov without going into Rook Bishop versus Rook. Magnus a little bit disappointed, but nice to see them analyzing after the game.
Absolutely. And with that, Ali Reza has won his match. So he goes on to 4 out of 4. Nepo actually drew. And Arjun also won. Bortnik won. And Lu Shangle has defeated Denis Makhnev, by the way. And Jordan Van Forest has defeated Bharat Subramaniam. Sergei Slokin loses to Saleh Salem. So Salem
Edge.
Saleh kind of ends his
Can
run
we
there.
can we quickly go to Gautam Krishna versus Jules Mussard because Gautam. Oh, okay, it's over. It just finished. Gautam
Oh,
with an
wow.
impressive run. He has won yet again.
He is not stopping in first day of Rapid and first day of Blitz. I mean, that's one for the books for him. He has defeated Ivan Zemlyansky, Adiban, Safarli, and Jules Mossad, all 2650 level players.
Wow.
Wow,
Hans
insane.
also lost to Sean Sergeyson, so that's a big upset. Fabiano Caruana has lost to Ralph Mobedo, so he is out. Let's see how our world champion Gukesh did. He
Gukesh has,
won.
he won. Okay, so Gukesh is now on 3, right? He won against Jakub Kosakowski.
Yeah, Gukesh has won. Gotham has won. Hans lost.
So, by the way, we have around 7 players on full score, and amongst them, there are 2 Indian players. One is Pranav Anand and Arjun Erigaisi. Then we have Botnik, Lu Shangle, Salim Saleh, Firuza, of course, and Jordan.
The hedge. You wanted Rook Bishop versus Rook. You got it. Let's go to Wu Zongshi's game where he is playing it out against Nikita Petrov.
Um, Here it is. And by the way, he is winning. This is a winning position because Rook h7
Yeah,
is just, you see the Rook is placed on the wrong square. If the Rook was on a3, then you could play Rook a6 and defend against this checkmate. I think this is checkmate.
yeah. Or also, I think Black resigned here because the moves have stopped coming. They didn't place the kings yet, but we could have had this on Magnus's board as well. But nice defense by. I was impressed how Sindaro defended it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And people are asking, how did Prag do? Prag defeated Akobi and Varuzan with the black pieces, and he advances to 3.5 points.
Mhm. So, another Indian star at 3.5 points is Fentala Hari Krishna, and he won in like 90 seconds or something, just 2 minutes. Can we have a quick look at that game, Sahaj?
Absolutely. This is the match of Hare Krishna. He plays against Pavel Ponkratov. Oh, wow. Look at that final position, though. There's a
Yeah,
checkmate
just the
incoming
final.
and the queen is pinned.
Beautiful.
Nice miniature, yeah. Like, what? How did the opening actually happen? So castle takes c4. Okay, double bishop advantage. I was kind of hoping for that queen sacrifice like he did in the World Cup. If anyone remembers in the chat, that was a beautiful game. I think it was also a nominee for the best game of the year. Queen e1. Let's see how the attack unfolded. Plays f5. Oh wow, g4. Look at this move. g5 takes rook g1. Okay, nice game I think overall.
Nice win
Very convincing.
there. And Hari goes to 3.5 out of 4. That's having a nice event. And chat is saying, look at Arjun's game. It had a funny end. Can you check that out, Sahaj?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Arjun as
Oh,
well.
what? What? No way. Sahaj, what was that? Just one, only
Okay.
one move. Go to the end and just see one move.
What?
Exactly.
What? Oh. Oh,
It's
that's
not a
sad.
D-cheat broadcast error or something.
Oh, that is so sad. I mean, it happens, but that is very sad to happen in, at this stage. Yeah, when you're 3 out of 3 playing on board 4.
In the World Championship also, like
Hmm.
you don't see it.
Wow, just a full queen. Happens though.
I mean,
Happens.
yeah, I think he just forgot about it
Hmm.
and
It
thought, let
has.
me move.
I mean, it happened to Esipenko, if I'm not mistaken, in the World Cup semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken, where he dropped that full rook against Wei. And I
Yeah,
remember it so
yeah.
well because a similar thing happened to me as well a few months ago, where I
Mhm.
also dropped a whole rook. This knight was just capturing on e1, and I still think about it. It does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
Well, people are saying they saw it on camera. It wasn't a DGT error. It doesn't look
Oh,
like it. Yeah.
wow.
Yep. So these are the
Just,
updates. I think we
mhm.
will have. Oh, we have pairings for the next round as well. Oh, Magnus versus Pranav Anand. Amazing.
Wow. That's going to be a big one. We'll have our eyes on that. But maybe we can take a quick break, Sahaj, and before we have round 5 of the FIDE World Cup, FIDE World Blitz Champion. Sorry.
Let's do it.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live for round 5 of the World Blitz Championship.
Absolutely. We have, I think, a match between Magnus and Pranav Anand on board 1. And then we have Firuza playing against Jordan Van Foris. And then Arjun against Salim Saleh. There are, I think, around 6 players or 7 players or so on full score so far. I think Maggie sort of not being in that is a bit of a shock for all of us, but I think he made a goat comeback in the rapid section. So I think he can do the same in the blitz as well. But for now, the big match. What is the main match for you on the pairings as shown on the screen?
I think Arjun versus Salim Saleh, 2 players who love to attack, like Madman versus Gentleman Salem, UAE number 1. That's going to be an exciting one. As well as I think Magnus versus Pranav, we should have our eyes there as well. And at the bottom, I would love to see Daniel Dubov and Ruslan Bonomario as well, if time permits.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, Magnus versus Pranav Anand going to be an interesting one as well. Lu Shangle also against Alexander Botnik is going to be an interesting one as well. You know, Botnik is known for playing Alekhine defense pretty much with the black pieces, especially in Title Tuesdays and other online formats. I saw him play the Alekhine defense in many World Youth Championships as well. That's his go-to opening. Always, just like with Gautam Krishna, the Indian youngster playing B6. Botnik has been doing that for a pretty long time. Going knight f6.
Yes, for sure. And someone tried to ask me, is Gukesh playing? Yes, of course. He is. And I think he's on 3 points. So is Pragnananda and many others. So these are like just our featured matchups. Do you also want to have a quick look at the women's standings or pairings, if possible?
Oh, yes. I think that would be really important. Right now, we have 4 players on full scores. There's Lagno, Umida Omanova, Zarina, and then Carissa Yip. And then Divya Deshmukh is on 3.5. And I believe she's the only Indian on 3.5 so far. And there we see the pairings between all the players at the top boards. Only 4 players so far. Any favorites for you, Rakesh?
I think Katrina Lano, 2-time former Women's World Blitz champion, she was on a full score. But so is Pranav Anand that we see on screen here. Sahez, Magnus Carlsen is here. Remember, Magnus is uploaded because he's on 3.5. Pranav is on 4. But just because we have Magnus assigned to a designated board, that's why he's on board 1.
Absolutely. And he's playing with the white pieces as well. So big match for Pranav Anand incoming. Let's see what's going to happen. Magnus is already on the board with the white pieces. I believe Magnus got a double white in this match because he was playing white against Javakhir as well.
How many rounds today, asks Anton? It's going to be 13 rounds in the open section and 10 rounds in the women's section today. And we have lift-off, Sahaj. E4 played again.
Best by test. Sicilian defense. I think we'll have D6, Bishop C4. I think Magnus has employed this opening in the rapid section as well. Sidestepping from mainstream theory, keeping more pieces on the board, goes short castle, black plays E6, and the game is on.
There's E4, Bishop B3. Carlsen planning to bring the bishop all around to C2, and maybe we can have that queen and bishop battery hitting the 8-7 pawn.
Oh, yes, with some D4 ideas on the cards with Queen D3 incoming, that can be a potential plan. And a lot of people in the chat are saying the rating difference between these 2 players is pretty massive. Yeah, there's 2-3-9-3 for Pranav Anand and 2-8-8-1 for Magnus Carlsen. But Pranav Anand is, I think, when it comes to classical ratings, he's much higher rated. He's around 2600. But yeah, maybe in Blitz, his rating has not adjusted because he doesn't play as much Blitz. That's my take on it.
Yeah, for sure. I think it will be a couple more of these World Rapid Blitz before Pranav's rating catches on. But extremely strong players. He won the President's Cup in November. So very, very strong player, informed player. as he recaptures on b5, but Magnus Carlsen has 2 minutes 50 seconds definitely in his prep range.
Absolutely. Having a half a minute advantage is huge. And
By the way, sorry to cut you, Seth, but shout out to Sri Jande 10 in chat who's saying, "Oh, we are fine. We are seeing Anand Carlsen again."
oh, oh yes, Anand Carlsen incoming. Black goes B takes C3, BC3. And okay, I think Magnus having a pretty comfortable advantage thanks to his space with the pawn on D5. And now this knight has an awkward square to go to. Either it can go to A5 or to E5, chooses the A5 square, maybe not the best. And now bishop can go to A2 perhaps, keeping an eye on the D5 pawn. That's really important in this game. What is Magnus going to do? He's
He's
taking
got
his time
to
to think.
save that bishop. No, you can't afford to give up that light squared bishop.
Absolutely. Even bishop c2 is an interesting possibility here because after bishop c2, you can technically give up the pawn for free. And in the end, the knight can jump in with e4 and you'll have a lot of attack on the king side. And that battery that you were speaking about with queen d3 and queen h7, that is very much possible.
Yeah, it's on the card for sure. By the way, in case you're joining in, Magnus dropped half a point against Javoki Sindarov just in the last round. And because he is playing against somebody who has half a point more than him, that's why Magnus is getting 2 wides in a row.
Absolutely. And he goes d takes e6, f takes e6. And now once again, the bishop on b3 has to move. You cannot give up your Spanish bishop. Kind of looks like a Spanish bishop in this position. Goes bishop c2. And while this game continues, let's take a quick look at Arjun versus Salim Saleh on board 3. Both of these players are on full score, and there seems to be some kind of a problem for Arjun so far. Although optically speaking, I like white's chances more, but the bar seems to prefer black.
I mean, it's always going to be some chaos on the board when these two stars fight it out. Both of them love these attacking positions, crazy ideas, and just throwing the pieces at their opponent's king.
Absolutely. And look at this. Queen f6 was a slight inaccuracy. And the move for white is so strange that even after knowing that it's the best move doesn't make sense to me. It was actually knight b5 and to give up this bishop b5, but he doesn't go for it. Doesn't look natural at all. He goes bishop g5 and now queen d2. And now it's Salim who has to make, let's say, a strange move, which was f4.
Yeah, rook brought by Salim. You can't blame him there. I think Arjun is trying to bring the bishop in the center of the board to trade that dark squared bishop and then put the knight on d4 in the center.
Oh, yes. Maybe even after, if black goes bishop takes d4, even queen takes d4, rook looks really appealing for Arjun there. He also has a hefty half a minute advantage over his opponent. That's going to cost him, I think, at some point later on. So that's the update on Arjun board right now. Salim having slight pressure, but has less time on the clock. By the way, on board 4, there has been a quick draw between Lu Shangle and Alexander Botnik. Both of these players advanced to 4.5 points. And look at this mistake by Salim Saleh and a golden opportunity for Arjun to take control.
Yeah, with other players drawing, it means we will have a very few leaders or maybe a sole leader at the end of this round as well.
I think very much possible. But still, I think there's around 2 games still remaining with full points. Let's see what happens there. He goes rook e5, bishop d4. So far, I think, is it safe to say, just to conclude this game, is it safe to say that Arjun is, I think, likely to win this match?
Yeah, he's the one pushing, I feel, overall.
Okay, let's maybe switch to Firuza versus Jordan. This is on board 2, both players on full points yet again. Firuza having a queenside advantage on the queen side, and this knight on a6 is looking a bit sad.
Firuza also having just 35 seconds there. I think he needs to speed up. Firo, come on.
Yeah, but the Firuza becomes more and more dangerous the less time he has. We saw this in the candidates against Kukesh when he had to make those 10 moves in under just 20 seconds or something like that. And then he managed to do it without increment, by the way, chat. And he still managed to win that game and delivering Kukesh's only loss in the candidate. So never count him out, especially when he has less time on the clock.
Now, 1 minute for Geordie. The bishop on f5 is a strong piece, pinning the knight to the rook. But where is Van Fordy's counterplay coming from?
Good question. I'm guessing something like knight e4 at some point. He goes rook e8 for now, and now h3 is played. And now once again, knight e4 is an interesting move. You can kick the queen away and perhaps gain some more tempos via knight g5. And at some point, you want to go queen d4, but this knight is a bit annoying on b5.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, he goes knight e4 and knight g5, attacking the rook. And now the queens can also be traded, and he does it. Now rook f2, very critical move, or maybe rook f4 also works, but you have to move the rook now. Plays it. Rook e3. Is
10
Firouzja
seconds
in
for
trouble?
Firouzja. Yeah, just 10 seconds. He's got to go.
6 seconds. Has to
This is
play
a
now.
full
Rook
screen.
d1.
Yeah.
Wait. This pawn is hanging.
Oh,
Is he a pawn down? Yeah, he cannot capture on c7. This is a big problem for Firouzja. He's a pawn down and has 5 seconds on the clock. Golden opportunity for Jordan.
yeah, I think Jordan's got this. But let's quickly go to Magnus Carlsen's game because looks like Pranav Anand is wanting to checkmate Carlsen, but
Oh,
Maggie is defending well.
classic
What
example of
crazy
double pawns.
positions.
Look at this. Mate in 7. Check on d8. Check on d7, and that's just checkmate. By the queen d7, only move. Plays it.
Plays it.
Plays
He's
it.
the goat. Oh, you saw Magnus's reaction. We got the game at the right moment. Checkmate on the board. Magnus Carlsen wins. Pranav Anand just didn't realize what he made. Very made a mistake. And Magnus clearly very happy with that win.
Absolutely. So Magnus advantages to 3.5 out of 4. Sorry, 4.5 out of 5. And now let's switch to Arjun's board because this is where one player can go to full score.
Wow. This is big. Arjun completely winning. Can you go full screen on the players? 24 seconds was 6 seconds for Salem. C7 pawn weak. This is easy pickings for the Indian star.
Absolutely. But let's not forget, do not move this knight. This bishop is attacking the c4 pawn. You have to go rook a8. Some technique is needed. He also has a lot of time on the clock. By the way, Arjun might be the sole leader of this event going into round 5.
Yeah. Yep.
Rook a8 played, attacking the bishop. Provoking bishop takes b5. Once this is taken, this is comfortably winning. Just push, and that's it.
Now the A pawn is going to run happily across. Yeah, just keep pushing. There's no way for Salem to stop it.
And there it is.
And
Resignation.
Arjun wins. He goes 5 on 5. And because of Firouzja's likely draw, he will be our sole leader going into round 6 ahead.
Absolutely. Let's actually switch to Firouzja's game because this match is likely gonna. Oh no! Jordan is winning.
Wow!
It's gonna be Jordan versus Arjun in round 6.
As we see Carlsen, Nepo, everyone having their eyes on this match. Nepo shares a smile with Carlsen. And Firouzja resigns. What a nice win by the Dutch star. Jordan Van Voorhis also wins his game and is 5 on 5. What a start for Jordan.
Absolutely. Now there's just 2 leaders, Arjun versus Jordan. That means the pairing for the round 6 is confirmed. It's going to be between these 2 players. Jordan is going to play with the white pieces. Arjun is going to play with the black pieces. Let's check out if there are other games remaining.
Nihal, please. He's completely winning. Quickly.
Of course, we have queen endgame as usual. This is going to be a long match to show some conversion. But of course, there's not enough time for these players. So they have to make fast moves. One move and it's equal. Another move and then it's a draw. That's what's happening.
Oh,
Goes
isn't
king
like
b6.
also like a perpetual chance. Okay, now Nihal can start pushing.
That's the problem with queen endgames. There's just too many checks that you have to take care of. And one mistake and it can be a bit deadly. Now the king can go to h7 perhaps and try to push this pawn, but doesn't go for it. He's trying to find some shield from all of these checks. King g8, queen c8 check. And the problem is king h7, there's queen c2 check. That's what he doesn't like. And by the way, that's a 3-fold repetition. We can see it on our chess.com board. That was a 3-fold repetition, this move. But Nordirvik doesn't claim it. Of course, how can he know in Blitz?
There's absolutely no way. this was completely winning, but kudos to Nordenberg. He's fighting on.
Oh, yes. Goes queen d3, king h8. And now white has to move his king, perhaps, because if you move the queen, I can push my pawn. Goes queen e5. Is queen e3 is winning. That's winning. Oh, but that's very hard
So
to play. It's very
maybe
hard to play.
Nihal wants to improve his king first before he does that.
Yes. Yes. But now queen e3 check probably is going to be a draw because you cannot go king g6. Plays g6 h5, finds king h6. This is one of the last games remaining. By the way, people asking in the chat, how did Prag do? Prag defeated Nicolas Theodoru
Yeah.
by making 2 queens on the board. So well done to Prag there, making a
Prag
great
won,
comeback.
Kesh won as well. Hans is also won. So the players who were upset before are making a comeback now.
Oh, yes. And by the way, Nihal making a very smooth conversion there, trying to push this pawn to d2. Everything is defended in black's camp. That is super important. And no more checks. Only queen f1 is there. King e3. You give another check to f2. King d1. And very soon this pawn is going to promote.
Yeah, this is. Wait, what? Okay, what? Draw win. Yeah, finally. Nihal Sareen has won, and he goes to 4 out of 5. Besides, I don't see any more active games. What a round this has been. Arjun Erigasi and Jordan Van Forest are are joint leaders.
Absolutely. I think great show by both of these players. Jordan taking down Firuza and Arjun, I think has had a spectacular run both in rapid and blitz section so far. And of course, there's a lot of players on 4.5 points. 5, I believe, from what I can see. There's Botnik, Lu Shangle, Magnus Carlsen, of course, Buzianzi. And there is a 2,400 player, Aristan Isan Zulov, who is on 4.5.
Wow.
And he just, by the way, look at the players that he's defeated. He drew his first match to Vincent Keimer, defeated Arkady Naidic, Artem Uskov, Ivanchuk, and Sindarov.
That's super impressive.
Yep, absolutely. So we're seeing a lot of really good fast chess players. And speaking of good fast chess players, there's also Gautam Krishna, who's on 4 out of 5. He drew his final match or his last match against Grandmaster Alan Pichot from Spain. And yeah, I think he's doing really well as well. And there we see the standings in front of us. Arjun and Jordan leading the pack with full score, 5 out of 5. And there's 5 players on 4.5. And on 4, there's a lot of players, including Pranav, Gautam Krishna, Nepo, Dubov, and Buddy as well, Prag and Hari.
Firuza.
And Firuza.
I mean, everywhere there's a star. Like, how can you not say former world Blitz champion Grishchuk, former Blitz champion MVL? Like, so many top players. This is what the World Blitz Championship is all about. There's also a quick look at the women's standings. Do we have that, producers, if possible? Because the upsets continue there as well. Because Umida Omanova beat Katia Lano on board 1. And she is
Wow.
also the surprising leader of the women's section.
Absolutely. But of course, Caressa Yep, I think she's an extremely strong player in both classical and faster formats as well. So no surprise there. But Umida Omanova taking down Katrina Lagno. Wow. So 2 players on 5 out of 5. After this round, we will definitely have a sole leader in both sections. Who is it going to be? That's the question.
I think more likely Carissa Yip here and maybe Arjun Legacy are my picks, but to complete the women's standings, Divya Deshmukh on 4 as well. 2-time winner Bibisara Asubaba is also on 4. Remember, she has to finish higher than Musichuk and Harika Leetenji to get her women's candidate spot for 2026.
Amazing. Let's see what happens there. I think we'll have next round starting soon. Right now, players are looking at the pairings. Are the pairings out yet, Rakesh?
I don't see them yet. Nope. Even the results are not yet in. So not yet. We might have them soon. So chat, now is your chance. Do let us know. Did you spot any crazy game or blunder or brilliancy that you would like for us to see which we missed? So we'd like to see that. Yes, a quick reminder on the points. Hans is on 3.5. Gukesh, Gukesh and Prag are on 4 out of 5. Fabi also not having the best of events, but he is trying to make a comeback as well.
Oh yes, I think Fabi and but Gukesh defeated Karthik, so I think that's pretty good. Gukesh is only 1 point behind, so not really that far off. But yes, that kid Sklokin Sergey, that's the one to watch out for in this event.
Yeah. And Arjun and Yordi are cooking as they're riding in chat. Absolutely. What a start for both of them. Like 5-on-5. And I think still that you're not even at the halfway stage of today because there are 13 games to be played.
Oh yes, and by the way, people are saying something crazy happened in Gukesh's board. We can
Let's
take a
check
quick
it out.
look to see how he won his match against the two-time national senior champion Karthik Venkatraman. This is, let's go through the last few moves to see what
Wow.
happened. Goes bishop f8. Okay, the king was already pretty exposed, but that final checkmate was pretty beautiful from Gukesh's
Mhm.
side. Goes king g4, queen check, king f4, queen check, king f5, and queen g5. And the point is that if you go king e4, I have rook e1 check attacking this rook over here. King d4, and of course, you can take the rook, but you can also play rook d1 check and capture your queen. And seeing this, um, white just resigned. So what from what I can tell, I think it was a pretty comfortable game from Gukesh's side. Any other
That
game
I
that you
have,
found interesting?
yeah, I found something very weird or interesting in board, like Borotnik's board against Liu Shangli.
Okay.
Like looks look weird to me. Like why this draw? Like why isn't white like clearly better?
So Lu Shangle perhaps offered the draw here. Let's go through the opening. Of course, he goes for his trademark Alekhine
Yeah,
defense.
yeah, you
D4,
had
D6.
predicted it.
I have been a victim of this as well in one of the one of the title Tuesdays against Botnik. He's gonna play this opening, and then you try to prepare, and then yeah, it's he just knows it too well. But he plays a 4 pawns attack, takes, bishop f5 happens, knight c3, e6, knight f3, bishop. So far, I think this is mainstream preparation. Bishop d3, c5. Okay, now I think we're in some unique territory. White goes bishop g5, attacking the queen. Queen d7, takes. Knight d4, ef5, knight f5. I don't understand why would Lu Shangle offer a draw here.
Yeah,
That's
I think
strange. I
maybe
think
it's just maybe conserving energy, or I don't know. Maybe he's just good friends. We'll try to find that out, chat. Maybe have an interview with Lu Shangli later on. But let's go to Sindaro's game because Sahaj, he committed a one move howler, and that is the reason why he went down against the Kazakh IM.
so. This was the position where the mistake happened after e5. There were a bunch of moves that he could play. He could put the rook on d5. He could put the rook on e4, and he could play rook e1. But the one move he couldn't play in this position was rook to g4, and that is because there is a fork happening with both of the rooks getting attacked. And wait, the sad thing is, Rakesh, that you cannot even win an exchange. You are losing a
Exactly,
whole rook.
yep. So there's not
Oh,
even a chance of a comeback, and he loses it all.
absolutely. This must be a big oversight by the World Cup winner. Because he had 31 seconds when he had around 23 seconds when he played the move rook g4. So definitely an oversight. I think there must be some strategy there, right? Because when your opponent is low on time, I feel you yourself try to play a bit faster just because you want to get your opponent on time. We saw this, with Artemiev. We've seen this with Firuza many times.
we're here, guys. Welcome. Hey, we're joining you guys now with round 6. Hey, first we have to shout out to Rakesh and Sahaj for holding it down for us, guys. So thank you so much. If you still want to watch them, you can watch them on Chess 24 India right now. So I am FIDE Master James Cansey III here, joined by Grandmaster Arman Hamilton, and we are here with the Blitz, the World Blitz Championships, the fast chess. Of course, they got the increment on it, but how do you feel about that, Arman, with the Blitz portions and starting in round 6 with the standings?
Yeah, first of all, welcome everyone to the show. And as you alluded to, James, a massive shout out to our Indian commentators who were able to, shoulder the burden there and bring the action to everybody who was up early to catch the World Blitz. But I'm excited to not only be here finally commentating, but to get into the action in what is probably my preferred of the two, James, Rapid versus Blitz. I love watching Blitz chess with the cameras and the amount of blunders that you're going to see, especially from the best players in the world. It is more entertaining than Rapid, and Rapid was already super exciting.
Rapid was entertaining. I was actually asleep behind the glasses a little bit in some of the rounds. People had no idea I was sitting there just asleep, man, especially in the Pro Lin games. But here, we're in the Blitz. We won't be falling asleep at all here. We see at the top of the leaderboard here, Arjun and Jordan Van Voorhees with 5s. That's nice there, right? Where is Magnus? Oh, there he is. Wow. Okay, we don't see him at the top. No, he's going to make his way back, or at least he's going to try to. He's in 5th place now. 4.5s all the way down to some 4s there. Lots of upsets I heard too as well. And shout out to Bortnick, who's definitely on a tear right now too as well. So what do you think about the standings so far?
Yeah, just when you're looking at these standings, I think the viewer is probably seeing a lot of names that look a lot different from the Rapid. Now, of course, there are some names that look the same, players that excel in both formats. But I think what we all have to get used to is there are significantly more rounds in the Blitz event, because we can fit a lot more in. It's much lower time, 3 minutes, 2 second increment. But you're seeing a lot of players that, especially the younger generation, they are phenomenal at Blitz, James. They're all boasting 3,000 ratings on chess.com, regular competitors. And I think we're going to see a ton of underrated players. And what I mean is players that are excelling in classical, becoming IMs and GMs, playing a ton online, but where are they going to play over the board FIDE Blitz events, right? It's not going to happen. There's very few of those events. They're focused on classical. So they show up to the World Blitz Championship and they have an incredibly low rating. So don't be fooled. I think we're going to see a lot of upsets and underdogs performing as we take a look at the standings in the women's section. James, Carissa and Omanova on a perfect 5 points. So there's 2 players in both sections that are undefeated. So not just undefeated, but haven't given up a single point yet. And Goryachkina, who recently was our women's Rapid winner, is up there near the top of the standings as well.
Yeah, Goryachkina right there, 4.5, right behind some of the leaders there. But at the same time, it's still more chess to be played. I mean, what is it? 13 rounds for the Open and 10 for the women's today. And this is round 6. Ooh, we got a big boy matchup. Came at the right time here. Bortnick versus Magnus. Jordan Van Voorhees versus Arjun. Ujinjai versus, that's the compatriot. Hey, he said, hey, bro, what's up? Hey, bro, what's up? Yeah, not today, though. That's actually nice to see when you have to face your friend. So Ali Reza Faruja with black there. We have Timur Rajabov versus Ian Palmachi. Nice. Rajabov white here. Hari Krishna versus Dubov. So nice set of standings there. Chat, who are you looking forward to in those matchups on that part of the bracket or that part of the pairings here? Merzin. Nice. Merzin was here. He definitely did not so well, defending Rapid champion from last year, but was not able to do it this year. Merzin against Norbek Abdusattorov. You got Gukesh Artemiev, looking forward to that one. MBL. And anything else you looking forward to here on this page here, Mark?
Well, I think what we're seeing, obviously Magnus maintaining that board 1 regardless of his score. But one thing I want to point out is you're going to see a lot of players, like for example, Faruja maybe didn't have the best World Rapid, but that often motivates players to have a great Blitz performance, because you've just come off a terrible Rapid. You're actually really excited to play chess again. You're trying to untilt. So I do expect to see some players that maybe didn't have the best World Rapid performance to all of a sudden show up. As we take a look at the pairings in the women's section, Carissa and Omanova, the battle of 5 points. This is a very important one for the standings, we could see a sole leader after this. Goryachkina on board 2, Katarina Lacno against Muzichuk, and we do see Stefanova against Zhu Jin'er, who's also still having a pretty good event so far, following up on her dominant performance in the Women's World Rapid Championship that we just saw.
And also, because the time control is faster, as they like to say, bullet is a streaky game. Well, Blitz kind of is the same, where you can get on fire there. It's a streak thing. Sometimes one loss leads to many, or sometimes one win leads to a string of wins, big confidence boost, and etc. Less time, 2-second increment, not as much as you think it is. So lots of things change here. Very cool to see, but excited to see the games myself here. Definitely looking forward to that Bortnik Magnus match. I'm pretty sure, what I've seen from Bortnik already is a lot of Jobava Londons, a.k.a. All the Jobovians in chat. Shout out to you guys, Jobovians, if you play the Jobava London. But we'll see if we get one, if he's going to play it against Magnus himself. I don't know here. Usually he plays something different with White against Magnus, but we will see. So I'm excited. What about you? Any other matchups you like in this season?
Well, we're also going to see some openings that might not have made as much of an appearance in the World Rapid. Even in the Rapid, I remember you and I discussing, James, certain openings that we were excited to see that were maybe a little bit more dubious than what you might play in Classical. In Blitz, anything goes. We will see more risks being taken, especially when high-rated players play, players that they kind of expect to win against. They're really not looking for a dry position. And so that just makes for more exciting chess as a result. So I am excited to see some of the openings that are going to be selected by the players here, and I do expect more risk being taken than the Rapid.
Excited. And there he is with that famous Balenciaga sweater, but he has a different one, actually. Dubov got a Balenciaga. He should be a Balenciaga spokesman for the chess version. The chess line of Balenciaga.
He's making a case for it. It's definitely just a little bit iconic, and surprisingly enough, the most famous dress code scandal in chess does not belong to Dubov.
That's incredible. Yes, man, Dubov and his Balenciaga. Nice.
We see Jan Nepomniachtchi on the screen there. MVL. The players are starting to take their seats. We're joining in the middle of things here. Remember, there is quite a lot of rounds in this event, so I believe we are playing a total of 13 today.
13 today is a lot of rounds, and especially a lot of composure, especially if you're not having a like a good tournament. If it's bad for you or you're starting off bad, I mean, it could be, you got a long day in the office, right? But if it's a great tournament for you, I mean, you're excited to see how far can you actually go, how far can you push the envelope here. So it's important to understand.
And here we go. Bortnik, not only a huge online personality, with his streaming channels, but speaking of personality, how about the move A3 on move number 1? Just going to talk about his, not only incredible ability to play Blitz at a very high level, but also his creativity, and we're seeing it with the move A3 on move number 1.
Yeah, and he did this in another game that he won. And I was like, he played A3. Like, I wonder if there was a smile or a smirk when he played it. But no, it was just A3, So I've seen that. I thought that was pretty incredible for him to play A3 and win still at that too as well. Obviously, you can play, or you can reach different positions by transposition with playing A3 move 1, but I mean, he played A3. I was like, whoa, okay, he don't care about nothing. And then he played Magnus, and then he played A3 again, and he still don't care about nothing, Ahmad.
Yeah, it's funny because the move A3, he's not really incorporating it into the setup yet. It's just going to be there. And what? Do we already see a result? Yes, the countryman, Bu Jiangzi against Lu Shanglei from China has already, and I repeat, already ended in a draw. And yes, much to the chat's enjoyment, it is the Lu Bu draw.
I see that chat. The chat's like Lu Bu, Bulu, the Bulu, the Lu Bu draw. Exactly, whatever you want to call it. Say that 5 times fast, okay? But yeah, he's like, buddy, we're not gonna do this. Not here, not today. Let's go get some lunch.
Well, looking at the bird's eye view here, obviously the women's section on top, the open on the bottom. Carlsen against Bortnick, definitely the one of the bigger matchups. But in terms of the standings, James, Arjun and Jordan on that second board there just beside it, this is going to decide, or could decide, the sole leader in the event. So absolutely, not only the one to watch, but I'd like to jump there right away because of the position on the board. You talk about eccentric play. You would never see this in a rapid game. You agree, James? Look at that. Rook on h3, and the king is still in the middle on e1. Who's attacking who?
Yeah, and this is the caginess that you get in the quotation marks when we say cagey in the French defense. The French defense does have some caginess to it, whatever that even means, but it's just more like a fighting opening. It can be. Sometimes it can be very positional, the French defense, but it came from some like French advanced type of theory. It's looking crazy here. Arjun likes the French too as well. He likes to play for a win with the French, right? So really interesting. Play here with this rook on h3. The king will go up to f2. Usually the rook goes to g3 in these lines and go for that attack. But it's hard to see from my standpoint because the pieces are just kind of clustered there. Whoa, that is okay. Nice. All these moves just happen. But so he's able
so
to
it's a little bit of an
but now
achievement here to trade queens, right? Like when white's playing this way, rook h3, rook g3, as black, you're not winning the game by trading queens, but it always feels like an incredible achievement to do so. And bishop takes a3, grabbing a pawn, probably feeling that rook a1 can be met by maybe bishop takes e2. But immediately the computer here is looking to play moves, honestly, like f5. How crazy is a move like that?
That is a crazy move, f5, but he didn't play it for obvious reasons. I mean, f5 is like wild. Now, it makes sense. It does. You could take on e6, and if he takes, then you would push e6. I'm assuming, and then rook a1.
That's crazy stuff.
Crazy.
This is Blitz. You're going to see less, much more reliance on instincts and human evaluation, which is why we're here commentating, because you can speak about the position and sort of say, well, there are natural instincts that the players are going to have here. A move like f5 is really not one of them. Rook b6 and the way that Arjun has played here makes a lot of sense. He saw he could grab that pawn because of this move, bishop takes e2. He's given up the bishop pair, and Jordan is desperately trying to justify the fact that the rook is on h3. Now, while I don't see the full justification here, I do see the fact that this e-pawn will be quite weak in this game. A move like bishop to b5 is a bit annoying for these knights to deal with. If you imagine, having to play something like knight b8 in that situation, if you recapture with the pawn, that's pretty annoying. And this bishop is way deep in enemy lines. So something like capturing bishop h4, knight e5, sliding the rook over. You can see how the pieces activate here for white.
Very quickly, as bishop b5 is on the board, it attacks the knight. Didn't take with the pawn because it was just annoying again with the knight b8 type idea. So after the knight moves or rook c8, he does go knight e7. Now we got to figure out what to do with the rook on h3, but he takes on f6 first, allowing some counterplay. Nice, just move after move, attacking. Wait, this rook is kind of... Oh, he has rook
so this
f4,
is what
though.
I mean.
This
is exactly actually what I just said. The activation is here. The bishop is hitting the rook and the knight. Rook f7 has to happen. If you play knight e5, there's bishop takes d4. That saves the position. But after rook f7, there might be knight g5, which is another pretty tricky move here. e6 is hanging, the rook is hanging, and the knight will be hanging at the end of a lot of lines. And don't forget about this rook can slide over. Huge one to rook f1.
He hung his rook, the whole thing. Come on, oh my goodness, I'm knocking pieces off the board.
We're talking about backwards bishop moves at the highest level being missed here. Rook f1, and they talk about those sniper bishops, right? Bishop from b5 capturing backwards on f1 missed by Arjun, and Jordan is the sole leader of the World Blitz Championship after that.
He hung the whole rook, guys. That is, a snap call, knock pieces off the board. Excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It was a reaction as rook f1 just hung the entire rook on the board there. Unlike Arjun, obviously it's fast and things and emotions and like reflexes, but wow, was not expecting that one.
Well, here we're back with Magnus's position. Magnus up a little bit on time here. Of course, with 2 seconds, it's about to get completely crazy. this knight on e4 does not have a lot of squares, which is why the queen had to move from d2 so that the knight has that square to retreat to. But I'm telling you, in this position, the pieces here for white do not have the best squares. The bishop pair is very nice for black. However, as the time gets low, James, I do think it's easy to play with a knight. You can just hop around, and it is pretty intuitive.
One thing I noticed is he's controlling the knight very well with the rook on b5. I have nothing with this knight now. I would love to have the knight, but I have no moves now. I have no moves, and I also have no time either. Okay, well, Magnus is getting close to that too. Magnus had a little bit more time. This is 2-second increment. He has to move instantly. Queen f4. He got that off with
we're down to a pure time scramble. I feel we should let's just bring up the camera here. There's no analysis to do with 1 second on the clock.
There it is.
Queen to h5 is actually looking pretty scary, but Magnus has found a way to kick the queen out. And queen h1, alpha 0, anyone?
Position not the greatest.
The pawn on c6, James, is a thorn in the side. I think, did we see f4? Yeah, f4 allowed the bishop to go to e4. Magnus is definitely, he's misplayed this a little bit, and he can only be worse here.
Might take a draw due to the time scrambles here. Opposite color bishops.
I think white has a great position, and we'll see how confidently Bortnyk plays this, but I really think that the white position is very decent here. Opposite bishops is not just going to be a draw. Magnus knows this is not a guaranteed position.
It's a light check. Move the bishop out of the way so the rook comes next. Trade him off. And
so white's going to win a pawn here, but I think it might be at the cost of just a draw on the board. So let's see if this is a fortress. Because Magnus, who famously does not believe in them, is a believer right now. And the computer agrees, which is really that's the only person you need to convince. And Bortnyk is realizing the reality of the situation now. There is no way through the position.
Shuffle. And there it is. Wow. Smile from Magnus there.
And there you go. Not Magnus's finest conversion there. I wouldn't say conversion because he was never that much better, but it did seem like with the bishop pair, he was fighting for that edge. And you have to give a lot of credit to Bortnyk, not just standing up toe-to-toe with Magnus on the top board there, but also maneuvering and pushing for a real advantage at the end that Magnus was able to find a fortress to prevent anything worse from happening.
That was incredible. And he's playing very good chess here. Bortnyk at top of the leaderboard there, or one of the tops up there. Maybe he might switch around because it was a draw with wins. They could get toppled over slightly. But big dog of the day is Jordan van Voorhees with 6 out of 6.
One of the things that I know happens quite a lot in the world Blitz is that you're seeing a lot of the games on the screen, and so many of the games are actually completed, but the result is not maybe officially showing because the kings don't get placed in the middle, just because it's such a fast-paced game, and it doesn't always get recorded properly at the end. So a lot of the games are actually completed, even though the results might not look like they're recorded.
Oh yeah, especially after Blitz, people just get up a lot of times.
Exactly. Adrenaline.
Adrenaline, yeah. That's adrenaline based. But wow. Whoa, that was incredible there. What a crazy round that was. We still have games left?
So that's what I mean. It's very difficult for me to tell which game. Like, there probably are a few games, but there's so many games showing that they're in progress that I can't even jump to a game because they're actually all completed. Like, there's barely any games still going.
Okay, cool. We all started at the same time too as well. Well, let's take a look at some of these results here. As results are still coming in, we did see Bortnyk and Magnus draw there in a time scramble. Stuff got crazy. and it could have went to
Yep.
either side. Jordan Van Voorhees getting a gift from Arjun. Thank you for the late Christmas gift, my guy, with a rook for free there at the end. Was a one move blunder. That sucks, but that's the game. Jordan Van Voorhees is in first with 6 out of 6 there. And then we got some draws. We got a win there from Faruja, Timur Rajabov at 5 as well. So lots of 5.
And so Jordan, he's a point clear of everybody, is what I'm noticing. Because of the way the results shook down, he's actually a full point clear. Now, obviously, it's early in the event, in terms of day 1, let alone there's still day 2 to be played. However, a full point clear is pretty meaningful. He can draw a couple games, still be in the lead. He can even lose and be right in the mix. So phenomenal start, and literally does not get better than this for Jordan Van Voorhees.
Very strong. Looks great for him. I know he's feeling ecstatic here, but he has to keep the momentum flowing. Carissa Yip goes down. Tomanova there, who's on fire. Carissa Yip was too as well. She's still up there, but that was a big win for Amanova there. Koryushkina right behind a 5.5, ready to go with the win there, and the 2025 Rapid Champion as well. So really good stuff. All right, here's the standings. 6 out of 6. Look at him up there, man.
I mean, a full point clear of so many players here, and you're starting to see some of these specialists in this time control make their way to the top of the table. Bortnik holding his own, having a very good event so far, having already played Magnus. You know, that is a big deal in this event. It's like, oh yeah, I have my score, but I've already played Magnus. And noticing some of the other names join the top there. You see Gukesh, Fabiano Artemiev, as well as Pranav there. And then maybe some names that we didn't see. Denis Makhnev, right? We didn't see up near the top in the World Rapid. Isengelov as well. So a couple of players from Kazakhstan representing in the top 20, 25 players here. It's incredible.
That is incredible, and it's great to see, because anything can happen. I mean, in the rapid portion, where was Jordan Van Voorhees? In the Blitz, he's like, what's up? I'm here. Don't forget about me, right? And then now in the women's section, we have Omanova, again, someone else in the rapid that we didn't even know was there, right? But now she's here striking at the top. Like, you got to realize I'm in this thing too as well. Koryushkina still right behind her. I mean, she's in second place there, and there are lots of games to go. She's doing well, 5.5. The 2025 current champion, she's in great flow. Carissa Yip too, even though that was her first loss, still a lot of games left, still puts her in, of course, a tie for third there. So we still got some games left. It's going to be fast and exciting and lots of fun. So we're going to take ourselves a short break, though. You guys do what you got to do. We'll be back.
My name is Jules Schulman, and I am joined by Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana to figure out how well you and Hikaru know each other.
Oh, okay.
So I have questions for you. So how many subscribers on YouTube and followers on Twitch does Hikaru have combined?
I saw something recently that he got 2 million on Twitch, so I saw the announcement somewhere. So going 2 million Twitch and 2.5 YouTube, I'll say 4.5 million total.
Wow, I think that's exactly correct.
Actually, I don't check his channel, but I just remember seeing the announcement like 2 days ago or something. So some luck there.
How many times has Fabiano won the US championship?
Okay, so Fabiano, he didn't win in 2020, so at least there's no asterisk. He's won it 4 times. 4 times he's won the US championship.
Correct. When is Hikaru's birthday?
When is his birthday? I actually don't think I have any clue. I'm gonna say end of the year. I don't know why, but like I know Magnus is in December. Gonna go Hikaru in November, but I wouldn't even be able to guess the date, and probably the month is wrong, and I have no idea.
December 9th.
Oh, should have gone December.
What state was Fabiano born?
Also very easy. He was born. He was born in Florida, but more specifically Miami.
In what popular HBO series did Hikaru have a cameo in a few years back?
This one I know because I was also invited, but then they went with Hikaru. It was Billions.
At what age did Fabiano become a grandmaster?
Okay, became a grandmaster at 15. He definitely broke it. I'm trying to remember, was he 15 or was he 14? It was like 15 years, 87 days. For whatever reason, I mean, I don't know for sure, but for some reason 14 is not ringing a bell. So I think he was also 15, but like just a couple of days. So I think he was 15. If he's 14, I'd be surprised, but I'll go with 15.
I think it's 14 years, 11 months.
Ah, it wasn't even 15. Okay.
What is Hikaru's all-time Blitz rating on chess.com?
At some point, people were getting up to like 3,400, like Ali Reza. I'm gonna go like 3,409, because I think back in the day, everyone was like a bit higher rated, and Ali Reza and Hikaru were around the 3,400 range. I'm gonna go 3,409 just to shot in the dark.
It's 3405, but really close. When was the first time Fabiano beat you in a classical game?
Okay, let's see. So there's 2011 Vaikonze.
up, and we're excited to go. So, come on, you ready to go, man? We got round 7 and still more rounds to see what we're doing in this first day today.
That's right, James. They're they're trying to keep us down, but we'll be back every single time we go down. Just hit the refresh. We'll always be back. Magnus Carlsen up on the top board, where you can always find him, is playing Salem Saleh, and Jordan leading the event. The only player with 6 points, a full point clear, is up against Norderbeck. Looking down the list, Arjun is actually matched up against Dennis Maknev. That will be an interesting pairing to take a look at, because Dennis has had a phenomenal start to this event and really reminding everyone of his name to start things off.
I'm actually looking forward to, of course, the tournament leader, Jordan Van Voorhees versus Norderbeck Abdushatorov. That's going to be nice to see Andrei Stepanko versus Lou there. And Dubov versus Inges, Wesley So, Mamedov, Lavon Aronian, Ranak Satwani. Nice. He's making his way through the ranks. Fabiano, Lavon and Fabi right next to each other. It's going to be nice to see that one. David Baravian, who is underrated in a way, versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. In the women's section, we have a perfect score, Almanova versus the rapid champion, Goryachkina. That one is going to be one to be paying attention to a lot. The tournament leader versus Goryachkina, who just won. She's ready to go. She is in great form here. And then all the way down, Carissa Yip too as well against Muzichuk. But she's tired. She's just like, let's get this over with. She's over there yawning, Aman.
Hey, that's what all that hard work in the World Rapid. Remember, there was a playoff in that one as well. So really the maximum amount of games. Goryachkina was actually playing the World Blitz before the World Blitz started. So definitely a lot of games in that one. Understandable fatigue, which is a real factor. And some of the players do make, maybe a few quicker draws because they want to conserve some energy. This is a really, really long event when you think about how many rounds of chess they're playing with constant breaks in between that just changes up the flow and momentum. So a few names in the women's section that also want to draw some attention to. Polina Shuvalova, I expect a pretty good Blitz performance, has been performing very well online. Another name who's up on the top boards actually is Eline Robers as well from the Netherlands. So a couple names to keep an eye on that you maybe wouldn't have, thought might be right at the very top in the World Rapid, for example.
Eline Rober is actually really strong and also underrated. People have not talked about her a lot. Definitely seen her chess. Very aggressive player. She likes to play Dutch. She plays aggressive Frenches and like white plays whatever. So seeing her on the other half of the board over there or in the standings. Polina Shuvalova, shout out to her playing, and she plays so many events. Shout out to her playing.
And what about Ju Wenjun, right? Needing to have a better performance, James, than the World Rapid, sitting at 4 points currently, but that's with a couple draws, with a loss. It just has not really been, it's been, as they like to say in sports, James, it's been an event so far to forget.
Yeah, of course. That is tough to when you have one bad performance. You just try not to let it trickle into another bad performance there. And the easiest way to do that is to just get over what happened. Leave it in the past. It wasn't a great tournament. Cool, keep moving. If you dwindle on it, it's going to be the same story for your game. You don't want that.
We're getting set to begin this next round here. I think, James, on the side of the open section, we're also looking for Jordan's game to see whether the momentum is going to continue. Blitz, for me, is a big momentum game. It's less about individual matchups. Of course, you could say there are a lot of players in this field stronger than Jordan. That's obvious. But it's all about the flow, how you're playing on that day, in that match. We have Jordan just... actually, I'm looking at Prague. A bit confused, actually, how he has 5.5 points. So I think Jordan was a full point. Yeah, I think this is maybe counting a different result. He's definitely a full point clear of the competition there.
Yes, definitely different. Of course, when you have the flow and the momentum, as you mentioned before, it's something to pay attention to, especially with Jordan. I will be watching his games closely here. He had one tournament. I forgot what was the tournament he won that was classical. It was Jordan was not the guy to win it, but he did. I think it was Tata Steel. I remember what year that was, but a very good tournament. Good trainers behind him too as well. Good seconds, good people to work with. So good to see Jordan in the forefront up there. It's Chris Bird.
I think he's wondering where the two players are. He's used to missing maybe one player on that board, but not two.
Not two. Where are they? I don't know.
I'm wondering why the players are gathering, because it almost doesn't look like anyone's in a rush to get to their board. It almost looks like there's maybe a pairing, like the pairings are changing or something. I'm a bit curious why nobody seems to be in a rush to sit down. They've clearly been told something that's keeping things delayed for the moment.
They are into. They've been on time actually today, so let's see if everyone will be sitting down, ready to go. We see some players, maybe half.
That type of crowd, I actually expect for when there's only like one game remaining in the playing hall and everyone's crowded around just one game. But actually, there's no games ongoing right now, so genuinely curious what what the crowd is for.
Something is happening.
So we will try to figure out if we can get the gossip for everybody here.
Oh, they said they're fighting. Oh, they're fighting, Amon. I just got the word on the back end. They're fighting. Chat, who do you think's fighting, Chat?
The gloves
what
are
they
off.
fighting about at the chess tournament? Like, that's my piece. No, that's mine. Chat, who do you think's fighting, Chat? Everybody watch. You about to put it on. It's gonna be on socials real soon. You'll see.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. We can only speculate because there are so many players that have seen the pairings and are sat down at their boards. But it looks like players are now dispersing and kind of moving to tables with some purpose here. So
yeah. Well, guys, in the meantime, as we wait, let's take a look at last year's insane World Blitz ending in the first shared title. You guys remember that? Let's take a look.
He bended the rules, and they will allow him to play in jeans again.
Oh, man. Elham.
Meanwhile, Magnus is winning this. This is now a pawn endgame. Oh, hang on. King A4 you can't take because of the stalemate. That's an amazing trick. Yeah. This is it.
That's it. Magnus with a win. You got D4, you got Rook G8. I mean, honestly, bro, these
we've
are...
seen it.
93!
Sudden thing playing and Magnus missed 93. You can see he's frustrated.
Oh, my goodness.
Now Jan has to calculate that he's fine in the pawn endgame, which he is, apparently.
So we have 3
Magnus
draws.
saying enough. We can't win.
Wow.
Confirmed. They share the title. Only in chess. Only in chess.
And there he is. Max is sitting down, ready to go. Where's this Salim? Very strong King's Indian player. He really doesn't deter from anything else, which I love that about him as a player. I am that type of player too as well. Just because you like to play. It is also Blitz too as well. But Magnus is very, very good at crushing a lot of things. King's Indian has been one that loves that space and is able to create chances from it as well. So players ready to go though, Amon. It's just a matter of time.
exactly. Yeah, we're about to see things get underway as everyone is back in their seats, and we should be beginning momentarily. We see Arjun there against Denis Maknev. That is a player that's certainly been, you could say, overperforming thus far. Safarli against Bortnik. And James, we're about to see whether that unbeaten, no draws, completely perfect score is going to be maintained by the man on your screen right there, Jordan van Vergeest.
He's been playing great chess, as we know. He's at the top with 6. So, of course, when you're in good form, you're confident, you're calculating well. Usually it tends to continue. So, see what he plays against a very strong quarterback, Abdul who's ready to play. He is a rapid champion himself. Blitz, he's going to try to take down the man of the day right now, which is Jordan van Vergeest. And games are off. Here we go. D4. I think that's probably D4. Oh, he played E4. Magnus played E4 this time. So usually Salim will be going with a normal knight orf, but we have a bishop c4 variation, which is sort of normal. I think it's McDowell variation or whatever they call it, but very easy play.
Yeah, Magnus is not hunting for any specific, opening advantage or anything. Clearly not being too ambitious in the opening based on what we're seeing there in the bottom left of our screen. Mainline Karo Khan for the most part, between Abdusatorov and Jordan on that second board, and just kind of making our way across the bottom of the screen there. We can say a little bit of an interesting position between Arjun and Maknev. with a6 and h6 played. I feel like that's like the ultra safe way to play chess, right? All the slow, moves that make the position a little bit better.
You probably even do it like move 1 and 2 respectively. H6, A6, then play the rest of your pieces out. Chat, don't try that at home, but it will actually, I guess, restrict anything from coming to the B5 or G5 squares. So makes sense, but be careful.
Well, I'm wondering how much of what we're seeing is theory in Abdussatorov and Jordan, because there's been a lot of pieces that have disappeared from that game. Salem against Magnus, meanwhile, Salem is a player that's really known for his blitz as well. He's a bit of a specialist when it comes to that. There's a reason we maybe didn't see him right at the top of the table when it came to the World Rapid, but absolutely up there in the World Blitz.
Yeah, where were we at? He was playing. This was this the GCL days? Yeah, the first GCL season 1 in Global Chess League. I was out there actually, and it was nice to hang out with him and a few other players. But they were out to like 4 a.m. playing Blitz, him and Duda, and it was nice. It was very good to see them play back and forth. It's just hours of chess there, and I was like, guys, we got to go to sleep. And he's like, no, what is that? So they kept playing Blitz all night when I went to sleep there. So. At the same time, pretty cool to see. He's a very good, ferocious Blitz player.
Well, let's have a look at maybe Ali Reza against Rajabov. Ali Reza is one of those players that I've been mentioning. There's a bit of a storyline. He needs a big performance in the Blitz. He should be one of those players that even Magnus himself would be the first to say, expect to see him top of the table, World Rapid and World Blitz. The Rapid did not really go the way he would have wanted. And now, looking at this Blitz game that he finds himself in, he's got a bit of a time advantage, but I'm drawn to this queen on A2, right behind that bishop, a very unique battery against the bishop on E6. What do you make of that, James?
Yeah, it's unique. It's definitely the word here. It's very interesting, especially in an Italian game, which this is definitely where this came from. And this type of Italian, queen A2 is nothing I don't think I've ever seen that. This might be the first time ever in history of Italian games with the queen on A2. Generally is somewhere else, but I do like the idea of, as you're pointing out here, with rook to C1, maybe pushing C4, some pressure on D5, his pressure on E5. We also could go knight F5. So I love the options, and it gives your opponent chances to go wrong. But I do like Rajabov's principles. His whole game. I mean, all the pieces are developed. The rooks are in the center, bishops are off the back rank, the knights are doing things. Well, maybe the bishop on F8, but it's useful and active. It's just tucked on F8. But he has those pieces out. It's not a bad game.
I was about to point out that if B6 doesn't get played by Black, which does not seem like a logical move to me on the previous turn, that Alireza will get an advantage. It's well known that if White plays C5 in those positions, that trading these bishops, gaining access to the D6 square, the F5 square is really good for White. Black lacks space. So that's why C5 was played by Rajabov. Now you can see the bishop and queen look a bit silly here, but the reality is, probably we're going to see B6. The bishop can activate on A5. And there's a little bit of a race right now to control D5 or D4. And the black pieces, specifically the knights, do not have an easy path to the D4 square. So I think what we're going to see is B6, bishop A4, and a knight repositioning probably to the D5 square.
We have very nice positional sense here, as we have sort of a Maroczy bind type structure with pawns on E4 and C4. Black in return did the same with E5 and C5, sort of a Botvinnik type of structure with a pawn on D6, but there's none there. So knight F to F and knight F1, knight E3 to D5 was nice. I also saw this strange maneuver of knight to F5 instead of going back to F3, because the bishop was trapped on A6 there, which was kind of a cool way to get the knight into the game and also reroute back to E3 to go to D5 while also attacking A6. So I think that was a pretty cool way of doing it. But he went the other way back with knight F3.
I think we're getting close to the move B6 being necessary for White. And actually, the blue arrow appears, so we got there ahead of time. Now, I actually think A takes B5 is important for Black to play. It doesn't look like a good move, and it is played on the board. I think B6 was unpleasant because it just really constricts the black pieces. White is still much better here. We're going to see bishop to C3 probably. This knight might reroute to E3. That way the E4 pawn is defended. But I think it's important to bring the pieces to the D5 square and I was about to say knight f3 after that move. Very tempting. Giving up the g5 square by Rajabov is definitely a big mistake.
And he puts the knight on g5. We can even snatch the bishop here when we want to. As you see, he didn't take it immediately. It is about, having control and threat. As they say, the threat is stronger than the execution. But, knight g5, very nice. I can take this bishop on e6 when I want to. Knight to
this
e3
is a
looks good.
Really nice game. Now the knight has reached d4, but the c-pawn will be weak. White has the bishop pair. I wouldn't say this is incredible for Alireza because this knight does not have a nice square to retreat to, which is a bit annoying. And black can reposition knight e8, knight d6. So advantage to Alireza here, but I wouldn't say anything absolutely crushing. There's no forced way through here. Looking around at some of the other positions, I can say it looks like, at least temporarily, Erigaisi is up some material against Makhnev, and I believe a draw, peaceful result between Bortnik and Safarli. Agreed. Let's jump over to the top board, Magnus against Salem. So we're seeing all the action unfold with b4 and c3 was just played, intending rook takes on b2, but king d1 may be missed by Salem. He went for a very tactical solution, James, but ultimately the white king, the bishop, the knight, the rook, they're all in the game. And look at the two spectators in black's position, the king and the bishop. It feels like you're down a king and down a bishop when it comes to the fight on the queen side.
Wow, that is incredible. Down a whole king is just crazy. Am I like down a king? Chad, have you ever been down a king? That one right there. See, I think Salem is feeling that right now. Is being down a king is incredible.
Statistically, it's the resignation down a king, and that's why he's going to resign. I mean, why do you think he's resigning, right? The material, let's just say it, it's technically equal in the final position. Why is he doing it? You don't want to be down a king.
Listen, guys. I mean, you heard it here first. Come on now. Down a king. Magnus for the win.
This endgame between Noterbeck and Jordan. It's actually, we're very far into the game here. The knight against the bishop with the extra pawn here for Noterbeck. He's got great chances. E3 cannot be taken, of course, due to knight to f5. So it's not so clear cut here. Good drawing chances for Jordan, but man, that knight against the bishop can do a lot of damage here.
I'm not gonna lie. I give this a
he takes.
I was just gonna say when. I was gonna say when too for Noterbeck here. That's crazy because he could just move the king up and then oh wow, yeah, he just messed this up. He probably realizes it in a minute.
So he's trying to say that he has king. I don't know what he thought he calculated here. A big mistake.
Yeah,
it's going to be probably a triangulation needed. But if the knight moves, hang on a second. If the knight moves, you're taking on g4. What is the precise way that you can do this? I think that we're going to need to sacrifice this knight. And I believe we're seeing that on the board. By a tempo, we see the resignation, and Jordan simply miscalculated. He intentionally lost his bishop. He thought he had a tactic that was working where he would reach a position where white could not make progress without losing the knight. The problem was he sacrificed the knight. He gave it up in order to win, and that was not anticipated by Jordan.
Yeah, that was tough here. And I mean, if someone to bring him down, yeah, it'd be Noterbeck, as Danny Wrench calls him, Noterbeck, the mythical dragon. In fact, a lot of times, Noterbeck, when he's up for the challenge, he definitely delivers, and especially in in-games. He loves these in-games. He was the only one to take down Jordan Van Forees. I know he's feeling elated, ecstatic about that one, feeling great. Now he's on 6 here. Jordan's still at the top, feeling good with 6, but yeah, that was a big win for Noterbeck there. On fire now. Alireza Firouzja with the win, Arjun with the dub. And then we have some draws down there. A lot of people with 6 now. It's going to be a shakeup in the standings. Really nice to see 6s up there at the top. So here we go. Wow. Was that 6 people with 6?
That makes sense. And I think there's 5.5 people with 5.5. Oh, no, it doesn't work anymore.
Dang it.
So, yeah, the top of the table is getting very congested there. Alireza, Magnus. We see Abdusattorov, Liu Shanglei after that result earlier against Bu, the very quick draw. Looks like he's bounced back with a great result. Levon, Wesley moving up the standings. And a lot of names there that are starting to look very familiar. Volodar Murzin, the previous World Rapid champion, is now on 5 points and just a point off of the lead.
And of course, on the other side too as well, guys. Listen, there's so many games left. Literally anything can happen. People on the other side of the page can make it to the first and even higher up there. Omanova losing to Goryechkina. She is on fire. Whoever drew her is like, yeah, I'm the star of the day, to hold her off as she just won the Rapid Championship. And she says she's not finished yet. She went into this round yawning before playing her game and just did it easily. Okay, maybe not easily, but at the same time, she's at the top of the leaderboard there. Goryechkina was 6.5. She is the one to be here with no losses, as you see, all the way down to all the way to the other side of the bracket there with 4.5. Remember, there are games left, and there's going to be 10 rounds today in the women's section. So incredible chess from everyone here, but it's still games to be played, chat. There's still a lot to be done. This is nothing yet. Come on, we still got more to do. It's not over today.
No, there's many rounds still ahead. You can see just how fast-paced the action is when we do get to covering it. So many of those top boards have resulted in now really a pile-up at 6 points at 5.5. So no one is really running away with the competition. They saw Jordan out in the lead and they said, hey, get back here. And now it's anyone's tournament.
It's anyone's tournament, guys, and we're going to see after the break.
I don't think it's losing the elements, because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die, because players can never memorize everything. Okay, my name is Alireza Firuzja, and we're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firuzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite fashion design. It's a French brand, so very cool. Where is Alireza Firuzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. What is Alireza Firuzja's? I don't know this. I never checked, but I was thinking a few days ago to check it actually. So Alireza Firuzja's peak rating was 2800 something, 3 probably 4. Who is Alireza Firuzja's girlfriend? She's a volleyball player. So what is Alireza Firuzja's favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Alireza reach 2800? When I was 18. When did I France? It was around 2019. That's it. All the questions answered.
Well, not yet. We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I mean, I was already like 16, so like it was a. I felt like it's a good decision for my chess to be in Europe, and freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very cool. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game, and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical. It's like sharp attacking, and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child, and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements, because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die, because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board chess in high level competitions? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me I feel like it's same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of chess? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive. Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people. And to know that they should just think about improving, and losing is not end of the world. That's it. Okay, we good?
Then you just react, basically.
These are basically mean tweets, yeah? So we're gonna do a little thing today inspired by mean tweets.
Let's take a look at some random online comments that have either been made about me or chess in general. This is from Don't Play 95. This is from Twitter. At chess.com, at Arjun Aragaisi, some things that will never change for fans of this generation. Magnus will always be considered the best. Fabiano will always be regarded as world number 2. Hikaru versus Magnus equals Queen f7 versus Messi. Yeah, I mean, Magnus will always be considered the best. He's obviously the GOAT. Fabiano will always be regarded as world number 2. That's an interesting one. Not so sure whether that's actually true anymore. Hikaru versus, or no, sorry, it's Hikaru versus I can't read. Hikaru versus Magnus equals CR7 versus Messi, not Queen f7. I'm blind, I can't read. I was wondering what Queen f7 was. It reminded me of the stalemate meme that I saw on Twitter. I mean, that would be nice. I think it's definitely true in recent years, probably since the pandemic, but definitely would not be true before that. So it's partially true, but it's a little bit too flattering to me, is what I would say.
Values I share thanks to my parents, teachers, and friends.
Don't let me sign the same papers as freestyle people, as I will lose trust in my team and self-respect. I really have no idea why this tweet was made. Oh, so like someone's account got hacked. It's just bizarre. There's no other way of saying it.
That's quite heartwarming. Very, very wholesome. Thank you.
Ooh, this is a big one. This is the whole paper. This is some. Oh. Everybody's best friend, Emil. Okay. One more thing. Magnus, Hikaru, proponents of freestyle chess conveniently forget to mention.
All top players already have a binding contract with a clause of their non-participation in World Championships not approved by FIDE. This clause mentioning 4 years of non-participation in alternative World Championships was in all contracts for FIDE major events since the unification after the split of the 90s for the obvious reason we can't properly plan and do something for the World Championship the entire cycle without knowing the top players are players not to This agreement was signed by Magnus in 2023 and by the top players of this whole narrative is trying to players leading.
So obviously this was another tweet from the FIDE brass. Frankly, there isn't a lot that needs to be said other than people have a way on social media of trying to shape the narrative. Basically everything that's said is wrong. I could also just further clarify, and this I think is an important point for the general public, but also the top players who may see this or hear this. Clauses that are referenced in here would not hold up in court. I've spoken to lawyers about this.
Lawyered!
I think the notion of binding contracts and everything else is actually Mills the one with the false narrative.
The day PHN shows his real face, not only he posts a private conversation, but also does not mention that it took place in 2018. They must be really angry not to get their hands on the World Championship thing. Well, I'll let this tweet speak for itself.
Oh, more. Emil chess. Yes, Emil chess, this one. Freestyle chess removed the World Championship from the regulations of their tour, hence players can compete in the series without any restriction. Nothing needs to be said. I think I've said enough in the various interviews here already about this topic.
If Morphe was alive today and had all the knowledge and an analysis we did, he would make Magnus look like a Boy Scout. Not impossible. I shaved today, so I have a bit of a boyish feature.
The professional game was so much cooler 70 years ago and farther back than it is now. This is something that is just very, very, very weird to see. I mean, I think, it's kind of one of those things where it depends on the perspective that a player has, but I definitely don't agree with it. I think chess now is in a much better place. There are many more professionals who make a living from it and don't have to work other jobs.
Okay, at Magnus Carlsen, Magnus is a genius in marketing, strumming up drama so he can advertise his app. Yes. Go download chess.com, take all of it on your devices.
Chess is boring when you're a great player. At this point, you play a memory game, not a strategy one. This is actually an interesting quote. It's something that, it's funny because the person who said this does not understand this at all. They're not a top player. It's something that only probably the top 100 players in the world can truly understand. It's definitely true that when you're a great player, chess can become very boring in a memory game, but certainly some tournaments like the Candidates where the winner-take-all situation are different, or the World Cup as well. So it's mostly true, but not completely true.
Magnus Carlsen should auction off the G's for charity chess history. Well, we're gonna do that, so very good idea. That wasn't mean at all. My wife's theory, Carlsen works hard to maintain the best body among elite chess players. The bar is low, wow. And posts swimsuit photos to prove it. But dress slacks don't do justice to his superb butt. Jeans are required. I maintain that well-tailored slacks can be just as sexy, but she insists there is nothing quite like a perfectly formed backside in jeans. You know, Randy, my wife says exactly the same thing. So it's glad to know that I have one like-minded person out there. So I appreciate that a lot. I think that's also a good place to finish.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat? Look, probably. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. And for the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna chase the tempo. Okay, tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Okay, mama said I'd make it, then I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players try to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
Here we go. We're back with round 8 of the World Blitz Championships. Guys, we still have chess to be played today, and it can be mix-ups in the standings. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Let's take a look at who is playing who in this round. So, pairings-wise, I'm excited to see. At the top, Magnus and Jordan Van Furries, who just took an L to Nordebek at Vachier-Lagrave. So, bouncing back sometimes is... it has to be quick because now you're playing Magnus, Amon. I mean, you go from being at the top, you lose a game, and then you get Magnus. Congratulations.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't get any easier, but the good thing about this tournament is you only have to play him once. And we saw Bortnik escape with a draw, but really in that one, it was actually Magnus escaping. It could have been a lot worse. So he's beatable, just like everybody in this competition, even playing at their highest level. It's Blitz, right? Anything can happen. That's what we're here for, to see potential upsets. We see Dubov against Musard, another Blitz specialist. Duda also making his way up these standings. He had a very forgettable World Rapid performance, but it's great to see him bouncing back and doing well in the Blitz thus far. MVL Yu Yang Yi is also going to be a really exciting one as we move into the women's section. And for round 8, Goryachkina right back where she left off. Right? Winning the World Rapid and now board number 1, half a point clear of the field in the World Blitz Championship. And up on board 3 is Eileen Robers. I was mentioning that name. Definitely a player to watch out for. And the Chinese participants, Zhu Wenjun, Lei Tingjie, are making their way up the standings as well, with currently 5 points, sat a point and a half back from the leader. However, in Blitz, James, the standings can shake up much quicker than in Rapid. And right now you may see there could be a player in each of the sections who is not even in the top 10, top 20 that may win the actual event.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. As we've seen, even last year, as we talked about Merzen, who no one, he if you had a bracket, your bracket was busted 100%. No one had Merzen up there in theirs, and Merzen went on to win the whole event when it comes to the rapid portion of the World Rapid Championships. He won the Rapid, didn't do so well this year, but again, it's just something you're not used to seeing, and it's someone different. So anything can happen here, especially with 3+2. It's not a lot of time. 2-second increment goes by so quickly, especially when you have to think faster than 2 seconds and make the move and process everything. And also, you got to hit your own clock. I think some people forget that, Amon, that you got to hit your own clock. This is not online where the clock is for you. You got to hit your own clock and have the right mechanics.
And we have the games have begun. Jordan has actually worked for Magnus before in some capacity in preparation. So a bit of an interesting matchup here. I have the women's games on the top of your screen, and on the bottom, of course, the open section. Magnus and Jordan, Ali Reza against Arjun. I'm expecting some fireworks, and actually the opening as well. If we see D takes C4 in that one, and we do, this opening is also known to be quite exciting. Highly theoretical, but is a full pawn sacrifice on that board. So, James, I'm confident that I can say I think that one is going to be intriguing.
Well, we got to go see that one, absolutely. Well, look at the Arjun and Firouzja game, bro. Pawns on B5 and G5? Like, what? They're pawns on B and G. When do you do all? Like,
Yep.
what is this? He's just both sides.
Yeah, and this pawn cannot really be dealt with. First of all, you can play knight takes g4. It's not even the best move. Taking on d7 is preferred, and against queen d7, you can play bishop e5 as a method of actually capturing this pawn. And notice how immediately white looked for compensation and counterplay. Arjun, against the move g5, went h4. That brought the pawn to g4, and I still think, James, it's possible we could be in some sort of theory, or at least a known position for these players. Black wants to play rook g8 as soon as possible to get out of the pin, support the g-pawn, and to finally move this knight.
Ooh, and b3, actually. This is the Bobfanick stuff. When you castle queenside, stuff gets all crazy and difficult. This is some very sharp theory. b3, allowing b4 to happen, which will kick the knight, but he didn't. He went with the capture here. A file is open. I mean, this game is wide open, especially in the Blitz game too as well. Definitely some type of theory. Arjun is moving quite quickly.
Yeah, the black needs to play rook g8 because it really frees the position. The other move you can, of course, play is bishop g7. It actually still remains in a pin. And for example, the g-pawn can be captured. But notice how the priority for Arjun is not just rushing into capturing the pawn on g4. Instead, it's actually on playing b3, getting rid of the pawn on c4, making it very undesirable to castle queenside here, not to mention the bishop. So this king, it needs to go somewhere. It's probably going to go on the king side, but there's an exposed pawn on g4 here. So I would expect maybe short castle by white or perhaps queen d2. But as soon as you play queen d2, you have to give some consideration to b4. The knight would be forced to move, and that exposes the e4 pawn with tempo.
Yeah, I actually like white in these positions. It does feel like I can play for a lot. I just have my options and my fun. F3, F4. Center can break open with D5. Definitely love to move castles from Perugia, though. Yeah, okay, it looks like my pawns are overextended, but my king is actually safe. He takes the pawn on G4. Takes an F6. Oof.
There's not much visually that I like about Alireza's position, I have to say.
Right.
But I think that things might change tactically once we see a move like c5. This move is a bit surprising, obviously with checkmate threatened after the recapture, but f6 is clearly the plan. I'm looking at that bishop, James. I don't like it. It's not really part of the game. The bishop can just retreat, let's say, to f4 in order to make a threat. A bishop takes on h6. And I'm concerned long-term about this bishop on b7, despite the fact that if we count up the pawns, how many pawns we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 a piece, but it hardly feels like it's symmetrical. There are tons of imbalances here.
Absolutely. C6 pawn being a little blocking the bishop. White has a big center. A lot of pawn islands. 1, 2, 3 pawn islands for black. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's 1, 2 pawn islands for white and white. Queen f7. Eval bar jumped immediately, but is there something we're missing? Maybe bishop d. I was about to say bishop d6. Maybe you could play e5, or even just take over the c5 square, like a bishop. Okay, he has bishop f8 after that. You still could play bishop c5, I guess, and then bishop f8, queen e3 or something. But the idea here is obviously the bishop on b7 is so bad.
The bishop is so bad that c5 here is an actual move you would consider playing, despite the fact that it completely and 100% loses a pawn. So that should let you know what type of position we're dealing with. Maybe f5 with the idea that if you push or capture, all of a sudden you see c5. Then you see maybe the bishop could sack and g2 will open up. Alireza is a tactical player. He's going to look for these moves. c5 is on the board, and I'm not surprised one bit. It might be a difficult move to play, but for Alireza, he knows what the pieces need here, and immediately c5 and f5, the bishops have transformed, and all of a sudden, this is dangerous for white.
Now I have to go queen f4, actually, believe it or not. I think queen f4 is probably, well, it does open up the bishops, so regardless of if the queen moves off f7 or not, there will be some open bishops. Queen f4 on the board here, but this is why I was a fan of the bishop c5 move rather than queen f3, to just immediately stop that c5 move from ever happening. Now Alireza is getting some counterplay, which he's looking and hoping for.
Now, f3 stops rook g4, and it supports e4, but the easy move is queen to g7. It threatens mate, and it threatens the pawn on d4. It might look like just a huge blunder, but at least after bishop takes d4, the trades will help white sort of alleviate the pressure. And for now, this bishop on this long diagonal is not terribly effective. So all of a sudden, though, this is the game that Alireza wants to be playing. And Arjun is also completely capable of these tactical positions. But right now, it's more fun for black, honestly. It's not a position where white has a lot of tactics. White's surviving, playing defense, and hoping to get a good position later.
Yeah, now we have the tactics. Whoa, game is exploding. D5, rook c8, probably b4, anchoring the bishop. If pawn takes, queen takes f5.
And after pawn takes, look at those bishops, right? The bishops are not in the game. a5, the blue arrow, is the only move for black to try to open things up. After this, you could play d6, and every piece is getting shut down here.
Every piece is getting shut down, but maybe the bishop on b7 is, I guess it looks great with some bishop f3 type of options later if the queen moves off of f4 due to the G file pin. Time's getting very low too as well. I saw the red clock there, meaning it was very low on time, even though you get that 2-second increment.
And look at the restraint, not playing the move d6. Myself included, I just couldn't believe not playing that move. I know that it opens up this bishop, but the f3 pawn is still providing pretty good shelter, not to mention the king can always move out of the way. So I'd be very interested in that. However, Arjun is just realizing that if the pawn captures, you'll see this pawn maybe start to push to e7, and that completely shuts down the light squared bishop. So huge advantage to Arjun right now, who is in control of this position, and 10 seconds ticking down. Alireza can barely find a move.
And he's getting moves off fast. Queen g7. Should he trade? Should he not? Hesitation. Trade the queens. Probably rook f5 next. Bishop d4 too is possible.
I really like a repositioning of the knight. We see rook d2 played first. A great looking move. You don't care about this h-pawn at all. The only thing about rook e2 is that we're seeing a change of plan. Arjun's not repositioning the knight. He's looking to capture on d5 and push this e-pawn, completely winning for Arjun Erigaisi.
Wesley So in the background. Wesley So cam. Gotta move.
Bishop takes d5 here is a move you don't really want to play. It simplifies things. f4, there could be some tactics here. That's a pawn that's, blundered to some degree. e6 is not available to be captured, but if you go back to e5, you could see something like rook to g6. Instead, king g6. I wonder why not rook g6 there?
I don't know what was winning.
Living on the increment, this is not an easy position.
Everything's defended. a5, good move.
Hang on a
trying
sec.
to loosen the bishop.
Counterplay it. It looks like Alireza, the worst is behind him.
Nice move. Get some pieces off the board.
Yeah, you can take the bishop here, clean everything up, and this will very likely be a draw. At the end of all of that, I'm guessing that this will just be shuffling. And let's see if the players want to continue.
Check and check. There it is. And here comes the next one. He's going to do it again. There it is. Repeat. They look at each other and shake hands.
And there we go. And I'm actually looking at the top boards here. Pranav and Artemiev are still in a game here. It's been draws on the first 7 boards. And some of them, admittedly, were relatively quick, but most of them were played on. This game looks relatively drawn here, and I don't think there's going to be any concern here. You put that king on c1, and I think, yeah, there we go. The handshake. You can never do anything in those opposite bishop positions. So the first 8 boards are all draws in the open.
When does that ever happen, guys? Where draws on all boards like that? Especially in Blitz too. No one wins on the top 8 boards there. That was actually incredible to see. 6.5 is kind of like the same thing just happened. But on the back end, or even on the other sides of the board, other sides of the standings, people with wins, people with draws, a lot of 6s down there. That is incredible. A lot of 6s. And then a 5.5 on 24. Wow. We have to go to see Goryachkina's game right now. Something's going on. Let's go see.
Well, just the top board in the women's section is still ongoing. So you know, this is where all the action is. And it also appears as though, despite the fact that we have an H pawn, which does present drawing opportunities. In fact, if that king was just one file closer, this might not be a win.
Draw.
But
yeah.
Look at this. You're
That's
going to bring this
crazy.
pawn all the way up, and then you bring that rook to the G file here. Rook F7, Rook F8. That's the idea. And now the king can escape.
And then you zigzag your way out. It's a resignation. Check king A3, check king B3, check, check, check. King runs away. And there it is, beautifully played and displayed.
And we get to see perfect technique in action, and Goryachkina moves to 7.5 points. A 1.5 clear of Maria Muzichuk, but we'll wait to see those standings to really give a clear picture of Goryachkina's lead over the competition. It was a 0.5 point going into that round, and we can see the results there. James, on that top board, Goryachkina continues to show her dominance.
She's ripping through the field here, and then like, oh yeah, I got 7. I'll be up next. No, wait, she already won against Amanova there. So Goryachkina is on a tear. She's looking to win both Rapid and the Blitz in the women's section here. Who is going to stop her is actually the question of the day. Who will? Guys, place your bets, because it's getting tough as games go on. She just keeps winning, and they stop. Today in round 10, she is on absolute fire here. But we still have games left in both sections. So, guys, take a short break, and we'll be back.
Magnus interview. Take one.
Looking back at 2025, you had a great year, both on and off the board. You got married, you became a father, and you've won a bunch of tournaments. How would you kind of summarize the year so far?
No, what can I say? It's been a fun ride. Definitely a lot of changes. Yeah, it's been very positive change, and chess-wise, I feel like I've generally done pretty well, with I think obvious highlight being 9 out of 9 in Grenke. And there's still a lot to come with here in Qatar.
Okay, Magnus, the candidates list is nearly set now. What are your predictions for the upcoming candidates?
Just like last time, probably the old Americans are the favorites. And then we got Prague as third favorite, and then probably a pretty big drop-off after that. Like Vachier is really good, but I don't think he's capable of winning enough games to win the candidates. So will be interesting to see. Would have loved to see some more big names in the field, but then again, if you didn't qualify, it didn't qualify. But I think maybe the system should kind of account for somebody like Vincent, who was really close to qualifying a lot of times and has the highest rating of anybody who's not there. Certainly deserved to be there, but I guess he and Arjun and a few others will have to await their turns, but we'll see. So it's always interesting to follow.
What is your relationship with FIDE now, today?
I haven't really spoken to FIDE people much for the last year at all. My contact with the World Rapid and Blitz has been with Mohammed, the organizer in Qatar. And my family and I have a great relationship with, which is, also part of the reason why I wanted to play.
And a few weeks ago, it was official that we will have a new World Championship title, the FIDE Combined World Champion Tour or Cycle. What are your thoughts on that? And will that tour help patch the relationship somewhat with FIDE, you think?
I generally applaud the effort to try and make this happen. It doesn't really affect my relationship with FIDE much at all. Certainly had no effect on me playing in Qatar. Like, that decision was made independently of that. So we'll see what happens. I think in terms of that cycle, we're still very early on, but the format sounds intriguing, so I really hope it happens.
Is there a person that you would mention which made your year better in any way?
I mean, there are two very clear candidates, which is my wife and my son, and I think they will take joint first place on that list.
Very good. And how would you kind of sum up the first full season of the freestyle tour so far?
It's been a bit chaotic with format changes and everything, but I hope we can settle on something for next season. And playing the tournaments itself has been a lot of fun. It's just a different experience sitting down and creating something from the get-go, and I'm very grateful to be part of this first season.
And what are your expectations for the upcoming World Rapid and Blitz?
I guess I am playing in the World Rapid and Blitz in order to kind of push myself a little bit. It's a tournament I really don't want to do well in. There was a lot of doubt of whether I was going to be there. I was more than out at some point, but now that I'm playing, I'm motivated to give it my all and do well. As long as I'm in good shape, I'll be dangerous man.
Why did you decide to play at the end?
First of all, I found some motivation to play and compete against the best in a world championship setting. Apart from that, it's become a tradition in Norway.
And I mean, last year, some controversy, Jeansgate, and you shared the gold with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you think there will be any incident this year with FIDE or anyone else for that matters?
I'm sure that there will be incidents because there always are at the World Rapid and Blitz. I hope I'm not going to be part of it this time. So what I can say.
What do you think about the format change in this year's World Blitz tournament?
I think it's good that it's more games in the preliminaries. Last year, with only 13 rounds, it became very, very hectic. A lot of people were trying to sort of draw their way into the tournament, and then, I wasn't playing fantastic, and it became just a little bit of a mess for a lot of people. I really like the old Swiss format, but then again, not having the best players play at the end was not great, and like having a final is good. So I would say generally I like it, but it's different, of course.
Do you think it will change your decision making towards the end of the preliminary rounds, only having 4 spots qualify, 4 players qualify?
Well, I think the fact that it's 19 rounds now, right?
Yeah.
I think 13 rounds is a short enough distance that I can easily not be top 4. It is very possible that I'm not top 4 after 19 rounds, but that's a long enough distance where I've probably played all the good players, and if I'm not top 4 in 19 rounds, then I'm just not good enough.
Yeah. Then you wouldn't have won with the old format either, with only 21 rounds, right?
Yeah, so if it's 13 rounds, like I've had several tournaments where I've had like a couple of accidents around then, and I still rebound to win the tournament. But now, for instance, last year I was like plugging along, playing like okay, but not really great. And then all of a sudden it came down to a must-win game against Sevian in the penultimate game, where I basically, hustled him with very little time to make it to the knockouts. With 19 rounds, it's a bit different, and you really get to play everybody. So now definitely no excuses.
Many people will bring up your name when we ask them who's your main competitor in both the Blitz and the Rapid World Championship. But who are your, let's say, three main rivals in each of the tournaments?
Well, Hikaru's not there, Alariza's not there, as far as I know. And that means that there is a gap. And so I'm mainly focused on my own play. If I do well, I will have a great chance, and I think after me, it's very, very much a free-for-all.
Do you think there's a young player who could be a dark horse in either of the events?
Well, the Rapid is fewer rounds, and it's generally significantly more random than the Blitz. So in the Rapid, there's probably 30 people who can win, and of them, probably like 7 or 8 of them are young. So you tell me. I mean, Mudson did great last year. Doesn't mean that he's the top 10 Rapid or Blitz player in the world, you know? We'll see. I think in order to make top 4 in Blitz, that's how then you're gonna find some really, really top names.
And looking back once more, what would you say was the chess moment in 2025?
For me personally, I would say beating Vincent in the last round of the Grenko Open and making 9 out of 9.
That was the last big deep breath that Vincent needs to take.
Yeah. And there's the congratulation and the historical performance by Magnus Carlsen, 9 out of 9.
Apart from that, I'm hoping that the best moments overall in chess are going to come here and in Qatar.
And obviously this takes place during the holiday season between Christmas and New Year's. Do you have any other Christmas traditions besides playing chess?
I usually travel a lot. I'm probably more on the Grinch side than loving Christmas, so I'm quite happy to be playing chess in general.
Looking ahead for 2026, do you have any New Year resolutions or goals for next year?
I don't have any New Year's resolutions, but in terms of goals, it's to be there and watch my family flourish.
Can you say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in your native language to our followers out there?
God jul og godt nyttår. Vi ses i Qatar, vi ses i Sør-Afrika og overalt i 2026.
Very good. And now the final and most important question. What do you think of Norway's group stage chances after the World Cup football drawing last night?
Well, we're in the strange position of not knowing every team that we're playing, but we have the so-called IDS group left: Iraq, Suriname, and Bolivia. Not in that order if you mentioned the letters, but I think we have very good chances, especially with a game against the presumably weakest team coming up first. A famous song from 1994, when Norway last played in the World Cup in the United States, says "Med Norge I finalen blir det fest." Just when Norway reaches the final, there will be a party, and that's going to happen this time instead.
Amazing. All right. Thank you so much.
Guys, we are here with round 9, the World Blitz Chess Championships. And if we take a look at the standings here, guys, there is a big traffic jam right here with 20, all the way down to 24. So it's like six, all the sixes there. What's going on with this traffic jam here?
Yeah, it's a lot of players. It probably even extends off of this page right here, but it just shows that the competition is that close right now, and no one is running away with it. That's what Blitz is. No one's indestructible. You win 5 games in a row, you can lose 5 games in a row. It's a bit, I would say there's more variance, right? That's what Blitz is. Lower time control. Blunders can happen by the best players in the world. And Magnus Carlsen and Arjun headline this round 9 on the top board. Noterbeck against Ali Reza, for me, James, is absolutely the matchup to watch from this one. Meanwhile, Grishuk against Wesley is sort of a battle that we've seen between those two players many times over the years, and we're seeing it again here on board 5 in the Blitz.
It looks great. We also have Dubov versus Bragg. We got Aronian versus Indris there. Fabiano versus Merzin, the previous Rapid Chess champion of last year. So NBL versus Pranav, obviously. A lot of 6s here. This is part of that traffic jam we talked about before. Anyone winning, even drawing, it will catapult themselves further up in the standings here. In the women's section with the pairings, you see Eileen Roberts is going to try her shot at Goryachkina, who is on an absolute tear. She's won the Rapid, and now she's looking to do the same in the Blitz, just ahead of the field right now. But, of course, there's 2 rounds left, round 9 and 10 today for them. And the games have started. Magnus and Arjun. Looks like, we're going to have a fight. There's Cecilia.
Yeah, and I'm actually particularly interested in this matchup, the top board. In the women's section, I think that Eileen Roberts is going to be an interesting competition for Goryachkina. Could be a real test. And we actually see what looks like it is a King's Gambit, top left of your screen. So I actually want to start with that one, James, as we get into this round, because Goryachkina has been dominant in the Rapid. And, of course, lots to cover in this event in both sections, but Eileen has certainly made a name for herself as a Blitz player, speed chess specialist, and Goryachkina has honestly looked untouchable in both events thus far.
Absolutely. It is a nice choice. King's Gambit, very traditional, but it is going to be a fight against Goryachkina here, who is not going to just settle down. Very, very strong. Chat, we got a King's Gambit. Very rare to see that one. But knight takes e6.
It is. This is exciting. Is it the same for you, James, where King's Gambit for you was always one of those openings where it's just the coolest thing when you were learning chess? Because I always felt like King's Gambit was like, who could play this well with black? Like you sack things as white. It just feels like such a fun opening to play, full of tactics. And immediately Goryachkina has the opportunity here. The blue arrow screaming for bishop to g4. Not played, and I think that Eileen might actually get a very decent position here with bishop b2 and castles, but in this position, I'm actually just going to back up and show some of the insane tactics that are possible and why people love this opening. Bishop to g4, and although you can bring the bishop back and save your piece, it would cost you your queen, James.
Yeah, that's tough. It's especially in this time control too as well. You see so many misses that happen because you're moving fast here. Now, it seems very fun for white. Play a4, stop your attack. I really don't have to play a4. I could just castle anyway, and then do knight takes a4. But I totally understand a4. Totally understand it. Then castle
a4 makes sense,
and just go for your own thing.
I think that's a good call out, James. Playing a4 because honestly, this is what Blitz does. In a classical game, you might really give some thought to a4. How dangerous is it? In Blitz, no, I don't want any part of that. I think you castle here as white. You bring a rook to the middle. The e-pawn is hanging, so black has to really respect that. And white's playing moves like queen c4. Every single pawn is loose in this position. I really like white's position, but bishop a3 has been played, looking to trade off that annoying dark square bishop. But I do think, James, that white is in control of this game so far.
Absolutely. Pawn e6 is loose. And, of course, after casting queenside, bishop a3 was played quite quickly, because that bishop was going to be very strong on b2 on the diagonal. Now we have a trade, and white's just for choice. Look at the weaknesses in black's camp here. d3 maybe just to stay.
Yeah, I think
solid.
The slow moves. It looks like a position you want to go crazy in, but I think slow moves is the answer. d4 allows knight g4 for knight e3, and this might be the undoing of white's position. I really like that pawn on d2. So perhaps rook to e2, rook to e1, and just applying that pressure to the pawn, which was pinned, by the way, so the move e5 was not possible.
She went the in-game route, which is totally normal. Definitely understand. She loves her in-games too. But she went the knight d5 route. But that allows knight takes knight, which is like, okay, cool, because, yeah, knight e3 is annoying. But she went knight e4, allowing knight e3 steal.
Yeah, I think at this point, we could say that the magic of the King's Gambit has kind of worn off. And while the knight is going to reach the c5 square, the position is definitely approaching that sort of equality that sometimes you get from a crazy position that suddenly simmers down a little bit. But white, for me, still has the better chances with the d-pawn restricting the e-pawn and the c-pawn from advancing, the knight jumping into c5, the rook going over to e2, and that e-pawn should be in trouble. But James, we can jump back to our bird's eye view. Keep an eye on both sections here. I just thought, how do you not spend time on the most exciting opening in chess, the King's Gambit?
Gotta pay attention to that. King's Gambit. Always the wave. Looks like Stefanova is winning on board 2. You see that one over there? Amanova is going down after bishop takes e5. Maybe not a piece, actually. No, she got a piece back. Pawn e5 is the idea after that. Bishop takes knight there. So moving around, Carlsen got a king on d2.
Magnus versus Erigaisi. I'm looking straight at that game. White has just played the move king d2. It's getting a question mark, which is probably not surprising. We'd assume that a move like king d2 cannot be correct. But queen to b1 will force a trade of queens in this one. And there's really nothing that black can do about it. So Magnus is hoping to justify that the king is ready for the endgame. But, James, you don't want to be ready too early. You don't start the game with e4, king e2 because you're ready for the endgame.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, I thought that was the other way around. You're ready for the endgame, so you put your king on d2. No, in fact, there are a lot of pieces on the board still, guys, so you got to be careful. By the way, okay, I was like, where is his queen at? I was like, oh, it's in d1. It just looked awkward placing. Like, where's this queen? Oh, it's there on d1. Well, lots of moves.
Exactly.
Quite quickly there. Lots of moves going on.
So Arjun is, first of all, up a pawn here. It's a really, really good game that he's played thus far. Magnus is certifiably in trouble. Okay, there's no other way to say it. At this point, a big decision on how he wants to recapture, and he takes with the pawn and d4, the best move in the position, I believe, played by Erigaisi, earning the b4 square. The knight has the d5 square. At the cost of returning material, James, this looks like the right way to play for Arjun.
Absolutely. It looks good. Magnus is defending. It reminds me of the Peruvian game that he played. I think it was in the Rapid, but Peruvian game where it was Tamanov from black side. Magnus had a crazy game.
We may need to see that king move. The king's back on e1. It's just like a puzzle. How did that rook on c3 leave the h1 square? That's going to confuse everybody.
Oh my goodness, that is actually incredible to think about. That is the rook from the h1 square, guys.
The king is going to slowly, manually castle to f1, to g1. The pawn on d4 is defended. Black has moves like knight d5, like rook c8. We're certainly going to see those. And in the endgame, the a pawn could be the difference. But beating Magnus Carlsen doesn't just take one move, one tactic. You have to keep it up the entire game.
Now all those king moves worked out, but Magnus is living off the increment. I mean, kind of Arjun is too. So Arjun is up 20 seconds or so, 2-second increment. King gets over to g1.
Yep, watch out for knight b5. It would blunder checkmate on the previous turn. Magnus needs a move here.
Jumps.
The knight is the only piece not doing anything. Surely he's going to look to reposition. He goes d5.
Not the move, but it looks like d6 is a possibility.
But
takes.
Queen takes b5, forces the queens off. This looks like a huge mistake from Magnus. There's no queen c8 check. Queen takes b5 here is trouble for Magnus. His head is shaking already.
He doesn't. He goes queen c7. Queen b8 check, trying to get the piece back after a bishop is captured. Farouja in the background.
He knows trading the queens would just lose immediately. Queen d8 gets the piece back on d5, but Arjun is saying, look, I'm keeping both of my queenside pawns. All the endgames are winning now.
Playing on seconds, chat. Magnus down 2 passers.
Yeah, really the deficit is only 1 pawn, but it feels a lot worse than that because of those connected pawns. But neither pawn can move at the moment. And I will say it looks tough to actually make progress. So Arjun is going to have to dig deep here.
Okay. I actually like what Magnus has done here with the knight to g5. Now there's chances. There's all kind of things that can happen, especially when time gets slow. I was just going to say e6 is a move. It's definitely something to throw the kitchen sink at him.
No, hey, this is Blitz. I would get nervous here about where to put the pieces. Queen on so many possible squares and goes to b6, but now pawns are dropping. That was, I'll translate that. That means Magnus lost on time. He could not get that move off. Queen to b6 played, but could not hit the clock in time, and clear frustration on the face of Magnus Carlsen as Arjun Erigaisi moves to 7.5 points with a win over Magnus.
Arjun Erigaisi, that is a big win. Big win in that game there. That was tough. That was a tough one. And lots of emotion, lots of things happened. I think the piece kind of, tumbled over at the same time, too. He was trying to stop the clock.
It looks like Aronian and Indich are still playing here in what looks like a very strange game, although actually a knight has just been dropped. So as I say that, I believe we'll see resignation. Aronian just hung a knight in the final position, although it was a lost position. So Indich beating Aronian and moving up to 7 points. The top boards, a lot of draws up there, but a lot of wins with the black pieces. In fact, Noterbeck also beat Ali Reza with the black pieces on board 2. We had Fabiano beating Merzin. Artemiev and Rajabov are still playing.
Noterbeck beating Firouzja too. Incredible. Whoa, what? Oh, shoot.
Well, this looks like the end of the game in this one. That'll be a checkmate.
Whoa. Wow. Getting made it like that. That one kind of hurts. That stings a little bit. Rajabov, G2, man. Very strong.
Well, it looks like those are all of the top results for Rajabov, also moving to 7 points. And I think in the women's section, I just wanted to see Eline Robers did win with the white pieces over Goryachkina, which is a really, really impactful result for the standings. I was mentioning this name for people for a while. I said, watch out. Eline Robers is here to play. King's Gambit getting a win over Goryachkina on the top board in the women's section. That shakes things up a lot in that section, James.
Absolutely. Eline Robers, one thing I noticed about her games is she just plays all the stuff that you aren't looking at. She plays French aggressively with casting queen side. She plays Dutch all the time. It doesn't matter which kind of Dutch. It's Dutch. It's just aggressive openings. And she brought it to Goryachkina. And now
we can bring up the cam here. We don't need to be on the board for this one. This is just pure time scramble. It looks like board 2 of the women's section.
Got that extra pawn. The extra pawn versus Rook Bishop. King Rook Bishop versus King Rook Pawn. That extra pawn does something.
Yeah, the pawns on the board is the reason that this game is going to be a win. However, Black is doing a great job at just hanging on to that pawn, being difficult. Remember that this is Omanova, who has 7 points right now and has only gone down to the leader, or the previous leader, Goryachkina.
How do you win? She has this weird maneuver going.
This is not easy. It is definitely a win according to table base, but it's all about taking that A pawn. And to be honest with you, I don't see a forced way that this can happen.
Check. Okay, yeah, Black with the rook now.
We don't need to worry about the eval bar going up and down. That usually has to do with the engine realizing, with best play, we can get to 50 moves, but obviously mistakes are going to happen. So you can usually ignore this stuff. And actually, on this move, we're going to need to see King B2. This wins. The rook has trapped itself. The king has to move. But in fact, we see rook a5, and this will be no rook a6. That I do not understand. Rook a6 would have won the game immediately. Obviously, winning the pawn, James, wins the game as well. But you could have forced the rooks to trade there for a 100% victory. But obviously, it'll be over nonetheless.
Absolutely. That extra pawn is now, we have it. We can now go queen in is the goal. Head shake there, Romanova.
And this one is simply routine for Stefanova. And that's the resignation on board two. Almanova goes down at, doing her best to hold that one, but ultimately it was a winning position, and Stefanova wins to move to 7.5 points here in the women's section.
Incredible upsets. Wow. Eileen Roper is 7.5 there, meeting with Stefanova and Goryachkina. She was the only one to beat Goryachkina there. Incredible, going into their final round of today. Well, because they only have 10 rounds today. Incredible stuff there. Look at the top of the leaderboard there. Only 3 with 7.5. Stefanova, Ropers, and Goryachkina. Goryachkina with her first loss here. Eileen Ropers with none. You see that 0 there under the losses column. She has none. She's on fire, 3 draws, and still looking to push for this last round today. And you still got games left, so ladies still have time to play, and another day tomorrow in the open section here. Man, that was a tough game. It was crazy. Magnus basically just fumbles the piece, loses on time. Arjun with a huge win here, and Norderbeck as well. Both sitting up there at 7.5. That looks like that's going to be the matchup coming up next. Just unanimous. Arjun versus Norderbeck and Busatora. Then you have obviously Jordan and the rest of them. Lots of 7s down there too. Some 6s, 6.5. You see a lot of 7s sprinkled around there. Timur Rajabov beating Artemia. Some at 7. Boo beating Bravian puts him at 7. So of course, as we see in the standings here, got the 7s are going to face off against each other, and we see who's going to face off against each other at the top there, which is Norderbeck and Arjun. 7.5. They're both only having 1 loss here with a few rounds left to go. Guys, we still have games, and it's getting heated. Of course, people getting mad, emotions everywhere, lots of chess. Me and Aman are still here, and we're gonna be back after the break.
Where are the stupid people?
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. No,
Sorry,
no. Come on.
All right, let's go. Nice. So far, so good. All right, bishop d3. Oh, all right. I thought we were getting a Jospim. All right. It was good for about 3 moves. So that's, yeah, pawn takes. Okay, pawn takes. Yep. Castles. Bring the knight out. Knight out. Pawn. Okay, I mean, no mistakes have been made. Pawn. Free pawn. Mistakes have been made. Keep going. All good. Obviously, we jump. Okay, we trade the queens. Put the knight in the middle. Pawns. Ooh, wow. That's. Can we just back up a second? Why did you just do that? That's. All right. We just bring it right back. Now you're just 2 pawns down. That's good. Okay. Push through. Trade. It's a good game. Bring the rook. Very controlled. Not perfect, but. I mean, a lot of control. All right, and we're going to put the rooks on the 7th rank. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's just over. Rook takes. I mean, white was, yeah, just totally crushing. All right, where's the meme? White has played way too well. Where is the nonsense? Check. Trap the bishop. Damn, what the? Okay. I have nothing to commentate. Check. Okay, we had to protect that pawn. Check. Yes. Wow. Methodical. And now white just very easily wins the game. Yep. I'm always scared in these moments. I'm like finding a way white can mess this up. But I don't think white can mess this up. Stalemate? That's the end of the game? Wow. Well done. Can we get a round of applause? That was, with games like this, the first thing I think is that white overperformed, right? Like, so people who are rated like 1,000 play a game like that, and then they're like, I gotta send this in because this is the greatest game I ever played. And then I guess like 1,800, and they're like, no, I learned chess like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, what I look for, I mean, the last like 40 moves, there was a lot of control. You go to the first, like the opening, I try to look where the opening kind of got weird. It got weird fast. But then people still played pretty reasonably. There was like a pawn blunder. I mean, white played with incredible control. So it's really tough. This is one where I either have to just round up white's rating to like how I think they played, or, you know, kind of go off black, who played kind of strange and made some mistakes. All right, we're about to start with a really epic guess. I'm gonna say that the person who played white is rated like 1400. Let's say 1400, and it could be higher, but black played really bad. So let's see.
Rating is 1423.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, this is a 5-minute game.
Another e4. Okay. London. Ooh, Dutch. Okay. All right. Bishop g5. Oh, London. Little Joe Bava. Nice. Take the center. This is terrible for black. No, it's no longer terrible for black. That's not where the queen should go. Like e5 probably just like almost wins. Okay.
This is a game between 2 staff members. So
oh boy.
The staff member who submitted this did the other staff member dirty by submitting it.
And they're close together.
No, actually. Their rating, they did not follow the rules, but let's do it anyway.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, and now you win the rook. Take the knight probably. Or that. Knight. Okay, good. A lot of information here, like not taking the knight with the bishop. Like these people are in the 4 digits, I would say. Maybe I'm... Pawn takes, queen takes, pawn takes. All right, we're gonna use the rook. Don't hang the bishop. You hung the bishop. That was... I think black is higher rated than white. Hot take. I'm just gonna, you know, drop that. Oh! Ah! Wow.
Okay, we have to see this masterpiece again. This is just great.
I still think black is higher rated than white. That did not change. Yeah, bishop, very well spotted. But very creative. Pawn takes knight, and then like lining up. Yeah, I mean, so tunnel visioned on the idea. Like this is how you know you have like an early intermediate, because they were so genius. They were like, I'm gonna take on f3 with the pawn, and then I'm gonna move my rook. And then I'm just gonna hang the bishop. Like that doesn't matter. And then, you know, I'm so set on this idea. And black allowed it, which is crazy. White had only one idea, and they pulled it off. What's the rating gap of the players? You don't have to tell me like
The
specifically.
rating gap is 500 points.
Ooh. 5-minute game.
5-minute game.
5-minute game. Yeah, in the opening, like white obviously plays an opening and understands the idea up until around like move 6, and that's not an insult actually, because like bringing the queen out, it feels like you're attacking, but you kind of have to do it the right way. Black played a bit passively in the opening, I think deliberately even, especially if I think black is higher rated. That's my thesis. I'm gonna say that to conjure up this idea for white, you probably have to be like, you have to be at least 4 digits. If you're under 4 digits, then that's really impressive. And also that means that black is like 1400 and you're 900, which I don't think. I think it's probably like 1150 and 1650. I think white is 1150, I think black is 1650.
It's so crazy how good you are at this and your instincts. It was 1400 and 900 exactly.
Really?
But then you thought about it. You thought yourself out of it. But if Brooke,
wow.
Take applause
yeah,
for Brooke.
that was good.
Brooke
that was good.
Nick. So
that was good.
High praise from Levy because the idea is stronger than 900.
Where are the stupid people? I mean games, not people. Like where are the
the chess.com meetup, bunch of good players.
I want a stupid game. Is this no, like so
Yeah,
fun.
maybe we'll do one more after this.
Okay. Okay, very normal. Shocking. A5. Wow. Stopping B4. Yeah, this is like too smart. I mean, I miss my subscribers. Okay, but you take the knight and take the pawn. Can you see that? Wow. Wow. Very methodical. Knight D4, my goodness. Not trading the queens in a losing position. B5 is the money move. Yep. Oh my God. This is like I would have played this game with black. Queen B7. Queen D5. And you just win. Or not. Yeah, B2. There's nothing. Oh, that's a scummy trick. Queen D8, but
Yeah.
That was the best game so far. That was
It
cool.
was the best
wow.
game so far, for
wow.
sure.
Wow.
Highest
wow.
rated players so
wow.
far.
Can.
Yeah,
That
clap,
was,
clap, clap.
That was. I don't have anything to add. I mean, we can check on the opening. Like the opening obviously was suspect, but then C5 is a nice trick, and then you play people pre-move like C4, and then you take. You have 2 knights out. Just great development. You stop B4, then you play D6. You developed all your pieces. I could imagine myself maybe losing to one of these people. Like I have to, unless I really, really, really focus and avoid like all the stupid stuff. I don't know. I would probably say like high 2300, maybe 24.
Chelsea Monica, content creator as well, but she's 2,600 bullets.
2,600, yeah, like that's crazy. I mean, yeah.
She beat Jonathan Westerberg 2,800 bullet with this game. Yeah.
As a perennial 2,800 bullet player, that was not a 2,800 level game. But yeah, I mean,
F4 was, I don't know what was going on there.
But I mean, and again, like if you're 2,600 and I guess 24, like it's not. I mean, it's statistically improbable that there's. I mean, Black played fantastic. Okay.
Staff member's username is the king. I don't know how you got that. I thought we didn't let people get chess pieces anymore.
Yeah.
So that's actually a pretty good win.
These are not good moves.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like instinctively backing up because I'm unhappy with the moves too, but I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No, so far, okay. Okay, yeah, keep going. Yeah. All right. Move the... That's good. That was A5 to stop B4. No, we didn't spot B4. Yes. Now white is... That's a good move for counterplay. Now, do you take with the... Should have taken with the knight to attack the queen. That was probably the trickiest option. Now C6. Oh my gosh, this is brutal. This is brutal. Queen A6. Oh, it's daily. But in rapid or blitz, anything can happen. Knight A4. Well played. Is there going to be a rook sacrifice? Is that why this is here? Okay, that's not even a sacrifice anymore. This is... People submit these games, and I'm like, oh, that was a rook sacrifice. Yes. Yes. Yes, we run. We're going to run. Yes, white is totally winning, but there's going to be memes. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here are the aforementioned memes. Yes. It's complete. No, why are we... Attack the king? Like, what is going on? Mate? No, there's no mate. Oh, my goodness. Tragic. Queen trade? That would be devastating. Yes, we're trying to bring the bishop back. Oh, I'm going to have a heart attack. Yep. You have a day to make these moves, y'all. Come on. Just take like 10 minutes. Yes, you can even like sack the queen. It's probably winning. Take the rook. White is totally safe. There's no way to mess this up. Famous last words. Okay, white is just going to win, right? White's going to lose. Yep. There it is. Oh my. This is the most unbelievable way to lose. The queen and the rook cannot. Wow. 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 Oh, that's the good stuff. That's a great way to end. Yeah, this is so cruel. I mean, I have like a video where I said if you're under 800-900 and you're losing, just run the king to the other side of the board. Because oftentimes people will just like check twice and then be like, free pawn. And then the king walks in and like you lose. So the opening knowledge ended on move 2, which is not good. We got to get that to like at least 5 or 6. It's just going to make your life a lot easier. Unless white was playing the new modern Vienna, you know, the modern Vienna where you bring out your queen and so on. Everything actually like here was okay. You kind of locked your bishop away and then you didn't spot the idea. Also, don't castle like into the pawn storm. You should go the other way where you would be significantly safer. Yeah, if I had to guess rapid, I would probably go with like, I mean, there was enough of a fight left and white also didn't have the killer instinct of just like rook takes pawn there. You know, white was moving around a little bit longer than necessary. I would probably go with like 600-ish, maybe 500, like high 500, low 600. That would be my guess.
1,100.
No, come on. There is no way. What's your rapid rating?
It's like 700, 800 or something.
Okay, so it's
actually,
all right, 7.
Rapid rating,
yeah.
Rapid rating is closer to his actual
Yeah,
guess.
11. This is not an 1100 game. Yeah. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but yeah, 700 makes sense. Also, you can't really blame black, right? Black was lost the whole game, right? Like black was the one that was trying to defend.
Let's hear it for Levy, everybody.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
round 10 of the World Blitz Championships. Guys, we are still here, but this is the last round today for the women. Let's take a look at the standings on where they are. All right, Koryushkin at the top, Stefanova as well, and Eileen Robers at the top there, Amon. Eileen is out of nowhere and no losses.
Exactly. I mean, there's a reason why we had to take a look at her game up against Koryachkin and beating the leader of the event. No loss is always a great place to be for your confidence. Giving up draws, it just makes you a more stable player, and you feel like you are what you are, unbeaten, and that's great for Blitz. So Eileen up there with the leaders, 7.5 points, and you're starting to see Omanova, Gwekamburu, Nurgalieva. A lot of these names not present in the Rapid, but stars when it comes to the Blitz.
Absolutely, as we see that a lot with the people from yesterday just weren't playing as well. But then today, they have the top here. But the pairings right now, Stefanova is ready to take on Koryachkin there. Eileen Robers versus Candela there. I'm not even familiar with Candela. Are you familiar with who Eileen is playing? There, Ma.
No, I'm not. I saw that Candela was up on one of the top boards on one of the cams, and I'm not familiar with this player, but certainly getting familiar along with all of our viewers watching now. Kazakhstan has a number of competitors up in these top boards as well. Nurman, Asabayeva, and Nurgalieva all on these top 6 boards.
Yeah, oh my goodness, they are going crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really nice for the players there. I just see on the back end, she's up 44 elo already on this event. So yeah, if you didn't know her, well, you know today. Now you're gonna know, right? And we got you today, big fella. So here we go in the open section here. Norderbeck, Abdusattorov leading the pack here, especially after a big win over Arjun Eric Icy there. Or actually, no, he's facing Arjun. Was it Arjun? Who did he beat? It was a big win. Yeah, it was. He beat Arjun, right?
Beat Ali Reza.
Ali Reza. Okay. Beat Ali Reza. Jeez. Yeah, he's just on a tear. He's on a tear. 7.5. This is the big boy matchup here between these two, 7.5. And Jordan right behind him. So Jordan's still in this thing. There we go. Yeah, he's playing Arjun right now. Yeah, that's what I remember. And then Grishuk versus Carlson there. It's going to be a time fest for Grishuk. Magnus just trying to be and do Magnus things here, but he's 1 point behind the big dogs, Arjun and Norderbeck here. What do you think is going to happen in this matchup with these two here?
Oh, this is surely going to be exciting here. Magnus, of course, maintaining that board 1 position regardless, but there's a handshake. But he's up against Sasha Grishuk, who is, someone plagued by time trouble. I think everyone knows that about him. And this is Blitz, where time trouble is going to be even more pronounced. But despite his time trouble and struggles with that clock management, like many of us have, he still performs at an elite level, one of the highest levels in the world, with 2 seconds, 3 seconds on his clock. So it's just a feature of his style and how he plays and approaches the game. But this is a matchup that we have seen over the years quite a bit. And so for Sasha to be up on board 1, he's clearly having himself a good event as Magnus is looking to bounce back after that loss.
Absolutely. Trying to get that come back from the loss here. Games have started. Norderbeck and Arjun, E4, E5, now through knight C6. We got a Roy up there on, that's the Koryachkin Stefanova game. I'm looking at, there's another Roy. Okay. Roy with Abdusattorov and Arjun as well. Look at Carlson opening.
Having a look. Yeah. Looking at these boards as well, it looks like Magnus is going for one of those, you used this word before, cagey, right? He's just, A6, G6, D6, not committing anything, waiting to see the setup before he decides maybe on the move B5 and Bishop B7. And the waiting to decide your setup can have downsides, James, of maybe being behind in development and not, maybe being at risk to your opponent opening the position. But it has the benefit of placing your pieces and pawns optimally against where your opponent's pieces are.
He's also playing sort of a, what do they call it, perk, but the people are like, it's called pronounced spirits, it's a perk, spirit, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. And Carlson's going for that. Usually you use this when you do want to go for some type of win or you want to imbalance, but this could backfire very hard if you aren't playing correctly. So, we see how Magnus will strike this. Maybe C5, E5 is generally how they do in those type of positions. Looking at Abdusattorov and Arjun, it's sort of normal stuff so far. Roy Lopez with knight on G6, though, a little bit different, sort of Cozio style of playing, I believe. Something like that in the Roy Lopez variations. But A lot of chess to be played left in that game.
Yeah, and certainly the most imbalanced game in the women's section is Eileen Roberts against Gwethenburu there, top middle of your screen. But I think that the position that is maybe the one with the most action at the moment, I'm looking at, of course, Arjun and Abdussatorov, but also Fabiano against Indic up on board number 3. And I want to bring us there just because we've seen the move G4. And this move is a feature of these positions where the idea is actually to allow the capture and then play rook to G1 behind it. And, well, it hasn't been taken, but rook to G1 is the move nonetheless. And this is completely imbalanced here, as Fabiano is looking to have a much better performance in the Blitz compared to the Rapid.
Position is off the rockers already. We have a draw already, though. I just saw that come up out of nowhere. Boo and Van Fries. It's like, you know what, bro? Let's just do let's just get out of here. Right? Quick draw. Still puts them high up in the standings there. So, but see what happens in the rest of the games. Arjun, Van Fries, knight on G6. Normally you play things like H4, H5, but being castle is a little bit different.
Yep, you can see the action unfolding on your screen here between the two leaders of the event. And in this exact moment, you see the blue arrow indicating that Queen B3 is an important move to find. The bishop is, well, not trapped due to bishop to G5, but if black would play Queen D5, it's a little bit better than having to move the queen somewhere else. And playing Queen B3 first, James, means Queen D5 is not possible because you could exchange and win that pawn on D4.
Which he finds. Queen B3 check, Bishop G5, now figuring out where it is you want to put his queen. He said E8, defending C6, threatening Bishop E6, sort of threatening knight takes E5. Maybe you could take it in some cases. It is maybe a little risky. A rook E1, holding everything down. We're expecting probably Bishop E6.
Yeah, and watch out for this bishop. You know, the move H6 forces it to go to H4 where it can be captured. Potentially this queen could move out to H5 with a tempo there. And I am really liking the position for Arjun. It looks like an aggressive position. This pawn is not blockaded, so you can see how the bishop and rook could target the F2 pawn in the future as well. Knight to F4. This position is starting to look, with knight F4 and queen G6 on the board, very, very good for Arjun with the black pieces.
This looks really nice for Arjun. You can just feel the power of the open F file, the knight on F4. You play D3 at some point to open up that bishop that's on A7. Queen can come around to G6 or even H5. He takes, though. He says, I'll take the bishop. Thanks for the bishop.
I mean, you can't blame him. Look at those bishops aimed directly at the king. The queen is going to be joining on probably H5. The rook can jump over to E8. This is a very strong position. The bishops are much better than the knights. However, if the attack does not break through, it is possible to see how the knights can blockade some of these pawns. And if the D pawn's blockaded, the bishop on A7 truly will not be a strong piece.
Plays E6, very tricky move. Of course, the pawn is very annoying on the E file, but you don't really have to do anything. D3, as the engine is highlighting, activating that monster bishop on A7. Look like he's looking at it. Arjun plays a little bit something different. Now, rook F4 hit the knight. That's a good move. G3, I'm sacking.
I know. I was about to say sacking there. You start to even think about sacrificing here, although without a minor piece to help the attack, probably not. Rook takes C6. Talk about a sacrifice here. Rook takes C6. I love this move. This is blitz chess, James, and this is a type of move that we expect here that we would not see in rapid or classical.
I'm not even touching that rook. I don't even care. You can have the little pesky pawn if you want it. I'm just going to double the rooks. But he said, you know what? No, I'll take the material. He wants the material. But we could double the rooks now and maybe sack back at the right moment if possible. Double the rooks, play rook takes F3. Rook E8, as the engine is pointing out, is better. And rook E8, right around that pawn, which is passed on E6. Ooh, that knight is annoying. Knight G6 incoming.
I mean, rook F6 guards knight G6 and threatens the pawn on E6, so it certainly will be played, and it has been. Noterbeck now is, I mean, he's got to take. I mean, I think at this point, you pretty much have to assume you are losing this pawn on E6. You have to try to take and claim some other material in order to lose the e5 knight, because I don't see how you keep everything together. The move f4 does not look like a move you want to play.
Brings the other knight around. Rook takes e6. It's just an easy move to play that Arjun is probably going to play. He did not. Okay, d3. Little in between move.
There was a knight g6 move there, James. Incredible tactic, I think, after rook takes e6.
Oh my goodness, and it takes and takes and takes. I guess it would have been equal there because I get the queen too in some weird way. That's strange. Oh, queen e8 too. Wow,
There's tactics everywhere here.
Yes, everywhere.
Look at this d pawn causing so much trouble. You can even take on f2. It looks crazy. The rook cannot take. If the king takes, you're out in the open. And queen c5, potentially queen takes on e5. There's so many ways to make tactics work. And bishop takes f2. What a brilliancy.
Bishop f2. He takes with the king. Queen c5. King goes over to e2. King is out in the middle of the street, boys. King g3 running for the hills with the king.
3 seconds for Nordebek. Not appreciating just how low that time is getting, but I don't think with that d pawn on d2 that he's going to be able to survive here.
This is a simple one, right? Queen e3. I mean, maybe not.
It feels so simple. Queen e3. There is rook f3. He actually can't believe there's not a forced win. He's giving a few checks.
King f3, rook f8.
He's realizing, yes, now rook e1.
Resi!
And that's a resignation. What a move. And what a result, as Eric Geisy is on a tear as we go straight to the live action, a time scramble between Grishuk and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that's a normal thing. I mean, time trouble and Grishuk, come on now. It's just another day.
Opposite bishops, with that pawn on a7, you have to feel that Grishuk has phenomenal winning chances. Bishop has to move. He doesn't know where to put it.
Yeah, a little dance of the bishop there.
Is this position winning?
Right. That is the question of the day. Yeah, probably just shuffle it out. It is down on time.
So I'm trying to think. Maybe we're going to see f3 and g4. I don't see the win there, though.
It is on the board. F3, G4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to touch
Magnus will
anything,
just sit and do nothing.
Correct. E5, go back. You don't have to touch anything.
Wins with the black pieces on most of the top boards, but does not look likely in this one. Even though the pawns are actually equal here, I think that Magnus in the last couple of moves has done a pretty good job getting closer to a draw.
Lost in a draw there. Magnus is not the happiest.
It is tough to come by wins in this event. And the bishops are shuffling. The king is shuffling. Grishuk wants to play on here, but there's no clear path forward. The rooks are just staring at one another.
Looking at his clock. Shuffles around. Taking a pawn. He's playing this thing out.
Yep.
He is playing this out. Look at Grishuk go.
I wouldn't say you have to be careful with the white pieces, but, you know, Magnus, I don't think has completely given up. You know, if someone overpresses, I think he'll be happy to continue playing. But the king on g3 does not want to give ground. As soon as you play king f2, you allow king g4.
Yeah. And they both look up at each other. Grishuk was annoyed by that. He's like, I knew I had something.
And it ends peacefully as a draw, moving up to 7 points. That is not the result that Magnus was looking for, as he does not advance further up in the standings.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's Grishuk holding Magnus, or Magnus holding Grishuk to the draw. Maybe Grishuk was the one pushing on that one there. Nordebek goes down to Arjun. That is a big story there. I mean, what is Arjun? Who's going to take down Arjun, Amon? Because this is what's going on right now. Obviously, we have 3 more rounds to go, but Arjun is up there at the top holding it down right now. He's playing out of his mind.
Yeah, and his style, James, is so exciting to watch, and it's perfect for blitz chess, where maybe his more speculative, creative style, it really shines through in the Blitz chess format. So it's working well. He's at 8.5 points. You're also seeing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana, some of the, dare we call them veterans here in the field are slowly moving up quietly to 8 points. And notably, the Chinese competitors, Yu Yangyi, Bu Zhangzi, and Lu Xianglei, all at 7.5 points, are about to join the potential leaders in this next round. And check out those results. No losses for Dubov and 3 Chinese players that I just mentioned. They're playing that very solid brand of Blitz where they're not overpressing, and look what it's gotten them.
And also, I mean, we talking about Arjun, the Magnus this and Magnus that. Look who snuck up there. MVL and Caruana. He just wasn't really talking about them too much. You see him playing, oh, hey, yeah, that's Fabi. Oh, hey, yeah, that's MVL. But no, hey, we are here as well in the top 3 with 8 points there. That is actually something to pay attention to too as well, as they did just sneak up there with a few rounds left to go for today. And we have tomorrow too coming up. So really nice stuff here. Let's go over to the women's now, see what happened there. Is Goryachkina with a draw. Stefanova, nice. Robers again? Lamont, Robers.
I'm saying
he's going off.
I brought this name up for a reason, James. Definitely a player to watch out for in the Blitz and proving it here. Olmanova is another one making a name for herself. We saw, unfortunately, one of her losses, and it's a shame because she's got so many wins, 8 of them to be exact. We haven't seen any of those, but believe me, we see them on the standings as she's moving up back in that top spot as Stefanova and Goryachkina draw, and 8 points becomes the score where the most players are, but none higher than Eileen Robers at 8.5, head and shoulders above the competition so far without a loss in the event thus far.
She's playing out of her absolute mind right now, and she's trying to continue that type of pace, that type of snowball effect in a way. I mean, it's scary when you face someone like that. Even her opponents can feel that pressure of like, oh, she's in that type of form. You got to be careful with a player like that. We also have a traffic jam up for the rest of the 4 spots too as well. Some 6.5, some 7s there. So stuff to pay attention to, stuff to do. Well, in the meantime, of course, there is some tactics that we want to grab and go check too as well. So can you take us through some tactics time with Aman?
Well, I want to just jump to that game that we were spectating with intrigue, right? Grishuk and Magnus. And because it was such a time scramble, we didn't have a moment to appreciate. So I thought I'd highlight this moment when Magnus was actually wondering what to do, where he's putting that bishop right here in this position. And by the way, it's not just here. It could have been any time in the last 10 moves because Grishuk's king was sitting on b6 and he looked at this position and said, you know what? I can't make progress, James. Rook takes the rook, the bishop's going to take. It's clear the king has no progress. The bishop has nothing to do. But there is a move here that was missed by Grishuk, and that is rook to b7. Saying, how about a sacrifice, allowing my king to get closer? Now, you might say, well, this doesn't actually have to be reacted to. We could play king to e6. But number one, rook takes e7. You're just dropping this pawn. So there's no way you'd really want to do that. But I've got another move for you, James. Even better, according to the computer, is king c7. And from here, we want to play rook b8. We can capture now, and then the white king makes it to b8. So you could probably combine those two ideas, grab the free pawn, come back. But this was a completely winning endgame for Grishuk. But he missed this idea, and I'll just show what ended up happening. He didn't see a path forward. And then the king ended up going back, and now there was no way to make progress because this position is just completely fixed. So big opportunity missed. Magnus, in some sense, has to be a little bit relieved that he didn't even lose this game, but it was possible after rook takes rook to b7 there.
That's probably what he mentioned too, is Grishuk when he was talking, and he's like, "Yeah, you missed rook b7," and then Grishuk was like, "Could be, as a craziness." Is how they talk about after the games here. But ladies are done for the day. They only had 10 rounds today. Open section still has a few more rounds left, 13 today. So lots of chess to be played. Mixes up at the top. Who knows what's going to happen in these next few rounds, but we'll find out after.
Oh my god. There are 2 red flags. Checking what?
Calm down, everyone.
Playing bullet chess at 2 a.m. Red flag or green flag?
Red flag.
You don't play bullet chess at 2 a.m. unless you're like really going through something.
Red flag. Because at 2 a.m. you should be sleeping. Yeah, you should be taking rest. There are 2 red flags in this. First of all, playing bullet. Second, at 2 a.m. Better to sleep and not play so much bullet.
Green flag. I like playing bullet a lot, and nowadays I don't play much, but yeah, it will give me a lot of nostalgia. So.
2 a.m. is way too late, and especially bullet, many other things you could do. 2 a.m., wow.
It's a red flag, but I do it, so I'm going to say green flag.
Green, for sure. It's like all I do.
Solving daily chess puzzles.
Oh, green flag. I feel like that's a good hobby to pick up, you know? Keeps you sharp.
Green flag. Keeps you sharp.
Green flag, I think it keeps you sharp.
Green, although get a life.
Yeah, green flag.
Green flag.
Tweeting 10 times a day.
It depends on how many followers you have. Yeah, like it can be a red flag if you have like very few followers.
I think this one's directed at Anish Giri.
Yep.
Red flag.
Green flag. Because if you're funny, then the world should hear your thoughts.
Red flag, I don't even use Twitter.
I'm gonna go with red flag.
Red flag.
Having a laggy internet connection, but still wanting to play bullet.
Green flag, 100%.
Again, red flag. What's all this bullet fiending? Like, calm down, everyone.
I think green flag because, you know, no matter what situation you are in, it's not stopping you from expressing your love for chess. So.
That's me. Green flag.
I like 2 red flags. Like, oh my god. Worst.
Checking your horoscope predictions before a big chess game.
Checking what?
So checking my
Horoscope predictions.
red flag.
Green flag, so you can know the future. Yeah.
Red flag. I don't believe in it.
I mean, for me, it's like a huge red flag, but some people believe in it, so I won't impose on people's way of life.
Green flag, obviously. Come on, Tish.
Super red flag, yeah. Don't do all these things. Instead, maybe solve some tactics on chess.com.
Staring at your opponent mid-game while they're thinking.
Red flag. If you're really trying to intimidate your opponent and get them really annoyed, then definitely green flag.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a green flag when I do it, but like if someone else is doing it to me, then that's when it gets weird.
Red flag. I have seen so many kids do that. When I was playing actively, I used to be so annoyed with this. I believe now if they'll do it, I won't be as annoyed if I restarted playing. But still, it's so difficult to deal with it. Like, what should you do there? Should you stare back? Should you ask them not to stare? Should you just ignore? Not easy.
Red flag.
Red flag.
Call the cops. They don't even get a flag. Yeah, a lot of kids do that actually, so you kind of have to deal with it. But yeah, if you do that, you're super annoying.
Calling an Uber for your opponent after defeating them.
Oh my god, that's diabolical. Yeah, that's a red. Wait, no, that's a green flag.
Like, as a why? If it's disrespectful, then no. But if you're just looking out for them, yes.
Just send them home, right? That's a green flag if you really want to get on your opponent's nerves.
Oh, that's a red flag. It depends. Yeah, if he needs an Uber, if he needs it, it's a green flag. If he doesn't need it and you're just trying to, be nice to him or her, maybe it's not such a good idea. Leave them alone. Yeah, you just beat them.
I think it's a red flag for them.
Green, unless you're a creep, which in chess anything is possible. So to be determined. Be safe.
Watching Anish Giri videos before your chess game.
Green flag. Just Anish Giri, just anything related to him is a green flag.
If it was my videos, green flag. Anybody else is red.
I'll respect Anish. I'll go with green flag.
Before the game is red flag, because before the game you have to prepare. So anything else, there is red flag.
Probably green flag. Going through his tweets before the game, probably red flag.
Bringing out your queen early in a chess game.
red flag. If it's Scandinavian, I mean, sure, green flag. Depends, many openings, but usually red flag.
Yellow flag? Like, do it if you want. It'll work. It will work. But you're like the worst type of player.
Red flag? Because, you know, maybe you should chill with that. She doesn't need to get out there so soon. Maybe have a little patience. Yeah.
A green flag now. Earlier it was a red flag, but now all the rules are just being turned around on its head. And if you bring your queen out early and you do it well, that means you just don't care about the rules. You just are playing the best moves in the position.
Trash talking your opponent across from you at the chessboard.
Maybe this is controversial. I'm gonna say green flag, especially if it's like a little kid.
Red flag. Trash talk is not for me.
But you're not allowed to talk.
Okay. Saying I would have won if I had more time after every game.
Green flag. Again, green flag if I do it. Come on, that's so funny. That's such a funny move to pull because it's like the most annoying thing someone could ever say. Not just in chess, just ever.
That's a red flag.
Red flag. I think just giving any reason for your loss is a red flag.
So red flag.
Red flag. You had enough time at the start of the game.
Red flag? Yes. Unless you say it to your friend, in which case it's true. Yeah, green flag for sure.
Saying check out loud every time you check your opponent's king.
Red flag. Not at this level.
If you don't know that this rule exists, that you don't have to say a check and you're still doing it, then it's a green flag. You're being just very considerate of your opponent. But if you know that you don't have to say it and yet you say it just to disturb your opponent, red flag.
I'm gonna say green flag because that's really funny. But honestly, if someone did that to me, it would piss me off. I'd be like, shut up, please.
A red flag. You probably should just hope that they make an illegal move, right? And then you get some time on the clock. So I'd say red flag.
Who does that? Red flag.
If you're an adult, extreme red flag. If you're a child, green flag. Live your life. It's pretty normal.
Being paired up against an attractive opponent.
I would put a green flag there because, you know, if you can just focus on chess at that point, then you really love chess so much.
Oh, this is a green flag. You know, it's a yellow flag. It doesn't really matter, but green flag kind of, because if I lose, then it's like, at least I lost to a baddie, you know?
I mean, just like, I don't know, like regular flag?
happening, Amon? The queen was just like, oh, sorry, we're live.
Oh, we're live,
yes,
James.
We are back. We were live. Sorry, guys. We're back. Round 11 actually is here at the World Blitz Championships. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton, and we have a curious case of a flying queen. I'm sure you guys have heard about it.
Yeah, I mean, James, we decided, we've analyzed some clips, some games, but nothing more important than analyzing this right here. We want to look at the A5 square because we realized Magnus lost on time, but this is what happened. He tried to capture the pawn. His own queen goes flying. I didn't realize this in real time. He now does not have a queen to place on the A5 square. So he's trying to pick it up. He even tries to stop the clock, but is not successful. What he should have done in 2020 hindsight is maybe grab that extra queen on the side of the board and put it on the square. But James, I mean, it's so hard to do that all correctly. And maybe my favorite part of the clip is Grishuk walking by in the background as if he's like arrived to a crime scene. He's like, oh, I don't want that queen hit me. I don't want to be involved in this. And he's trying to make sure it's not his fault.
You know, if chess wasn't a thing for him, like the queen was so fast, I didn't even see it. Like it felt like he was a magician because how the queen went from, it was like 0.2 seconds that I couldn't even see it. The slow-mo is still fast on how quickly the queen was gone. Look at this. Like the slow-mo is still fast. Look at this. Watch the queen. You see the queen. And you're like, oh, what's going on? Okay, cool. And then he reaches his hand out there. And then you see the queen. And then you like, hey, how you doing? And the queen's gone. And you're like, whoa,
the queen's
where's
gone.
the queen? And the pawn is gone. This is incredible. Like how incredible speed. And this is in slow motion.
Honestly, if Magnus had the wherewithal to grab the queen, you can see it on the screen in the background. It's for promotion,
Right,
but if he grabbed that extra queen and slapped it down on the A5 square, that would have been, as far as I know, James, a valid. I actually would love to know an arbiter's opinion. It's not the same queen, but it's a queen. Do you think that would be a valid move?
You know what's funny? I have done a lot of. I'm pretty fast over the board, so I've been given time odds for a long time. So I have done that in like times where you're trying not to lose, and like literally, you know, I drop a rook because I'm moving something. I got 5 seconds on the clock. You grab the rook closest by. Oh, the one over there that you grabbed, and you put it back on the board, and you keep going as if nothing happened. Literally,
Why not? It makes sense to me, but I'm curious in an official setting how an arbiter would rule that. But obviously, that was the action and the craziness from last round. We have another round coming up. And so far, every round has been delivering, James. But let's refocus here and have a look at our pairings for the upcoming round. Magnus Carlsen against Volodar Murzin on board number 1. But board number 1 is definitely not where our highest score is. That belongs to Arjun Erigaisi on board 2, taking on Fabiano Caruana, MVL versus Norderbeck, and the 3 Chinese players, boards 4, 5, and 6.
Here we go. It's going to be important to see definitely that Fabiano and Arjun game. The question is who's going to take down Arjun Erigaisi, who that seems to be on an absolute tear here. He now has the white pieces. Of course, you have fabulous Fabi here, who just kind of snuck up there in the top of the standings with an 8 piece. Him and MVL sharing second and third right now with the same score of 8. So big game for them. Definitely looking to see how they're going to perform in this game here because it's very important. This game is so important for the standings for Fabiano and MVL. Obviously, everyone too as well. They are trailing them. So lots of emotions, lots of things going on as the first day is coming to a close in the next few rounds.
Yeah, we have a few more on the day. And remember, there are so many more Blitz games happening tomorrow, which will be the conclusion of the event where we ultimately find out our winner. But I think it's definitely the case that getting into these last couple games, James, the players want to end the day on a good note. It's so key for the mental as well. We can see Magnus rushing to his board, and there's the handshake as he sits down to play. Volodar Murzin, Magnus truthfully needs a pretty serious result in his last couple of games because he's now 1.5 points off the lead. And if he continues to draw while others win, that's not going to be good enough out of day 1 for him.
Trying to keep his composure here. He had a draw and a loss, which is obviously not like Carlsen. You either see draw or a win, or mostly wins then a draw. Maybe an occasional loss here and there, but a loss and a draw, or draw and a loss, however you want to put it, is not, you know, his Magnus-esque. He's not feeling the greatest here, so he's going to try to really take that out on Murzin in a way. Immersion's like, I'm not going to be chopped liver here. I know I'm playing Magnus, but at the same time, this is an incredible and important game. And games have started. We have, is that D4?
And here we go.
Okay, cool.
Bringing everyone to the bird's eye view. And because the women's section is done for the day, it is all games from the open section that you can see on your screen for a total of the top 8 boards. And with the early developments here, James, any of these boards, based on who's playing or maybe the positions, catch your eye?
You know what, that Dubov game, because that's even though they're on the other half of the standings in the bracket, but it is nice because you got this, dragon type game. It is going to be spicy. I am looking around for more, but that is going to be some spice for sure.
What I'm looking at in the top left of the screen, that Magnus game, just interesting to note that the position I think is the same. This is a repeat. So Magnus clearly has this opening as one that he said, I'm comfortable with this for the Blitz portion rather than the Rapid. So just interesting to see that he's got something that's a little bit offbeat and he slowly builds up the move D4. So just interesting to see that the players do have those weapons that they use exclusively, maybe when we get the Blitz compared to the Rapid.
And I'm also into this game, obviously, with Arjun and Caruana. That is a big game here where D4, D5 happened in this game, but it definitely could seem like it came from some E4 opening too as well, because it's quite open, the game. With Rook coming to D1, quick castles happening, castles from both sides. Okay, maybe it could tinker out because there's no weaknesses, which is crazy, but it's open game, but no weaknesses makes it a little bit more solid than we would think. Everything's defended, so even though it looks cool, it looks like something can happen, it might just honestly teeter out in the next few moves. Maybe some trades happen and stuff be super equal.
All right, well, you know what? You mentioned the game. Let's jump to Liu Xianglei against Daniil Dubov. This one here is, I think, a position that some players or some viewers might find a little strange. We actually saw C takes B3. Very rare that you ever make this capture instead of going towards the center. And he's castled on this side. So these bishops, if they reach with the F5 square and the G7 square, would be super strong, but the knight on D4 is opposing everything. And we just saw castles, sacrifice of the E-pawn. So do you take the bishops here, James, with the potential of some play on the king side, or do you take White's position with the necessary move knight C6 at the moment?
Ooh, that necessary move knight C6 is vicious. If he finds it, we take him White all day. If he doesn't, got to be careful because Queen D5 is a scary move. Queen D5, there it is. It's on the board. We take it White all day. Have a nice day.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could do that. Just make your pick based on certain moves, and we could see that the attack is in full force here, and it's actually White on the attack. You feel that White's king is the one exposed, but Dubov is in a tough spot. However, he has as much time on his clock as the beginning of the game. Right? He's only just got under 3 minutes.
Bro, that boy is fast. Very quick here. But just because they're fast doesn't mean it is right or accurate. You can make mistakes. But it's better to be fast and accurate. Easier said than done. Queen F4, though, hits F7 with a G4 possibility coming next. And D6 is hanging. This is where he's going to have to use his time. He said, what do you mean? Use what time? F6 on the board. Queen takes D6 with a sacrifice. That is vicious. Oh, my goodness. Is this lights out?
Yep. Yeah, if you take that bishop, queen takes G6 is going to be a lights out checkmate. However, that is not a forced move. And it's actually given a miss, that last move, because as good as that was, there might have been even better.
What was about, like Queen E4 or something?
Exactly what I'm thinking. I'm wondering, what brilliancy is apparently missed here, because this move looked good enough to me.
I mean, this looks great. Queen D6 is beautiful here. He has him thinking, probably slight head shake, Dubov glancing at the clock, realizing this is garbage. This is not a nice position for him. Not the dragon you're looking for when you play a dragon. Sicilian here. Bishop takes F6 is coming up next. Obviously, Rook F8 could be played, but yeah, not comfortable. Not comfortable at all. And Liu, it's looking good. Lean back a little bit, comfortable. He seems calm and relaxed.
Yep. And you see the move A5 here. Crazy as that move is, actually supports the idea of Rook A6. So he has a lot of time on his clock. He started at about 3 minutes. He's come up with the move rook to f8, it looks like. Yeah, rook f8 and king a1 quickly played. You still have the same threat of queen takes g6. So black hasn't really solved any problems. And king a1 gets out of a lot of potential bishop f5 check moves. And now the position is really starting to improve for white.
Yeah, bishop back to d2. Dubov is still going to keep playing a5. He has a little bit of hope. I'm not going to lie. a5 is sort of annoying. I mean, annoying in the fact that if I move around too much or do too much, a4 is going to be a very strong move. a4 will allow me to play queen takes b4. Queen g3 hits the pawn, plays d6, push through.
It looks like a nice advantage
anyway
for white here. We can rejoin our bird's eye view to take a gander at some of the other games in the section, but note a very strong position for Liu Xianglei there. The other games are not terribly exciting. As we take a look, you see end games for Arjun and Fabiano, very likely draw there. A slightly better position for Magnus against Merzin. Nothing too crazy. And MVL against Abdusattorov is also getting potentially very spicy with that open G file. So I think we can stick with Noterbeck and MVL for the moment, because this game right here, absolutely the craziest position, the open G file for both.
Oh, then he's like, open where, bro? Let's close it down real quick, Amon. After rook g8, he does stop a lot of things here. What if I just take and take, though? Is it really that bad? Take on g8, take on c7. I mean, okay, man, it looked fun. We came in here, it was fun. Now it's like not so fun anymore.
Yeah, petering. I mean, it's 3 pawns for white, so you're obviously going to play on here as MVL, but it's very drawish at this point. Still, it's blitz, so I think the knight over the bishop, especially with 7 seconds on the clock, is still a huge chance for MVL.
That's true. It is knight versus bishop, and you see black's king seems a little bit weaker. Queen c2 and check. Right, just back and forth. You probably want to push on a little bit, maybe f4. Slight check first.
Yeah, the f2 pawn is loose here. You can bring the queen back to g4. You can do all this, but black is just going to shuffle. Queen to g7, queen back to f8. And you can't bring your king out because of h6. You actually lose.
Gaining a little bit of space. That DGT error is like sickening. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It really sends the evaluation way up or way down. Of course, Maxime is trying to find a way to double.
Magnus won that quick? Dang. Hey.
It looks like a big blunder in the final position. Big blunder in the final position, but an otherwise, slight edge that Magnus is the best, pretty much the best in the world at converting. And he is as glued to this game as we are. He can barely leave the playing hall.
Like, oh, what's going on? Who's going to win? And of course, this is a very important game. Queen e4. No time for Noterbeck. A 2-second increment is saving him. Yeah, he's like, oh, wait, but what about this move? He is. Oh, Queen e5. Now he gets to undouble the pawns. Oh,
he missed this move.
Yeah,
Magnus is sipping the water for Maxime.
Oh, that's it. Knight versus bishop. I got the extra. Yeah, okay, it's double, but you can use the pawns now as extra.
This should be. I don't know if I want to say this is 100% winning. Looks like a very good chance, probably with the move f6 and bringing the king around. King d6, king d7, and king e8.
MVL would have win would like catapult him in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
He would join the lead with Arjun.
This would be very significant. I think he's going to do exactly that. Look how he's just manifested this win with those doubled F-pawns. They're actually the reason that this position is winning now. Because you need 2 of them, James. You only had 1 F-pawn. That's a draw.
Wow. Don't you feel great when you got 2 F-pawns, One is cool, but I got 2 of them. So when you sacrifice that bishop, I got another one.
Knight's coming to e7, and that is going to win either by zugzwang or to block the bishop from getting there. In the handshake, a win for Maxime, moving up to 9 points. And as you said, joining Arjun Erigaisi, what a win from a tense position.
MVL or MVP. It's the same thing right now. MVL. And he's there at the top with Arjun. Whoa, what happened?
Oh,
man.
He lost on time.
Oh,
that's
my
terrible.
goodness.
And he has a reason. He has a reason to hang his head there. He's not happy because I actually think despite being down a piece in that final position, it might be a draw. It's just a potential fortress that cannot be broken through.
He flagged, bro. I mean, yeah, we all feel that right now. He's like, bro, can you? I flagged in a winning game. I was winning this game, and he flags.
Yeah. Of course, he wasn't winning in the final position, but earlier he had a great game, and then at the end, it looks like he had a chance for a fortress and potentially trading off that pawn. So disappointment there. Magnus Carlsen does beat Volodar Murzin. And Erigaisi with the draw, moving up to 9 points, joined by Maxime at 9 points as well with that victory that we saw over Norderbeck. Meanwhile, Dubov getting the win over Liu Shanglei, and Yu Yangyi also beating Jordan to move up to 8.5 points.
He's actually joining the chase the pack here. I mean, it's doing great. Look at the standings. 9's at the top there. 1 loss for Arjun, 1 loss for MVL. Guys, this is incredible stuff. Yu Yangyi coming out of nowhere there as he does take down an early favorite, potentially joining the chasing pack as well. Magnus finally getting stop the bleeding there with the win over Murzin. Could be start of a comeback. Who knows, though. Arjun maintains the lead, and Caruana maintains the status quo with their draw. MVL stopped sneaking and started rampaging. Good job, MVL. He's working, doing well. So Dubov getting a little bit of a helping hand there. We push him up to 8.5. It actually switches every round. Every round we see something else at the top there. What do you think about the standings so far and what just happened, Amon? Because we keep seeing the top 3 switch. Maybe not the top first, but second, third, fourth is like a who knows.
Yeah, my eyes are immediately drawn to a couple things. First of all, Bu Zhangji, Yu Yangyi, and Daniel Dubov are just playing that brand of blitz where they're not over-pressing and they're just resourceful. They have never lost yet, and that's why you'll find them near the top of the table. Meanwhile, of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, has to be said, he was fighting really hard for that win. It looked like a drawn position, but he made it happen in a blitz format where it's difficult to always play the best defensive move, and Arjun has been nothing short of immaculate so far in the blitz. And if he can close this day much the same way it started, he is in a great position to fight for the gold medal tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot of fighting chess here too, Amon. Can you take us through our favorite portion of the day, which is tactics time with Amon?
Well, there's so much action. So, obviously we can't be on every board at once. We wouldn't have seen that great conversion in the game that we just watched with Maxime if we were on this game. But since we weren't here, I thought I would just show what happened against between Volodar Murzin and Magnus Carlsen. It actually was a position where, yes, Magnus is doing well, but I found it interesting that after rook c3, it feels like black is the one actually invading the position first. But what ends up happening is capturing this pawn on b4 actually led to a forced exchange of the rooks. And then would you believe, at the highest level here, after king b4, we did not see king f8 and just bring the king in. I think you're slightly worse there, but I don't think that it's lost. I think king f8 is absolutely the move. Instead, bishop d7 is, to me, a real shocking move, because why would you defend this pawn when white is just going to capture it in 2 moves? But it was based on actually a bigger blunder, James. And so after knight takes d5, the only reason that Murzin would even try this is because he thought he had bishop c6 to potentially win the g2 pawn. However, the entire idea of bishop d7 was misguided. And let me tell you, bishop c6, of course, Magnus pounced with knight e7 check, and a fork ended this game in time pressure. So James, a really tough way for Murzin to go down here. He looked just a couple moves ago that he was completely fine, but that's how quickly things turn. Knight against bishop in that endgame, and after rook takes b4, rook a4, Magnus just waltzed the king in, and unfortunately for Murzin, it was his own undoing, as bishop d7 and bishop c6 were 2 back-to-back big-time blunders, and Magnus wins easily with knight e7.
Yikes, that is a tough way to go out in that round, especially against Magnus too as well. But you got to try to bounce back as much as you can, guys. But in the meantime, we're going to bounce back too with round 12 after the break.
are here with world champion rock climber Sam Watson. Did I say that right? World
Sam
champion?
Watson, World Series champion, World Cup Series champion. I'll be world champion in like 50 days.
So that's like that's like chess, actually. Apparently, we just learned our first thing today. There are multiple versions of a world champion.
How much climbing experience do you guys have? Like, if you guys could give yourself an ELO in chess or an ELO in climbing.
I would hope to be like a 1,000.
Okay, all right.
I think I know a little bit.
That's a great answer. That's a great.
I'm
answer.
actually, we're gonna play guess the ELO today.
You're gonna
I'm actually not
play
gonna
Guess
tell
the
you.
ELO.
I'm gonna climb, and you're
Fine.
gonna tell me what you think my ELO is.
Ooh. Okay.
This is like doing a back rank mate.
Yeah. So
in
he's got quite good like instinctual kind of pulling with the arms.
He's a little too strong.
He's definitely got the height. So that's the finish.
That's finish? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Oh,
so
but he doesn't know
we're
match.
here.
Okay. He doesn't know matching.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to go. You can just drop down, right?
You can just drop down. Okay. You definitely lose some elo for that.
He knows how the pieces move.
He knows how the pieces move for
So
sure.
start is in here.
Yeah.
Oh, we
So
get
we know how
narration.
the. You hear that, chess? I know how the pieces move on the wall. So beginning.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Quite good.
Oh, he doesn't.
That was
know
a
either.
show off.
Yeah,
He was
he
just
doesn't know
showing
either.
off there.
I was just
with the
climbing.
free hang.
It's literally stalemating with queen.
Technically, at the top, you have to what's called match, where you put both
Yeah.
hands on the finish holds. But that's also my fault.
Oh, you have to put both hands.
So the one
on.
that says finish, you
that's
put
checkmate.
Both hands there,
Okay.
and that's checkmate. If you just-
Hey,
He stalemated a queen.
they didn't
up.
tell me the rules,
That
and they're
was-
mad.
But
that
we
I
were
stalemated.
wondering if you knew.
That was a little bit my
Okay.
fault. Yeah, that was a test also.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a
well,
test.
I failed apparently.
Oh wait, dude.
Okay.
Wait, no,
Wow.
he's kind of insane.
He's got some footwork in it. I'm pretty impressed. He skips.
That's fine. That's like a discover check. No, that's good. It's good. Maybe it's like a pin.
This is hard.
Okay. One more.
Oh, he doesn't see the whole board. He isn't seeing all of his pieces.
His
Put it
vision
to the
is-
right. Put it around to the right. There's a.
He's convincing.
Oh.
I'm convincing. You're right. I'm sorry.
I didn't even properly look at the map before I
Yeah,
started.
you gotta see all the
I
pieces.
didn't know that was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hidden bishop in the corner.
Yeah. Look, it's.
But honestly, I got tunnel vision. That's true.
He's doing check.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, checkmate for sure.
He's definitely a little higher rated.
He
than
loves a little higher.
1,000 might be pretty accurate.
We learned that you don't want to get tunnel vision when you're on the wall. Full board awareness, just like chess. You got to think more than just one move ahead, or you get yourself stuck. Especially if you're obsessed with checkmate, not realizing that it's not quite there yet.
Are you gonna do this one to show us how we should have done it?
How fast would you go? Whoa, yeah, okay. That was a show off. You guys see that on camera?
Okay, hang on, Danny. I want you to try that.
You were here, right?
Yeah, he reached.
Did you go from here to there?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Yeah.
That's insane. Oh, you didn't even get close. That's crazy. That is insane
That's
what he
wild.
just did.
That is wild.
This is hard.
Solve the mate. Solve the mate.
Don't get tunnel visions.
Yeah. See the board.
Okay.
See the board.
Yeah, he's got it.
Nope. This is scary.
Okay.
Okay. You're like 2 moves from
Until
me.
you see it, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Go.
Wait, his
This is actually
fingers
good.
are insane.
Who do you think would be the best? Like, if you send people my way, like
He's pretty
Daniel Dubov.
lightweight.
Daniel Dubov.
Dubov.
He can one arm pull up.
Dubov.
Yeah.
Dubov, yeah.
So he can one arm pull
Huge
up.
call out.
Yeah.
He's a big parkour guy
Like
in general.
calisthenics.
Noterbeck is pretty athletic.
For sure, Carlson. He's
Magnus is.
He's a great golfer.
Maybe Magnus will watch this and be like, "Those, I'm coming for him."
Dude,
But we'll
Magnus
see.
Carlsen, you are welcome to climb me.
You are invited.
I will come to Norway. Guess the ELO verdict for you two.
You give yours and I'll give mine at the same time.
All right.
Okay,
Say
me
for
first.
Danny, for
I'm
Danny.
lower rated for sure. So
All right,
go
all
ahead.
right. 1150.
850. Oh, dang, I'm savage.
Hey, that averages out
To
to
about 970.
1,000.
Yeah.
No, 1,000.
No, 1, 2, 3.
1020.
Averages out to like
1170.
1170. Yeah.
Okay.
1175.
Maybe
I wasn't that far off.
Yeah, maybe I'm just like too.
He's a
I'm like
coach,
that.
dude. He's a
Yeah.
jerk by
Yeah,
default.
I have to deal with you. I have to tell someone who's 2800 they're bad.
All right, let's go. Try some speed. This route was invented in 2007, so in its modern form is like one of the youngest sports in the Olympics. There's been so many different breakdowns on how to do it, so you could almost say that's like theory, like very early, like 1800s level, like you could just make a new opening. where if you do a move slightly different, then you could get a little bit of an advantage, or you could
Do you have to
change your-
hide? You're like,
change your
oh, I don't want
sequence.
people watching me do this so that they don't see my technique.
See, I personally am actually very against that philosophy in terms of what I do.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a big debate about that question in sports in general.
Yeah.
But since it's such a young sport and I do truly care about growing the community, I'm pretty open about what I do. Like, in terms of talking about even just now, like, I have a very complex training plan and schedules, and I post videos myself all the time running sub-world record in practice. And people, in theory, could use that to get better. But honestly, like, I don't really mind. Like, it's hard to do objectively. So it's like, I'm not really worried of that, and I think it's better, and I would want to compete against a higher level because that's better for everybody. But it's almost, in like chess, like, nowadays we have Tell Tuesdays, and a lot of top chess players play each other very regularly, compared to 50 years ago when that was not a thing at all.
Yeah. No, it's true. And a lot of top players have said the same thing in terms of their hiding prep and secret accounts is actually less of a thing now because of everyone having the same tools. It's how you execute in the end that is going to matter. So that's fascinating. Yeah. Oh, it's so high up there. Nice.
Let's go.
There he goes. He is in it to win it. Okay. Correctly puts the left foot and extends the arm. You thought he was flexible. You were right, boys and girls. Here he goes. He's got the right hand pulling up. Don't get too far out overextended with your hands. You got to make sure the lower body is coming with you.
Find your
Pro
feet.
tip.
Find your feet.
Find
Always
your feet,
move your
as they
feet
say.
first.
That's what I meant to say. Find your feet.
Yeah.
There you go.
Your feet are your pawn moves. Fundamental.
Yeah. Pawn structure for the win.
Come on.
Now, guys, I'm done.
Okay.
Will you double check me that I went tight enough?
Yep. What's that? Come on. Find it. Yeah. All the way through. Come on.
I can't do it. I'm done. All right, well, you've seen what amateurs look like on the wall. Now we got a pro.
So Sam does something interesting for his opening theory.
Yeah.
It's a system we sort of developed or improved from an Indonesian climber.
Okay.
And it's called the swing start. Let's go, Sam. Come on.
Hey, that was really fast. Oh my God.
Just over 5 seconds. He made a small blunder at the top. His foot missed a little bit, but
okay.
It's like a inaccuracy, not even a blunder.
A little bit of inaccuracy,
Yeah. I want coach to show the patterns that they have. They have like a whole game review on you for everything you do.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like game review, but it's not AI based. It's very manual.
Sam made an accuracy here. Normally you want to step perfectly over the ball part of this hold. He stepped slightly left, which it seems like, oh, it's only about 2 centimeters, but it actually impacts the rest of the run quite a lot. I have all of Sam's runs and then the world's best runs, and we compare our data versus theirs and how fast they're doing. Kind of like in chess, you study your opponent's games. We do the same.
Yeah.
And we try to improve by learning from their best parts or their worst parts. If you ask anybody, even other speed climbers or even other speed coaches, maybe they don't pick it up immediately. But the moment I saw it, I've seen this move 1,000 times. Yeah. This morning, I watched 300 runs already. Yeah. And so I saw he made a small inaccuracy, and he normally doesn't do it, which is why it's so pronounced.
Could be all the cameras. You know, I'm distracting you.
You're like,
don't let him
different
bother you.
harness.
You're doing great.
You know.
All right, well, there's only one person left who hasn't had his chance on the wall. Only problem is pawns don't go backward. So can you do this thing without...
I'm going to reach promotion.
You're going to reach promotion?
I'm gonna reach promotion.
He's going to do it. Let's do it. Pawns don't go back. Woo!
Ali, come on.
Look at that. Pawns don't go backward. Pawns don't go back. He's barely holding on. Oh, he got it. He did it.
Let's go.
It's very difficult. Yeah. I also can't see. It's blindfolded and mobility restricted.
We've made some refinements to Sam Watson's approach here. He wants to get to the top in under 10 seconds. Sam, you gonna do it?
Absolutely, yeah. Last time I was definitely under some time pressure and made some mistakes, but I think I've really improved myself and I've been studying a lot.
Yeah, so promoting?
Promoting, yep.
Promotion in under 10 seconds. Climbing the wall. Pawns don't go backwards. He's off. He's off. He's going faster for sure.
Yeah.
He's there. He's way under 10 seconds.
Go!
Oh my gosh.
You made a couple of mistakes at the top, but
Wow.
that was pretty wild.
That was insane.
Wow.
Is that?
Even with a couple inaccuracies, you still got under 10.
That might have genuinely be harder than setting the actual
Yeah, I think it's better than world record right now.
All right. There you go. Sam Watson, new world record in a pawn suit under 10 seconds.
Round 12 of the FIDE World Blitz Championship. It's time to get back into some games. These last two rounds are very, very important. I'm FIDE Master James Kent III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Amon, take us through these matchups, my guy. This is very important. There's a lot on the line. Of course, obviously, you just want to end on a good note before you go tomorrow. You don't want to lose the last two games here, right, and start terribly tomorrow or leave with a very bad taste in the mouth.
No, absolutely not. Magnus against Fabi headlines this round for sure. Both representing Team Liquid, has brought them perhaps a little bit closer in recent times. Arjun and MVL on board number 2 are actually your leaders. So that matchup really is going to determine, perhaps with a draw, maybe a co-lead with others joining, or we could see a sole leader after this round. Going down the list, Grishuk against Ali Reza also looks like a very exciting matchup between two Blitz specialists, and Badr Jobava making an appearance on these top boards is great to see.
It's absolutely incredible to see, actually, especially when you have MVL versus Arjun. That's going to be a crazy matchup because they know what they need to play for. It's going to be sharp. I don't believe they're going to just take a quick draw there. On the other side of the page there, actually, on the 7 through 12 here, I mean, these are important games too. I mean, these wins here are 8.5. These are big wins. When you're at 8.5, they're sort of right behind some leaders, but at the same time, very, very close. And you'll be going into the next day, feeling great there. So see what happens. Everyone's sitting down, ready to go here. Chat, what do you think is going to happen, actually, when it comes to the opening play? Dubov got away with one in that last game. Starting with white now.
Exactly. And on board 10, there is an all Uzbek matchup, Abdusatorov against Sindarov, which will be interesting to see. I don't know how close those two are off the board, but I get the impression that they know each other fairly well. On these top boards here, I think all the eyes are going to be on those top two boards. Of course, Fabiano against Magnus and Arjun versus MVL. There's really no bigger matchups than those. And Grishuk, Faruja, for the time trouble addicts, for the Blitz enjoyers, I do feel like this is just a classic matchup. I'm really excited to see, because both of these guys play in a way that is genuinely very exciting. So we're sure to see some imbalances.
And Grishuk already thinking about, what should I play? Let me think. Fabiano, calm, playing Magnus. Here's the matchup, boys and girls, from the 2018 World Championship. They're back at the board again. It's always a treat to watch both of them play. Fabiano with white, Magnus with black. Might see an E4 here. I know Fabi likes to stick to his guns.
And here we go. We're moments away from getting things underway. We'll see what the openings bring us, because remember, having the white pieces, you can dictate things a little bit more. Arjun, I feel, has not held anything back. Maxime and Arjun are matching up, and not that this is necessarily a strong prediction, but I feel sometimes when the anticipation builds around two players with, very aggressive styles, risk taking, the way we've seen Arjun play. It's almost like they end up making a draw because that's just how that clash works. It's not like you're guaranteed to get the craziest game. So sometimes the most exciting games come from the places that you least expect it. But let's see what Arjun and Maxime bring us here in this one.
Oh, is this a Grunfeld? Hold on. The usual stuff. Oh, Bishop G5.
Maxime
okay.
is known for that. Yes. And there we go.
Got the
And
funky line here.
the Grunfeld is an opening that is absolutely riddled with theory. The whole opening is pretty much based in theory. The move C5 here might shock people, top middle of your screen, but very much a highly theoretical move. And it looks like Magnus and Fabi are in. Actually, Magnus is using a Philidor setup in that one, which is not thought of as the best way to play with the black pieces. So he's clearly looking to create imbalances and just take it into unexplored territory.
And the Philidors can be very, very vicious, actually, from the black side. Once the pawns start to spring, like B5s and D5s at the right moment, sometimes taking on D4, you get the E5 and C5 squares. And the pieces are just nice and good and solid, especially if white tries to press or overextend. Fabi has a good position, but so does Magnus. It is about figuring out where do you want to put these pieces at. Usually you will see eventually B6 or B5. Bishop will attack back on F8. Long game ahead.
I'm looking at the Jobava against Boo game, and it honestly, it doesn't look very exciting at all. It's not just a symmetrical looking position, but almost there's no tension. No pawns are even attacking each other. In fact, it's pretty rare, but not a single piece in either position is attacking anything in either position. And finally it's changed with that last move. But it's like you almost couldn't have a position where the players want less to do with one another than that.
Let me see that Jobava game. I'm actually going to check the rest of his games too as well. See what's going on. See if he plays some Jobavas. Did Jobava play Jobava or did he not?
Always a great thing to check. But let's have a look at Arjun versus Maxime. I feel that we've reached the other side of theory. Let's say we've kind of gotten past that opening phase in the Grunfeld, and we can start to actually make some conclusions here about this one. As Bishop F5 has just been played, it is a full extra pawn, so don't kid yourself. That really is in the position. After Bishop F5, I'm sure that we're going to see this knight move with knight E4 intended in the position to really open up some attacks on D5 and B2. I'm guessing that we're going to see something like knight D4 or knight E1 in order to have this bishop control the center.
I think that's one of the hardest things about the Grunfeld is sometimes you are playing, you're on move 20 or even 15, and you're just down a pawn, just down a pawn, and the accuracy required is a lot. But he did get the pawn back. So it looks like he's okay for now. There may be an E4 and rook B1, but there's a lot of tactics down that C file, which look kind of wild. So E4, maybe Bishop G4, F3, and then Bishop D7, rook B1. Oof, there's a lot to calculate there. A lot to calculate.
There is. Yeah, not to mention in this position, you had to give up your best piece as black, certainly your best minor piece in the dark square bishop. So yes, you evened up material, but Arjun is happy to say, well, yeah, material's even now, but white's structure is just better. We've got this great pawn in the center on D5. You can see a future with F4 and E5, but of course, for now, it's all about placing this bishop somewhere. And if you play a move like bishop to D7, you're probably going to see rook B1. Now, the move F3, it can also come with a little bit of risk as well. So you just want to make sure after F3 that, does the bishop actually have to go back? You start checking moves like knight E6 just to be sure, because in fact, even in this position, James, knight E6, taking advantage of that pin, maybe with queen takes C3 at the end. Could be interesting.
Oh, that is crazy, actually. Wow. Knight E6, my first instinct is always, man, take that. But then you got to calculate. So,
And I actually see some results already in. I was mentioning Bu Zhangzi, Yu Yangyi, and Daniel Dubov. Those three players, I was saying, they have not lost the game yet. Well, part of the reason they haven't done that is they're finishing games this quickly in the event. So it's a little bit part of their strategy, as we can see here. All three of them actually maintain their undefeated status.
And 9 is a very respectable score there with Boo and Jobava. And then 9.5 for the Mother Boys, Duval. Or sorry, 9 as well for Duval and Yuyangi as well. 8.5 for Jobava. So back to Fabi and Magnus. What's going on?
Let's focus in on Magnus and Fabi here. An absolutely huge matchup. And the queens have been traded in this one. The position is actually very imbalanced for a Blitz game. The 2 bishops for Magnus, they always hold some value. But this is a situation where it's actually, the black pieces are all kind of tucked away in the position. It's not that easy to play. And white is threatening to win the A7 pawn. So Magnus has some big decisions to make.
Are we saying that we got to stop playing the Philidor? Is that what we're saying here, Mont?
Too early to tell, but I will say Fabi's probably more than happy to play against it. It's not an opening that scares you from the white side.
What scares me is Carlsen's time as well.
As it should, yeah. Getting to 20 seconds and ticking down. Magnus needs to produce a move here. And bishop f5 counterattack. And the knight wants to jump into c6, but it's at the cost of the b pawn and potentially the c pawn as well. Is this too much from Fabiano?
Takes. Magnus making quick moves. We take on a 7. c2 will fall too as well with the knight defending the d5 pawn. Maybe annoying. Knight to b5 probably coming. It's the rook. Whoa, wait. Okay, that.
Oh my goodness!
Right?
Did you
it is right. Rook? He did that. Oh my goodness! I thought it was a transmission error, man. Oh my goodness!
Out of his seat right there.
Rook. What the heck just
Complete
happened?
Shock.
You're kidding! I could have swore I thought it was a transmission error.
You have to. I mean, we saw it earlier. Another piece hung in this World Blitz Championship. Obviously, we're going to keep you guys right on the action, but that was a real jump scare for Magnus Carlsen. He couldn't believe he missed an entire rook, and Fabiano gets the win and moves to 9.5 points.
That was crazy to lose like that, Magnus. I mean, it hurts, right? Because I was like, oh yeah, he has to move his rook, and you see Bishop takes d3. You're like, oh, he didn't play that. That's that's a mouse slip. That's like a chess.com error. Like something's going on, but no, he actually played this in the real game. Guys, dropped the rook there. He's just out of form today. In the last few games, maybe not today, but we had a draw. He had a loss. He had another loss here. He's not happy, and we have one more round to go today. But Fabi, he doesn't want to win like that, especially against Magnus. But a win is a win. We will take it.
All right, the rook has gone to a1 in this game. Focusing back in on the action. All the rooks are still on this board, at least for the moment. And Alireza is desperately trying to get that king moved and the rook over. A lot of the endgames will work out here for Alireza just because the bishops favor black. We see a lot of pawns stuck on dark squares. And so the queen can capture on h5. The rook's coming to a8. Grishuk is a little bit worse here. And of course, we're in a pure time scramble.
Pure time scramble. This is where Grishuk gets stronger. Firouzja, definitely strong still. I mean, he is the bullet chess champion. So, of course, he plays a lot of bullet chess here. But I think it probably was Grishuk before it was Firouzja. Let's see what happens.
And Arjun and MVL have drawn their game on board too, just to update everyone. This game does not look like it's headed towards a draw just because there's still so much to play for in this position, so much unresolved. And the king side for Alireza now looks really scary with g4. And he decides on queen h5. He barely got that move off. 1 second.
Rook takes. Okay, we got the b pawn. Pass pawns must be pushed. He's pushing the b pawn. F3, I'll take those.
F3 is a panic move. A queen trade should win for white.
Queen out of the way. He got that. Ooh, that was very quick. 1 second. He made that with 1 second on the clock. G3.
The b pawn needs to go. There we go. And rook c7. He's finally figured out what he needs to do.
He's winning.
Queen b2 supports that pawn behind.
Push. Queen gets back. Queen takes g4. Is it immediate or queen b2 instead? He's going with bishop a5.
This is 100% winning.
Bishop c7 coming next. GG. He grabs the extra queen. Look at him. Queen b5. Queen b anything.
Yep. He's trying to swing the queen over. Queen d7.
Take the pawn first.
The queen can go to c8. There's so many ways to win this position.
Oh, he could have went bishop f8 there. He can go back. Sorry, no, never mind. Bishop d2 is actually a move. He probably had a mate right there.
d4 is hanging. d4 is a check.
Oh my goodness. But he could get away with king h1. No, king g2.
Oh, okay. There's no more checks. I'm just saying that looked like it could have been bad, but well played.
Jeez. Wow, Grishuk.
And that's a win, moving to 9 points. Sasha Grishuk beats Ali Reza in emphatic fashion as Aronian versus Rajabov is still going. This is a position that should definitely be a draw. However, there is a possibility just with that h-pawn. You can play rook b7, rook h7, and try to attack the h-pawn from behind. And if you're able to achieve that, all of a sudden black's position comes apart.
Very nice plan. Get the king back to g3 and try to go for the plan. But it's really difficult because, of course, yeah, he can stop us by putting a rook on the 7th rank when he moves the king. If the king's on g3, it's hard to get f4 off. Okay, maybe it might be time.
I think this position, he's definitely done a good enough job here. He's not allowing the rook to enter the game. The king is being sent to the back rank, but it's very difficult to make progress here.
Sounds about even here. Rajabov playing well, holding. Rook check. Bring the king back around. Try to bring the king right around to the center. Maybe king to e5. Bring the king back. There it is. Probably.
And in positions like this, you're never really discussing like ways that it's actually just going to be a win outright, because it's not winning. It is a draw. So he's trying his best here. I actually thought we would have seen king e6 and try to trade the rooks, but instead looks like Aronian doesn't really have a clear plan to make progress here, and a lot of shuffling.
Might have to shuffle a lot, make a lot of moves, and then push f4. We get another set of 50.
The king is just so far cut off that you realistically can't do anything unless you bring your rook across to help it move over to the f pawn.
There it is. I was going to try it, and you just cut it off the other way.
I think that king d6 makes some sense. Right. King d6, king d5. Try to like bring the rook down to offer a trade. That would be my winning plan. I want to bring my king, bring my rook down to the 7th rank, and even at the cost of maybe trading my f-pawn for the h-pawn, at least it feels like the game continues.
Here, and of course, there's no way to block the checks here. We're going to have to move the king around, which he does. Maybe try to go around to g3. Rook g6 check.
The last pawn move I can see is on move 56, I believe. So 56, but there could have been a capture after that. I'm not sure. We are dangerously close. We're actually probably very close to a 50 move rule. I think it's possible we played 50 moves because I'm looking and I think it's 56 and they're well past move 106, but obviously there's no automatic claim. So a draw finally agreed as no progress can be made.
Wow, there's a draw there, and all friends at the end. Yeah, of course, it's a draw. Good game, and all well wishes. All well wishes. Fabiano, big dog. Talk to him nice, Amon. Wow, he beat Magnus. Now, of course, not in the way that he wanted to, but a win is a win. Even if I flag Magnus with a king and a pawn, and he got all his pieces. Guess what that is, Amon?
Put it in the W column as he moves up to 9.5 points, along with Arjun, along with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and with the win over Ali Reza. How about Grishuk moving up to 9 points, and still undefeated are those 3 players, the only players, at least in this tournament, I believe. Daniel Dubov, Yu Yangyi, and Bu Zhangzi still have not lost the game, but as we saw glimpses at their strategy this round, you know, there is a reason for that as well, but it's putting them close to the top of the table, which is where you want to be.
MVO and Arjun sharing or drawing. How do you think they're filling up there? You think they're gonna play next? What you think? I think that's probably right? MVL and Fabi next.
Yeah,
Fabi,
MBL and Fabi is a matchup I think that needs to happen. Arjun has, played just about everyone. Dubov moving up is a likely candidate for a pairing up. And of course, you're tracking the name Magnus Carlsen. It's at risk of moving off your screen on the right side there. He's got 8 points and joined by a number of players in this tournament who are like Gutham Krishna, 8 points as well. Volodar Murzin, who recently lost to Magnus, suddenly has the same score. Oh, hey, how you doing? Remember me? So 2 losses for Magnus Carlsen is really hurting his chances here.
Absolutely, as people are behind him trying to catch, but really, some people are already out. And when we say already out, because there's only 4 spots that matter here. And what 4 spots are those? And why is it so important, Aman?
Yeah, the 4 spots that matter, I mean, the players need to make it to the tiebreaks, right? So if you're actually going to be at the top of the table, we want to remind people of the format as well. The playoffs only feature the top 4. So we saw this a little bit in the women's rapid and how that affected things. They had only the top 2 advancing the playoffs. So if there's 5 players, sorry to the 5th, right, on tiebreaks, you're not going to be part of it. It's a 4-player knockout, and they're going to be playing a 4-game little mini match there. So we'll get into that more tomorrow when the tie breaks actually matter, but top 4 in the event of a tie is what matters.
We'll worry about tomorrow, Aman. We got one more game today. Let's see what happens after the break.
Sadly, I cannot beat anybody like this anymore.
I don't use it anymore. Nobody's going to fall into it.
Maybe the trap that I learned was not that big of a trap.
Honestly, it worked like a pretty long time. I was like, guys, maybe we should start picking up on what's happening here,
Yeah, I know this one. I remember this because it's so vivid. I was playing my first inter-school tournament, and a friend of mine who was a very good player told me that if your opponent repeats the Petrov, at that point I didn't know it's Petrov, but if he takes this, you can put your queen here, knight goes back, and you give a check and you win the queen. This was the first trap that I learned, and for years I was of the opinion that knight f3, knight f6, knight takes pawn, you have to play d6, knight e4 is a mistake. But turns out the modern engines now have say that this is playable after queen e2, queen e7, queen e4, d6, d4, takes. This position is actually not so bad for black. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Harika played it in one of her games in classical chess. So yeah, maybe the trap that I learned was not that big of a trap.
Hi, I'm Carissa, and this is the first chess trap that I ever learned. I'm going to explain to you guys today, Scholar's Mate. So start with e4, black, play e5. Point e4 is to get this bishop out, so bishop goes to c4. Let's say black plays like knight c6, c6. Now white can go queen h5. Now maybe black's like, oh, that queen's so far out there, like, let me get a bite of it. Plays like knight f6 to attack the queen. Then you could take on f7, and that's checkmate. Yeah, I won like a bunch of games like this when I was in first grade at my elementary school chess club.
How long did the trap work for you?
Honestly, it worked like a pretty long time. I was like, guys, maybe we should start picking up on what's happening here, But it gave me a huge boost of confidence in my chess club. And then I won the prize for like best first grader. So I know.
What was the best prize that you ever won doing Scholars Mate? Have you ever Scholars Mated someone to like win the tournament?
Oh, no. I feel like, once you're past like 200, you stop falling for Scholar's Mate.
Yeah, when I was a kid in the year 2000, Like basically if you're born before 2000, you're like a normal person, and if you're born after 2000, like I don't even understand how that's possible. I'm born in 95. So when I was a kid, I learned this trap. I would start with pawn to e4, and they would respond the symmetrical, e5, most normal way. I would develop my knight, attacking the pawn. They would develop their queen's knight to c6, defending the pawn, the most common chess position like forever, literally, since the inception of chess. And then here I would develop my bishop, and I'm just like ready for some development of one of these two pieces. This is also known as the Italian game. When I was 7, I don't think I knew that. And then my opponents would develop their second knight, which is what you're supposed to do, also conveniently attacking the pawn. Then I would be like, they're so stupid, they fell for my trap. Knight to g5. What I didn't know, ignorance is bliss when you're 7 years old. All of this has been studied up the ass. Like there's just dozens and dozens of moves you can memorize here, but not when you're a 7-year-old who's rated 700. You attack this pawn, and they block it, and so you take, and they're supposed to move their knight here. They can also play pawn to b5. There's all sorts of moves, but most people just take the pawn back, and they think that's the end of the story, but you actually sacrifice your knight. This is called the fried liver trap. They take with the king. Now you attack the king and the knight at the same time with your queen. And the best move for them is to bravely walk the king into the center of the board. White is still doing well here. You keep pressuring this knight and you keep attacking. But a lot of people would fall for this trap. In my very first tournament, I won my very first game like this. My opponent walked the king to safety, only to discover that the king is not safe at all. And I probably beat that child, and they never wanted to play chess again. Good, chess is cruel. Sadly, I cannot beat anybody like this anymore, but that's the fried liver trap.
Hi, my name is Tawny, and this is the first trap I ever learned. I'm going to teach you. So, as black, when I was younger, I used to play the Owens defense. This is b6, bishop b7, early fianchetto. White would take the center, and the bishop would go to b7. Bishop goes to d3. Sometimes the knight can go to c3. And many people here would actually go f5. Idea to attack the pawn in the center. And then if the pawn takes, then there's bishop takes g2. But watch out because of queen h5. And then because of the king is checked, right? And black was trying to trap the rook. Now we have to defend. The pawn keeps taking. You can't take back because this will be checkmate. It's like double checkmate. And so basically now black would be losing because the knight will come out. And then there's this really, really nice move here. Pawn takes h7. And it might seem that you go g7. Now the knight takes the queen. And then you promote to another queen here. But this wouldn't be as efficient as if, I'll go back to the original position. If you take on h7, and then after knight takes, you go bishop g6 and check. So really, really cool trap.
It's a sick trap. I never
Yeah.
You're the first one to explain that trap.
I mean, I don't know.
My name is Jules Gambit, and I'm going to teach you the first chess trap I ever learned the hard way. This was during my first tournament back as an adult. I was playing a classical game. I thought I was very, very clever. So it was, I believe it was black to move here, here, and then I got hit by the very fun. And what was going through my head, I was like, wait, but this is the Rosalimo, like, this is theory, And it was not. I ended up having to lose my bishop.
So white goes d4. This is actually a bad trap because it just gets worse if white doesn't fall into it. So you give up a pawn, you place the bishop here. Okay, white makes a developing move. You give up another pawn, and you give up a knight as well. So white, like the hope is that white takes here, just pads here and takes here. And now the point is you take here, white takes here, and you take the queen. And the funny thing is, even after the trap, okay, black is of course winning, but it's not as easily winning.
Really? Why is it not as easily winning?
Because for the queen, white still has two pieces, and at an amateur level, I think that can still save a lot of games.
Hi, I'm Divya Deshmukh and I'm going to teach you the second trap I ever learned. The first one is Queen F7 mate, so I'm not teaching you that. So it goes with E4, C5, D4, CD4, C3. You take, I think, yeah, knight C3, knight C6, knight F3, D6, bishop C4, knight F6, E5, knight E5, takes. I've won like a million games with this. And now you take bishop F7. This is the trap. So king F7 and queen D8. Queen up. I don't use it anymore. Nobody's going to fall into it.
It's the final round of the world. I'm kidding. It's only today, guys. It's not the final round. It's the final round today. We have another day. Okay, so today is round 13. I'm FIDE Master James against third here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Amon, we got round 13. Let's walk through these pairings.
Yeah, exactly, James. This is the final round of the day, an important round for many reasons. Magnus Carlsen, of course, on that top board against Timur Rajabov, but actually a 1.5 off the lead in the event. Certainly a comeback is possible, but he's got a tough job ahead of him and most certainly needs to win, especially with the white pieces here. Fabi and Maxime, you called out that pairing before we went to the break. Very likely, and it is guaranteed right here. Arjun, also in the lead, along with MVL and Fabi, is facing off against Daniil Dubov. Yu Yang Yi and Lu Shanglei are up against Grishuk and Naryanin, and Edgar Mamedov against Wesley So, both on 8.5 points here. As those top 6 boards, James, everyone is in contention.
Absolutely, and there will be some spoilers in here too, as Dubov is known to be like just a spoiler, like the screw or the monkey wrench or whatever you want to call it. It's just like he just messes up stuff, and I think that's.
Do you think we're gonna get a draw though? Like, you know,
anywhere? No, I think none
of
them. No, I think there's going to be no draws on the first 8 boards. No draws at all. You know, maybe board 8 or something, but you know,
that is a bold prediction, especially because I think board 8 is Bu Zhangzi, who is undefeated. Right. So we've got Bu Zhangzi, Yu Yang Yi, and Dubov, who are all maintaining undefeated records in the World Blitz Championship thus far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think everyone's going to fight in this round. It's a big round. It's the last round of the day. Maybe the other boards, obviously, that takes draws. Okay, cool. I'll come back tomorrow, or I know I'm not going to make the top 4, or you know, I do want to project myself in the standings, but I don't really want to play too much or too hard. You see a lot of early draws, I think, in other games, but these games, especially these top boards here, you know, 8s, 8.5s, 9.5s, you know, that's going to be where it's really. I think 9.5. Yeah, is the high. So there, if you take a draw if you have to, not more of like you want to. It's more of, okay, I have to do it. I have nothing else. If I push, then I lose. Magnus, on the other hand, is just trying to bounce back. I mean, he doesn't even look happy. I mean, he just looks distraught, actually. This is a different type of Magnus. You rarely see him like this.
Yeah, he's for sure in his own thoughts. Just he's kind of got that blank stare where he could be thinking about absolutely nothing at the moment, or he could be thinking about everything we think that he's thinking about. The handshake is in, the games are underway. Magnus is 1.5 points off the lead and needs to make this comeback, but all the games are in progress. And Magnus has gone for that opening.
Come on. This is what he does when you're down and out. You bring the Jobava out. That's what it is, okay? I see it from Magnus.
Something comfort.
You better win, man.
That's right. A lot's riding on this, guys. You've seen how passionate Canty is about the Jobava London, and that's exactly what we see on the board played at the highest level here.
Absolutely. Now, if he wins, of course, you guys listen. The course is on sale right now. It is on just.com or Shasta, wherever you want to get it.
Yu Yang Yi and Grishuk already a draw. I knew that we were going to see Yu Yang Yi maintain that perfect. James, you're up against it. It was a poor bet by you because not only have these guys already drawn, but it's the last round of the day. Everyone's trying to go home. No one's looking to work too hard here. Bu Jiangzi against Pragnananda and Dubov. Those are the next ones to keep an eye on as potential draws. Be on the lookout, guys.
Man, I bet the whole house on those draws, man. Dang, well.
I hope it's a very small, just a shed, maybe a small house.
Yeah, guys, I'll be sleeping outside today. So, well, at the same time, there's one draw there. Got out of there very quickly there, and with understandable 10.
One game we know that a draw is not a desirable result at all is Magnus's game. We see the king on f2, Jobava London with g4 and h4 just expanding on the king side. You can also play e4 in the center. So definitely a game there that he's looking to play for a win. I am also looking at the rest of these boards here, and immediately I'm drawn a little bit to that Dubov and Arjun game. Arjun is one of the leaders, and we have an imbalance here, which is the doubled pawns on the e-file, as well as, I was going to say the bishop pair, but it's actually just been cashed in. On the exchange on d5, the pawn is probably going to be supported by a potential f4 and bishop c3, rook d1. And let's see if white plays the move e4 at some point, because very likely you want to support this pawn, but actually play the move e4. I think this is relatively equal because this knight can reach the c5 square and then back to e6, which looks very, very stable.
Yeah. Oh, queen d4. Okay, that's the move. That's the way of doing it. Because what you pointed out there was something that I was looking at too, which is knight c5 coming in. But then knight e4 with the pawn on f4 is just a beautiful outpost for the knight on e4. It's not going anywhere. You're going to have to sacrifice the rook to get rid of that knight. So he didn't commit to it yet. Dang.
Ooh, is this the draw here? This. Queen takes d5, knight takes e5. Wow. And is this the Dubov draw masterclass here? It's actually the tactic from Arjun securing relative equality here. And it's going to be queen takes d8 instead. And the draw offer, I'm telling you, it was a guarantee. It was a guarantee. Let's jump over to MVL versus Fabi. And look, the other, Bu Jiangzi, also a draw. You see that, James? Bu Jiangzi, in the meantime, also a draw. I called these 3 results. You couldn't have been more wrong, actually, if you wanted to.
This is gross. This is terrible. I did not expect this, guys. I bet everything I have on those draws. So I literally bet everything, guys. Well, I'm going to need some help here. I'm going to need some help, everyone.
A full day of Blitz undefeated is obviously an achievement, a little bit tongue-in-cheek when it comes to talking about those results, but at the end of the day, consistency will be rewarded. They go the entire tournament without a defeat, even if they have mostly draws. You sprinkle in a win here and there, trust me, you're going to find those players near the top of the stand.
And yeah, they are fighting this one out. What was his opening choice? I did not see. It was kind of very, very quick. Obviously, the games were very fast. I wanted to know, what did they play, or how did they get?
Well, this is Maxime versus Fabi. Looks like queen takes a7 was just played, so an extra pawn very momentarily for Maxime, but Fabi's coming straight in, not only with an amazing knight on d5, but also a great rook on c2. So I would say almost full compensation here. The pawn is going to e6. There is a threat to the b pawn. It's just been moved, so it's safe, but can Maxime trade pieces off effectively? Rook c1 looks important. Notice that that queen is actually performing a defensive duty guarding the pawn, and if black tries to involve the queen here, you can play bishop d2, but you also have queen c5 to stop the control of the c file.
You know, I'm betting it all back. A draw. You know what? How about that? Double or nothing. I don't have anything to bet anymore. But, you know,
nothing
double or nothing. Nothing or double, guys. Because this seems to be a draw, too. I guess everybody's drawing.
Well, I certainly, it looks like, you might want to keep those cards close to your chest there, James, because I would probably not be looking at a draw here with an extra pawn for Maxime, which looks like a stable extra pawn, especially after something like queen to c2. I don't really see the compensation for Fabiano anymore. It really relied on that rook on c2. So let's see what happens here as queen takes a2, invited for queen takes f8. Given a question mark here, James, but this could actually be a very strong practical move.
I actually was looking at that move too as well. I did like queen e8, just to attack the pawn. You know, are you really going to bring the king out in the middle of the street to g6? That's a crazy looking move. It probably is possible, but I mean, do you really want to do that? Playing f5 weakens e6, so you're not trying to take on a2 anymore. I mean, maybe I could go h4 at some point. That is going to loosen my my knight if he plays g4, where that defends the bishop on d2. So, yeah, got to be careful. Queen e8 hitting the pawn. What happens? There's a few moves catching up. There it is. Take.
Fabi takes everything. All the pawns disappeared from the queen side. Queen takes e6 can be played, as can knight e5. But of course, you end up losing the bishop there, and it's not clear that there is a checkmate. So we have to see how Maxime is going to press the advantage that he has. A slight one, but he has lost both of those queenside pawns.
I mean, bishop g5 a move? It didn't. Okay, you're going to go for it. Queen takes pawn instead. Check. Bring the knight back around. g4 maybe.
And that outside pass pawn provides great compensation. If these pawns disappear, the b pawn and the d pawn, then I think we will get to a position which I would say is very likely drawn.
Okay.
Updating that Wesley So has beat Edgar Mamedov on board 6. We saw more draws, all the 3 draws, of course. MVL and Fabi are going strong in that endgame. Meanwhile, Magnus pushing and trying to find a slight edge against Rajabov. And I think Maxime and Fabi it's just not the advantage that Maxime once had in that game.
Here we go. And yeah, got the extra pawn, but hard to convert, especially being in center pieces are surrounding it. And I have a passed b pawn as well.
A win for MVL here is everything because we've seen the result from Arjun. Bishop c3 forcing an exchange, and now the d pawn can be caught by the king. The b pawn needs attention. This is looking like a knight endgame, maybe 3 against 2, although it's not even clear what progress can be made.
Very strong move here. Obviously, king takes knight, runs into pushing the pawn where the king cannot catch it. But he also is using the knight to get back around to catch the pawn, pass pawn that Fabi has in the b file.
Okay, the knight can still not be captured. We see knight going for the h pawn. And if the king takes, there is knight f7. But can that knight get back to take this pawn? I actually don't know, James. This is a little bit scary.
Looks like he gets there in time, but what is this? Wait. Oh. Yes, it's a draw. I got it all back, boys. I got it all back. We back in action.
There you go.
There it is. Draw.
And it looks like there's going to be a big tie at the top of the table. Lu Shanglei is playing right now against Narayanan, and it looks to be a position that White has maybe decent winning chances. Now, the king will need to drop back to g7, and then the b pawn pushing up might be a draw. But the white king has mobility, and the rook cannot capture the h pawn. Of course, the rook is tethered here, and the question is, can this king walk into the position effectively and look to capture this pawn. I think what could happen here is a situation where you give up this pawn. Yes, like exactly like this, and rook e7. And he knew it from the beginning, executing that technique. Beautifully done, and this is a winning king and pawn endgame.
Beautiful. And stands up there. Whoa, he was hype after that one. Like, let's go. I needed those. And they're very nice. Very nice. Very good.
Beautiful technique. Moving to 9.5 points, which I'm thinking is just half a point off the lead. Meanwhile, Alireza versus Sindarov here. What is going to happen?
Rook knight. Okay. Rook bishop 2 versus 3. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible. Let's see what having the extra pawn, knight versus bishop. Black seems slightly, maybe not passive, but tricks with the knight.
Magnus did win his game on board number 1. We just saw Liu Shanglei with the victory. Jobava beat Duda. And we're tuning into one of the final games in progress on the top boards. Alireza with the extra pawn, but a very difficult position with the king locked on the side of the board like that.
Might be okay now. There was a lot of weird mate threats with rook takes h3 if you weren't careful, but now the king escaped to g5. There's one. I want 2 pawns.
So wait a minute. King c4. Can you sack the rook and make a draw?
Oh, he can. He can. He didn't do it, though.
He doesn't see it. Oh, and look at Fabi's face top right in the background. And Wesley as well. I feel like they may have noticed that that was a possibility. And it's still here. Same idea. He's got it a different way.
Yeah, it's still there. And yep, it's still there.
Now you can attack that knight and look to capture the B pawn. Meanwhile, the bishop is going to cover the H pawn. Alireza is realizing.
Squandered the draw. He looked up at him. He said, draw. Perugia not happy about that one. Oh, he knew.
No, he knows that's a missed opportunity. And a draw in this game. Both players at 8.5 points. And that means we can see the results of that final round of the day. Magnus Carlsen, a much-needed victory. We can see that the top score is MVL, Fabi, and Arjun, all moving to 10 points. Magnus only a point off the lead, draws on those top boards for most of them. And of course, down here, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Badr Jobava moving up to 9.5 points, Nepo moving to 9 points, and Noterbeck storming back, moving up to 9 points with a victory as well. As these are the standings in the open section, 10 points between 3 players, Arjun, MVL, and Fabi. And look at that list of 9.5. Meanwhile, James, 3 players still undefeated.
Every point counts. Double digits up there at the top. And a lot of players right behind him, even down to Alexei Sorana at 20th right now. I mean, imagine these guys going 3-game win streaks or 4-game win streaks tomorrow. Something could really shake up the standings. And obviously, all that matters is that top 4. All that matters is the top 4. Aman, remind them again, why is the top 4 the most important?
Well, the top 4 is relevant in this event, James, because that's how the format works. So they're going to play a total of those 19 rounds. But then after the 19 round Swiss, that would be 15 rounds in the women's section. Of course, that's all with 3+2, but only the top 4, think of it like a cutoff. Only those players advance to what will be a playoff bracket. They don't all have to be tied. It's after 19 rounds, they eliminate the rest of the field, and those 4 go into a match knockout system where we're talking head-to-head 4-game mini matches, which will generate a lot of excitement around those individual head-to-heads, which is a format that we saw in place last year. However, we saw it with a larger cutoff, so more players were part of that playoff. And just as a disclaimer, James, the format for the Open and the Women's, we have confirmation, is identical. That was not the case in the Rapid.
Let's go. Yeah, that was tough yesterday in the Rapid, but identical seems to be the way to go. That's great. And good to hear, too, as well. Guys, top 4 is really all that matters now. We're going to have tactics time with Aman, my favorite part of the day. Let's see what we got, Aman. What you got for us?
Well, we want to review Magnus Carlsen and how he was able to win his game against Timur Rajabov. We did not see this one, but I'd like to take us back to this moment early on, because this is a position I think we can understand how we got here. We did check this in the opening, but we couldn't see, the rest of the game with all of the other action. So let's catch up here and see how Magnus was able to dispatch Rajabov, who was deciding not to castle. And you know what, James? I completely understand why he was not trying to kingside castle here. I mean, have a look at those pawns. Magnus declining to trade queens, and effectively you're kind of playing down a rook in this position. You refuse to castle because you can see how dangerous g5 is, and Magnus exploits that. First comes knight to b1, and then g5 lashing out. Without that rook in the game, we see that Rajabov is trying to open the h-file in order to have that rook participate. And after this sequence of moves, we basically start to get that feeling here that the knight is going to be lost due to the pin. The rook is not part of the game. And we can see after dropping a piece, Magnus only needed to activate that knight from b1. And once this knight actually joins the game, it is all over. And we can see just the last couple of moves, queen e5, looking to trade those queens. And, well, it's actually Rajabov's, to his demise that he doesn't trade them. But a full piece up for Magnus. If we're being honest, James, this was a routine game for Magnus Carlsen, trading the rooks and going for an easy checkmate pattern on f7. So a dominant game there in what Rajabov put himself in a tough spot. He wasn't willing to castle, but at the same time, he was playing down a rook because of his inability to do so, and then he lost as a result.
And, of course, Magnus back on the board, a much-needed win after having some horrible, hurting losses. We all felt that, of course, but he was able to bounce back, still in it, as we do have a full another day tomorrow. So for me, I think today was incredible. I love to see how the standings, the top four switches every day. What about you, Amon, wrapping up today?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a much shorter day tomorrow when you think about the rounds remaining, right? 19 in total in the open and 15 in total in the women's. However, we are still in for an action-packed and long day because of those playoff brackets, the mini matches, the head-to-heads. There is going to be a lot of excitement around that. So don't miss tomorrow, the finale. We're going to find out who our World Blitz champions are in the open and women's sections. And of course, that playoff format just makes it a little bit more exciting.
It's going to be exciting to see, especially as we have the playoff format too as well. I mean, it's just incredible, guys. We got a whole nother day tomorrow. So make sure you're here same time tomorrow. We'll see you then.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.